Welcome to the Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button, and a Ko-Fi link in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Oma Shertha, Naughty Thumbnails, Mitch Kennedy, Original D, Rose Rod, The Name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMelds24, Unimento, M Iron26, Endless, Flat Earth Sage, Goldie McKinnon, Retro Bill, More Books, Cannabear, Fiber Oats, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobiles, Max777, Rob W, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Leland, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, Tina Baker, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. And now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Was that interesting?
Sorry, say that again, John?
I didn't get a chance to watch the after show yet. Did anything happen after I left?
Oh, I didn't watch it either. I was working.
It was really more the same, John, but it's just tightening the rope. Things just firming up,
Yeah, they ain't really many places they can go. They can try to invoke an optical plane or the actual plane. And both ways, it's a plane. So where do you go from there?
That's right. Concession.
I heard you, Neil. Did you hear me?
Can anybody hear me right now?
Yeah, we got you, Neil.
Okay, good.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I got the truck.
Can someone post me a fresh link to the politics server? I can't remember where the one that someone sent me yesterday is. Might be in back office. No, can't see it.
12:55. Scroll up to there.
In where? Thank you, whoever sent that. Be with the buzz. Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Morning.
Good morning, good morning. Now, I have intentionally left the start of the pre-show a little bit late so that this escapade to the politics server doesn't drag out for an eternity on the Uncut and After show, because inevitably we'll probably stay in there longer than we expect. And my intention is to join them sooner rather than later. I have been in once before to do a quick sound check to make sure it all worked, and it did, which is great. So I can't see any problems with that. But after a couple of housekeeping questions, we'll probably move straight over to the politics server and just see how it goes from there. They are expecting us, so we'll see how that goes. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge, formerly known as Earth curve?
None.
What about any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics?
They don't have any
pseudoscience.
independent variables.
None.
Yeah, they don't have no independent variables for those guys.
Can't be science then. Any evidence of the distance to the sun?
Can't think of any.
Alrighty then. Well, I think we should just transition straight into the politics server because really that's what the main event for today is. So as much as it pains me to say it to you guys in Discord, I'm going to be bidding you farewell. If you're members of the politics server, you can join now, but that's what I'm going to do. Look amongst yourselves.
And we're traveling through space and time, Neil.
Yeah, we are.
Where do I go?
I won't. What?
Should have really stayed in the other server till I figured it out. What are them actually called? Ah, Flat Earth 24/7. That's got to be it, right? I'm sure I'll get told if I'm in the wrong place.
Yeah, how
I
do
would
you
imagine,
independently
yeah.
test it? Who does the independent testing? Is it you, the one who brought up the hypothesis?
Sorry?
Are you the one doing
Who
the
does the
testing?
who does the testing?
Who does the
person who-
independent
it depends.
testing? Yes.
I would say the
That's a
person who
really
makes a
silly question,
hypothesis.
Well, it depends, yeah.
No, that
Well,
would be
In
the
what setting
bias.
well, it depends in what setting you're working in, yeah. It could be a team of people working together. It could be a team of scientists. It could be an individual.
So,
It could be the
AJ,
person making the hypothesis
AJ,
who's
you're
witnessed
saying,
the occurrence.
You're a scientific
Speedy, just a second.
You're a scientific
AJ,
Test it.
for example, you come up with the hypothesis and you do the testing and you do the validation. It's only you doing the whole thing. Nobody else does anything.
Well, it depends on, again, where you're working, the setting you're working in, who
No,
you're
your
working with,
citation doesn't
whether you're in a
depend.
team of people. There's teams of scientists that work on certain situations.
So the
and
teams
certain
that come up
questions.
with a theory, they test
What
the
is that?
damn thing themselves.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
And
Am I in the
then
right
empirical
place?
level.
To do,
Excuse me. I'm sorry to
what
interrupt.
does that have to do with the citations
AJ.
that have been given
It's
show
very,
AJ, can
very
you hear me?
important because
Sorry to
in
you,
interrupt.
fact
AJ, can
does
you hear me?
prove
AJ, can you
something.
hear me? Am I in the
AJ,
right-
you threw out
Yes,
peer review
Oh,
out
this
the
is going
window.
very badly. Am I in the right place?
It
I'm sorry
is.
to interrupt you guys. Am I in the
Yes,
right
please
place?
speak.
no, you're not, Nathan. There's if you go down to events, I believe that we have to go into and the event room, and then someone's required to start the event.
The event room?
AJ,
Is that what it's called? The
it's
event
important
Yeah,
to
so if you
understand what
jump out-
testing means because it's simplified for you to
Can
understand.
you just be
that
quiet for a
testing
minute, or
is
I'm
an
going to mute
empirical
you
model.
because I'm talking to Nathan right now. Shut up. Just let me have a look, Nathan. Sorry, I apologise.
Yeah, I've scrolled up and down 2 or 3 times before I interrupted. I'm really sorry to interrupt your really good discussion.
Really good discussion. They're just denying that science proves anything here, and denying the citations they believe.
That's all it does. Anyway, let's not get into that. Hopefully I can get out of your way so you can carry
No,
on
we're not.
arguing.
Yeah, so right above there's a thing called the happenings, and right below the happenings is the AMA event, and right now it's locked. So I think someone's got one of the moderators have to open it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they'll probably do it closer to the event. Maybe I can just message Aurora.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
I
Like,
still can't-
message
oh,
Aurora and say
happenings.
to unlock it.
Yeah, under happenings,
Yeah, so
there's breaking news, war room, question of the day, and questions discussion.
yeah, and there's one more. Well, we see it. The moderators will see it. It says Flat Earth AMA, but it has a lock icon on it. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll show a
Perfect.
good screenshot.
Well, for us, this is it for today. So until that's happening, we'll just sit here and listen to you guys, if that's okay with you. Sorry to
yeah,
interrupt.
certainly.
Well, I'm not seeing happenings. I saw it under events, but I'm using a computer screen, not a phone.
Oh yeah, maybe it's a little bit different. Because I think
I'm
under
just
the event.
messaging now.
Okay. Yeah, I see it too.
See if she
It's
gets
under
back to
events
me.
also. So it's posted 2 places. So I wonder which one they're going to use then. Yeah, apparently there's 69 people who have signed up for it. So that's the most. I mean, like, there isn't
69?
any event even close to that. Yeah.
Nice.
The biggest event ever was the Theist Helpline that had 32. So you're over double the next event.
I don't really know what that means, but great. You sound positive in your tone, so that sounds good to me.
Yeah, the amount of engagement so far has been really high. So people are really showing interest.
Was that when Ken Hovind came to the Theist Experience?
Yeah, I think that's the one, wasn't it?
Wow, dude, doing good, Nathan.
Yeah.
I didn't really follow what that meant. I don't really know what you're talking about. I'm really sorry.
Well, Ken Hovind's kind of like a popular reoccurring character for the server.
I know
Where-
Ken Hovind is.
Oh, okay. So 32 people said they were interested in hearing Ken Hovind talk, and you're at 69 right now.
Nice. That sounds like a god-awful number. Especially for Kent Hovind. What's going on? 69 people. Okay.
I know.
Is that good? Because that sounds terrible. So that's why I'm saying I don't really understand what you're saying, because 69 people taking part. That sounds god-awful, isn't it?
Well, now
That's
it's
only
70.
interested.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, great. If you say that's good.
Like RSVPs.
Yeah, it's really high. That's what I'm saying. Because normally the event will be like lots of people, but not everyone clicks interested. Really, generally, the only people, now it's 71. So just people are clicking in real time. It's only
I
going to go
just
up.
clicked that I'm interested.
Yeah.
I haven't heard back from her yet. Or Aurora, if she go.
Any of you in here amongst the 69/71?
Yes.
Oh, jolly
Flat
good.
Earther.
I got my hand held up here. I'm interested.
Cool. Well, hopefully we'll open up the Q&A and we'll get into it. I did say 3:30 to them, thinking we'd do a full live show, but then I just changed my mind. I thought, well, if we're going to faff around in politics server because there's something that might go wrong, or I don't get in there, or my sound fails, or something like that, I might as well have an hour of actually being in there, chatting to the general populace of the server. So you're not under the constraints of that Q&A room currently, obviously.
Yeah, it'll be like a stage event where you'll be able to click people you want to come up to the stage. So no one will be able to talk except for you and anyone you've turned their mic on.
I hope there's someone else in there to actually manage that and they pick them for me, because I've struggled to get here, get in the rooms. I'm so terrible with Discord. I don't know what I'm doing. I had to literally have somebody send me a link to get me into this room because I didn't know how to do it, or to get me to the politics server. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm sure there's someone who would volunteer to do that. What will happen is they'll post a question and then raise their hand, and then you'll be able to click them, or someone else, whoever you want to manage it, will be able to click them, and you can send them an invite to talk on the stage.
Cool.
Are we in the 24/7, or are we in politics?
We're in politics currently.
Politics are you at the moment?
There's lots of people we don't know.
What's up, everybody?
Good afternoon, or good evening, or good morning.
Morning,
Nathan.
me.
Good morning, panel.
Morning.
Yo.
What we're currently doing would typically be a flat Earth debate pre-show, but so that I know everything's functioning, I've gone live and not really done a pre-show. So if you're watching this live, this is what a pre-show would normally be like, a warm-up. But we do actually have an audience. Just so you're aware.
Oh.
Any of you guys fans of the show, Flat Earth Debate?
Yeah, man.
Oh, I'm in there when I can get in there, and I do a fair bit with Righteous Force as well, with his Bible study and a few other things.
Best show on YouTube, Nathan.
Oh, thank you. Who was that? Really appreciate it.
Oh, that was Duncan.
I know Duncan. Who else we got in here?
What's me? What are you talking about?
How's everybody?
Good. We're waiting to do a Q&A, but we're joining the general.
Nathan Oakley. How are you?
Very well. I am.
Yes, I think you should start. Yes, I think we're starting in about an hour.
Yeah. Can
40
you
minutes.
open it? Is there a way to open it now, Olive?
No.
Yeah, we're gonna start about 30 minutes. We're just waiting
Okay.
for some couple of things. But yeah, so who from here is gonna host with me? Because I have to manage some of you people. We'll talk about this in a bit.
You sound like an authority here. I am.
Yeah, he's stepping in. Oliver's stepping in for Aurora.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was asked to host this event.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Hopefully, you know how to allow people to speak and answer the questions. I don't know how to use Discord, just so you're aware. So I'm probably
Yeah.
going to be leaning on you quite a lot.
Yeah, that's my pleasure. So we're gonna obviously have this revolve around you. We'll have people ask you questions, and if you want to bring them up, you can obviously have a one-on-one dialogue with them as well.
Cool. I've read your server rules.
Yeah, they're pretty straightforward. As long as no one's inciting violence, saying any slurs, everything's okay.
It's like YouTube's terms of service, to be honest. There's nothing, absolutely nothing out of the ordinary in there that I found. I'm like, well, they're not exactly asking much.
Yeah.
It's just standard fare, right? So you don't get destroyed and removed. So I'm like, okay, yeah, all of this stuff is just anti-cancellation, isn't it?
It's literally so whatever Discord. So Discord is owned by. I mean, it operates under California jurisdiction. So whatever California law says, Discord really abides by. There's pretty much nothing out of the ordinary.
Depending on how you class societal rules, but yes.
Yeah, I would say that Discord is a bit more progressive than people would like to say, but besides that, it's all fair in game.
Sure.
I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you for helping, and thanks in advance when we get into the Q&A room. What do you say? We'll jump in about half an hour?
Yeah, he just left. That's what the plan is.
Okay. Cool.
And then they'll have, just read some of the notes. So what they're going to do, they're going to have people post a text message. Him, Oliver, or someone else will read the text message, and you can answer it verbally or bring the person up onto the stage to have a more free flow conversation about the question.
Cool. Well, it's free for all till then, ladies and gentlemen. So, like I say, I'll go on mute and listen to your conversation, see how the flow of things are, because I'm new here.
Very good. Well, where we were at was we were told that science doesn't prove anything, and I just dropped 3 citations into the chat, and someone thinks it's relevant to ask the question on who does the testing.
I have a question for you since I work in, I'm not going to say where. Anyway, I was at a meeting on Tuesday, and this year, specifically for the group I'm in, we have to strictly use the scientific method for our research and development. What do you think of that?
What are you researching and developing?
Oh, it doesn't matter, but most companies
Are
don't
you
tell
witnessing?
you strictly underline, strictly use the scientific method, which means we are going to follow it exactly as we're supposed to this time. It's not my group. Our group was brought into this group, I guess, to show them how to do it. So that's what we're doing this year. We're new group formed, research and development, strictly follow that. Those are the rules. And here's your budget of $1 million. We said, okay.
What observed phenomenon are you studying?
We have thousands of different things that people are going to come to us with.
Give me an example.
I cannot do that.
Oh, man.
What do you mean by prove?
Would you like to read the citations again? Read them out for you.
No, just briefly. Do you mean like colloquial or logical proof?
A causes B or A does not cause B.
Correct.
Yeah, but what do you mean by prove?
I just told you A causes B or A does not cause B.
That's not proof.
No, it's a hypothesis. Proof would be to vary A and see if it does cause B or does not cause B. Once it does or does not, you've got proof of either or. Either proof it is causing it or proof it isn't causing it. Once you vary it.
So it's not going to be colloquial, is it? Not going to be informal evidence.
Well, there's presumably a reason why Mr. Nice's company have appointed him or his team or whatever it is that he's being vague about to employ a methodology that only offers an empirical outcome at the end of it. Because then you've got an empirical outcome at the end of it. Okay, proof. Useful. Not that we've particularly got much.
I'm curious.
Sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just curious why anybody would say, well, science doesn't prove things, then what does? Because if you don't want to prove anything or you don't believe anything can be proved, then why even have an argument about anything at all? Just believe what you want and call it a day.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You end up in a very sketchy place where we don't know anything. And where'd you go from there?
They
if
used
you
to
bring
assert
extra
that science
information,
proves things. They used to do
if you
that
bring extra
a while
information to a
ago.
thing like previously unknown, sorry, we're speaking at the same time. I was just going to say that if you bring something unknown before that comes into this hypothesis, then the experiment changes. That's pretty simple. I don't know why we ended up in this. Well, I do know why, because this is the state of the world. They want the place, you know, that we don't know anything, especially our history.
But they want you to believe that you know something. When you're told something that's not necessarily true, but they need you to believe that it is, they just slap the word science on. And then to get around that web of lies, they have to introduce all sorts of disclaimers and get-arounds for why it isn't proving things. Like, science is always adapting when it's an empirical method. But it's typically just the bullshitters who will do that.
Yeah, I was going to say before, I mean, one of the major changes is that, I mean, because they used to tell us science proves things, right? And most of these people used to assert that science proves the globe, right? And then all we kind of had to do was say, all right, show us. Where's your science for the globe? Which is already a category error off the rip. But where is it? Show us. And slowly over the years, it went from science proves the globe, flurf, to us. What do you mean? Science doesn't prove anything, guys. What do you mean?
A good summary. That's why we're involved in it. I was going to say before I yielded to you, whoever was speaking a second ago, that we don't really have much skin in this scientific race as flat earthers. The reason we cover it is because there's so many pseudoscientists who claim to prove the globe with science. Hence, we have ended up saying, okay, well, what science do you have? What do you understand to be science? When you can show that it's a set in stone empirical method for establishing the cause of an effect and they don't have it, then they don't have science. So it's more exposing people who claim science when they don't have it, as opposed to us actually having necessarily any phenomena that we need to study, because we don't, as far as I know.
Well, I'm finding that they're upset with us that we have shown that what they call science is only pseudoscience, and we've become the enemies, not the shysters or the con men. It's the ones who've exposed that everything that they built their faith on is just baseless.
Yeah, we become the bad guy.
Well, by proof, what I meant is logical necessity.
Could you expand on that?
Yeah. If the argument is sound and valid, then the conclusion necessarily follows. That's what I mean by proof.
So
Yeah,
nothing to do with science then?
No, logical consistency is perfectly valid, though. Yeah.
What is not a logical consistency. what is just what is. That's irrelevant to what is.
In case in point, instead of actually showing you the science that they can prove, they want to talk about what does prove mean. It's decoy.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems pretty simple, yeah? It's either going to prove your hypothesis correct or prove it to be incorrect. Prove you're null. Can't get much simpler.
Well, isn't this delightful? Very little contentious so far.
You think
No,
that
they've all
earlier
gone
that was
quiet.
Brenda. Brenda was talking about there's no proof, but said dog bones are proof of clocks or
Yeah,
proof
that's
of a
not
shoe
correct. That's not correct, Crypt.
or proof of a shoe is a
No,
shoe.
no, none of those.
And it's something
Nathan, how do you want
Hypothesis
are
for the shoe.
Nathan? How do you want people to ask you questions from in here?
I don't care. It's free for all in here. Do whatever. If it descends into chaos, so be it. We'll just end up moving into the other room quicker, I guess. Like I say, so far so good. Nothing contentious. Chocolate's already summarised why we would be discussing whether or not science proves things. Because there's very little science to offer from our opposing side, so getting into the wrangle-dangle of whether or not it proves things is what they do. Chocolate's already summarised it.
Well, then, how do you respond to Karl Popper's criticism of induction that it does not lead to a necessary truth?
I don't know. Is there an example that you're trying to prove with it?
Scientific method does not rely on induction; it relies on abduction.
Abductive inferences are formally, they are logically fallacious. They affirm the consequent.
Citation, please.
Stanford Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy on abduction.
Because
Right, and
I'm guessing they're not using abduction. Because they're not using if A then B, if A not B. They're probably using a form of deduction and then explaining how that's fallacious. That's usually what happens.
Well, inductive inferences are different than deductive inferences. You understand that, of course.
Yes, and abductive is different than both of those. You understand that, of course.
No, it's not. Abductive inferences are basically inductive that are logically fallacious because they affirm the consequent. And
No,
abductive inferencing is it's inference to the best explanation.
And that's
No,
how you end up
abductive.
with donuts being space time. Brother, you said some doozies over the years, man.
Yeah, it's just standard logic.
A donut is the space time.
I'm sorry, what?
You said a donut is space time.
Yeah, the hole in donut is space-time. The distance between 2 points is space-time.
A line is space-time? Really?
Can you show us that?
Of course not. She ain't going to show abductive logic being fallacious. She ain't going to show anything. She's going to cite something
I can show you.
and prove it.
Abductive inferences are fallacious because if A then B, B therefore A, that's an inductive inference, and that's logically fallacious.
No, not A. It's not. It's
I
not
told
the.
you
It's
she
not
ain't
the.
paying attention.
It's not the counter positive. It's A causes B or A doesn't cause B. So you can't have the two simultaneously coexisting. So if you say, if I vary this, that will happen, but also if I vary this, it won't happen, They can't simultaneously exist alongside each other. So that's why when you, in an experiment, vary the presumed cause, it can only do one of those two things. Either A causes B, or A doesn't cause B. So if you vary it and nothing happens, tick, you've proven the null. A didn't cause B. You varied it, nothing happened, that's proof it didn't cause it. Likewise, if you vary it and something happens, then it can't also not cause it, so you've proven the cause. That's how science works.
Yeah, but that's only the case in the case of a true dichotomy. Not all hypotheses are true dichotomies.
It's not a dichotomy because the two can't simultaneously coexist. It's one can only be put through the method and shown to be true. As an individual statement, it doesn't make any logical sense. It's not a logical statement to say A causes B and A doesn't cause B. That makes absolutely no sense. It's a suppositional statement yet to be validated.
Right. That's how you disprove things, is by showing a contradiction. You're correct.
I'm not correct.
I have a question about space-time and the donut.
Method. It's not me being correct. It's just that's the method of science. But meanwhile, what about space-time? Where do we see that? Can you show it us?
Yeah.
I think you mentioned just a moment ago that it's in the middle of a donut. That's where you find space-time. So I was just wondering, if I ate that donut and there's no more space between that donut, does that mean that I just ended space-time?
That's nonsense.
That was just a humorous illustration. Space-time is a distance metric over a manifold.
Distance is distance. Distance can be measured in one of the three dimensions. One of the length, breadth, and length, breadth, and depth dimensions. Intentional and deliberate slip.
Hey, Nathan.
Yes. Just one sec. Brenda's being asked.
Nathan?
You're talking straight. Very rude. Brenda's not going to get happy quick. She'll start rumpusing everyone.
No, I try very hard not to do that.
Jolly good. But it is you I'm talking to, so I'm in your...
Yeah, space-time is the invariant property, right? Simply distance, the distance is without considering time, that isn't invariant.
I'm not asking what it isn't. Yeah, distance is easily describable in one of the three dimensions that we do actually experience. You've said that that's time. It isn't. Distance isn't time.
In order to locate an object, you need to provide where it is and when it is.
Do I?
Yeah, so that's
no,
four
you don't,
coordinates.
because you only exist in the present. This is silly. Why do you keep talking?
Of course you exist in the past. Of course you do.
Okay, can you show me that? That's the third time I've asked.
Oh yeah, there are events in which, or observers in which, the past for one observer.
Brenda, he asked you to show him, which means you should have an example ready.
He was detailing one.
Yeah, when particles move at relativistic speeds, the future of one particle can be in the past of another.
Sorry, where does that get shown as an example?
These are fairly standard scientific results that show that the past for one observer will experience, the future.
Brenda, you're blowing it.
Okay,
You're blowing it hard.
I really don't need any help. Thank you, though. Okay, I'm trying to get you to show me something that shows a fourth dimensional time.
Yeah, it is the coordinates necessary, right, to uniquely identify something, because it simply is an experimental observable fact, right, that for some particles, their future is in another particle's past.
I heard your claim. I'm asking where I'm shown that.
Through experimental observation.
Okay, so what was the experiment called? What was the independent variable? And what was the observed phenomena then?
Well, for instance, when cosmic rays strike the upper atmosphere, they generate muons. The muons experience time because they're traveling very fast. They experience time slower than we do.
It's another way of saying she can't show this. This is just ridiculous. It's all presupposition.
I just
and
told you.
It's ridiculous.
I just told you that.
She's not going to show you. She can't.
I just told you. The particle decay, the decay time for
coordinates.
muons is slow.
You're describing coordinates of something, and you said it was experimentally valid. So what's the natural phenomena? Is it the observation of muons?
It's the time it takes for a muon to decay.
Shout out to Jason Reed. I agree. Please have Brendan not stop talking. Thanks for the super chat. No. So far you've given us coordinates, but it doesn't demonstrate a fourth dimensional time. And the reason is because it's only in existence in Einstein's mathematics. That's where it exists. It doesn't exist in physical reality. And you know that because he labelled it such. Pseudo-Riemannian for space-time geometry is pseudo. It's definitely not scientifically validated. Even Einstein, the man who invented it, labelled it pseudo as a geometry. That's descriptions in maths. That's not anything in physical reality, Brenda.
Oh, so pseudo there doesn't mean what you seem to think it means. It simply refers to it's not a.
I think I've been offered muons. Are they the observed phenomena in the experiment? It's not segue. That's what I was on.
The time it takes for them to decay is longer when they're created by cosmic rays because they travel at relativistic speeds.
Right, the time they take to decay, how long they decay isn't a dimension, is it?
Time is, yes.
It's like you've described how long something decays in a given period. That's not a dimension. That's how long something decays by way of a description arbitrarily ascribed by us when we deliver the concept that we note as time. When things pass through our known existence, that's how we describe them. But it isn't a dimension.
You're just repeating the claim.
Well, you're yet to show me a pseudo fourth dimension of time.
I did. I gave you the observation that muons take longer to decay.
I got that.
When they're created in the upper atmosphere because they're traveling at relativistic speeds.
You said it was science, and I said, what's the dependent variable observed phenomena then? Is it muons? No answer. Is it muons? Second time I'm asking.
Are part of science.
Is it muons that is the quote from you scientific part of it? That would be dependent variable. Is that what the dependent variable is or not?
Right. So observations are part of science.
Yeah, I got it. Observation, muon. So therefore, muon, yes. Dependent variable, Nathan, yes. Or no, not the dependent variable. Which is it? It's the fourth time I've asked.
Yeah, when muons are not traveling at relativistic speeds, they decay much quicker.
Yeah, I heard that 4 times. Is that the dependent variable in this science? Yes or no?
It's not an experimental setup. It's an
so when you said it was
observation.
science, you were just doing what we discussed in the pre-show where we say people who don't have science lie, call things that are pseudoscience and made-up garbage and pseudo-fourth dimensions. They call them science like you just did. So it's not experimental, therefore not science like you boldly lied about. What an outrage. So when it comes down to the nitty-gritty of what you've actually bullshitted about and said is science, it isn't, making you a liar. So why are you lying to us about it being science when I've already taken it to pieces as pseudo-geometry from Einstein? It's not science. You're a liar. I don't want to talk to this person anymore. I don't want to talk to you anymore. You're a liar. You said it was science and it isn't. I don't like being lied to. I don't like me having to ask you 4 times what the independent variable is while you weasel and worm your way around the fact you haven't got one and then tell me it's not experimental, therefore not science, making you an outright bloody liar.
And that's false. Observations are part of science.
We established what science was. before this discussion. Independent and dependent variables, causes and effect established through experiments. Not experimental, you say? End of your time here. End of your discussion point. End of your lies that it's science. What part of this aren't you getting? We called you on your lies when you said it was science. It isn't. Not experimental, therefore, you are a liar when you call it science. No, it isn't. You just need to hijack that term to make your garbage sound more palatable to people who are ignorant. That's all you've done. Now I'm tired of talking to you because you've annoyed me because you've lied about having science. Everybody on this panel understands what it is. We discussed it before this opened up as a discussion about space-time. A pseudo-geometry, not science.
It's not pseudo-geometry.
That's what it's called by Einstein, the man who invented it. That's his label for his geometry of 4D space-time. He called it pseudo when he labelled it. It's a geometry, for a start. Pseudo fourth-dimensional space-time is a geometry.
From...
Well, geometry is maths. That's not physics.
Does that mean I can't find space-time in the middle of my donut?
It means it's a non-existent geometry invented by a man called Einstein that doesn't have any physics for it.
Yeah, Brenda failed.
I
Yeah,
do like
and I would say Brenta is the only one that is trying to say he can describe the time. Nobody has been able to do that, really. We can talk about the philosophy of it, that there's a progression. It's about you're a child that you grow. That's time from child to adult. That's part of some progression. That's all we can say. We cannot say what time is. Time is a concept. So
correct.
But what really it is, nobody is able to answer this question. Brent is here trying to explain what it is. It's just hilarious. Thank you.
Well, she hid behind a damn composition fallacy after she was called out for lying and saying that observation is part of the scientific method, therefore it is science. No, that ain't how that works. You can't claim a part of a process to claim the whole process. No. And if she's as smart as she says she is, she should know that. That has to be deceived.
She's being tricky, John. She's trying to be tricky.
Brenda once said that looking at something is science.
Yeah,
literally, I was
and
like,
there you have it.
She just did that now.
I'm looking at a door right now. Am I doing science? And the answer was yes.
Yeah, she did that now.
That's who
So
you're
why are we
talking
even
to.
talking to her anymore then?
We're not. We're just
It's a
summarising
shoe.
the end of the discussion. The reason you've got pseudo-Riemannian for space-time as a necessity is because the former notion of mass attracting mass to hold you to a spinning water ball flying through a sky vacuum after taking flat Earth measurements to reify said radial value into a spherical value was debunked by gas behaviour 109 years ago. So then you've got to have a convoluted gaggle screw of fourth-dimensional space-time bending so you can simply move the scale 1. So when you're sat doing nothing, you're not at 1. You're at 0 when you're falling, according to their narrative, with bent 4D space-time. So 0 is falling. 1 is you doing nothing. Sat there. 1G. It's a nonsense way of confusing people so you can move the scale. So that you can say that perpetual motion around a sphere Earth is 0G. That's it. Why? Well, because you need a force to hold you to a water ball, but gravity's not a force. It's a very complicated fourth-dimensional space-time that holds you to a ball because there's 1G when you're sat doing nothing. That's the only purpose of it.
Yeah, but Nathan, this frustrates me because how did it get by so many intellectual people that this was allowed to be put forth as something when we see it is actually nothing?
Train people that mass attracts mass in their high school, up to high school education, and then if you go into a scientific, after a high school, uni or college, depending on what country you're in, they'll teach you about bent 4D space-time in Einsteinian pseudo-geometry. So just brainwash everybody into thinking there's an actual force holding you to a water ball and then just tell you later, well, actually, that's out of date. It's 4D space-time. It's not really a force, but 1G. Falling is 0.
So then the globe is the conspiracy.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, you have to give them falling down can happen on a sphere for them to even get to any of that nonsense. But down is relative to a horizontal plane, not to a sphere.
Can't wait for Brian to go through that with us, because he pointed out something really obvious a couple of days back, which is to say they just substitute one of the dimensions for time. And as he was saying it, I was thinking about all the different pictures I had for the live show, where it just shows exactly that. It's basically just a 3-dimensional 3D rendering of a ball in a well. And they say that's space-time. You're like, yeah, that's all they've done. They've hijacked one of the dimensions. And Brenda did it too. Well, distance is time. No, distance is distance. No, but you can call it time, like Einstein did, because we've only got 3 dimensions to play with, so you've really got to get rid of one of them if you're going to substitute it for a new one that you're going to call a geodesic bent in time that causes a non-force force that you can think of as a force that gives us 1G when we're doing nothing.
Yeah, I'm not sure
I think it's
if you if you are talking about the small g and the acceleration and so on with the gravity and all of that that's involved, then we can just use the kinematic equation for acceleration. It's very easy. You just use the initial velocity of 0 if you let some object that you're taking up from the ground and you let it fall down from some altitude. Then you start from 0, then it's half of it, and then 2 square, that's the velocity and time. From the 0, it's easy to do. At A, that is a constant acceleration. A is instead for the g, the small g. You can use A as an acceleration, constant acceleration. And from the time t, the initial velocity, that's equal to 0. Many people don't understand. They think that that's wrong to start from 0, but you have to start from 0 to get the acceleration formula to work, so you can plug in the numbers. So acceleration is kinematic equation formula. It's very, very easy. And if you are using the g, then you have to talk about constant acceleration to the middle of the Earth. And nobody can use that, and nobody can really show that in work. So why not just use the kinematic equation? That's my point. I hope you understand what I'm trying to say.
I absolutely do. But the only reason I would say we don't need to is because there's nothing beyond your general day-to-day engineering that might have a practical application for that. Whereas in this debate, we're not doing any engineering. We're just making an assertion that there's a downward bias that can keep you held to a water ball. When you relinquish that positive claim, there's nothing else to claim. There's nothing else. There's no other necessity for the system they've hijacked to make their force on a ball claim. What do we need it for? I'm not about to go and do any engineering, so I don't need it anymore. There's always this idea that when you relinquish something that the ball has hijacked, that you suddenly need to explain it. Like the horizon. They hijacked what perspective does and called it Earth curve. As soon as you've relinquished them of their claim that it's a horizon that's physically blocking things as a hill would, then you don't have any necessity to explain what the horizon is. But they will lean on the idea that suddenly you've got to explain what the horizon is. No, you don't. You've got a positive claim. You've hijacked perspective. It failed. That's it. That's the end of the discussion. I don't have to tell you what the horizon is. Who cares? Same goes for gravity.
Yeah, they hijacked down, which is relative to a flat plane, and then tried to say that that causes you to stick to a ball. That's absurd.
Yeah, and so many things. Down, and they say the gravity is a weak force. The higher you get from it, then less gravity you will get, because all the gravity is going to the middle of the Earth, like they're saying, and all of the gases and everything is going up. So where's the gravity there? There's a lot of wrongdoing in the equation that they don't want to take into discourse.
Right. But as John
gas
just pointed,
is not going down, boom, boom.
no, gas isn't going down, correct. But like John's just pointed out, for them to assert gravity, they need a flat plane for their mathematics. Like everything, all roads lead to a flat Earth, and their derivations of a notion of a downward bias comes from an orientation in the downward direction, bias, with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. You're going to need a flat Earth to describe gravity, regardless of how nonsensical it is, and what they've hijacked that does actually take place in terms of relative density disequilibrium.
Excuse me, guys. I just got to interrupt. I just got a message off Aurora. Apparently, we got to move this chat down to the AMA now. She's asking us to head down.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I have to scroll all the way back up to this room that's now presumably going to pop into appearance. Have a look. No, it's not there. Maybe if I refresh.
It's like I don't know. As soon as you see happenings, the one underneath it is called Flat Earth AMA.
Yep.
No, it doesn't appear there for me. I've got breaking news, war news, question of the day.
Keep going down.
Yeah. Then I've got text channels.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe.
but it should be right there between questions discussed and text channels.
Oh, got question of the day and questions discussed, and then nothing. Breaking news, war room, questions of the day, questions discussed.
Maybe you'll have to log out and log back into it.
Okay. No, it's not there. I've got to find the Flat Earth server again, or the Flat Earth section of the Flat Earth server in the politics server. Nah, it's not there for me.
So I had to go to channels and roles, and then all channels, and then you have to click a box that will say Flat Earth AMA, or 2 boxes.
So you're going to have to talk me through that a lot slower.
Okay, so
channels
where
and
it says
roles at the top, right? So channels and roles.
click on that.
Oh, I've lost it now. Where the hell did it go? Oh yeah, channels and roles. Yeah. Events.
All channels tab.
All channels. Got customize and browse channels.
Browse channels probably.
Okay, yeah.
And then you can scroll down, and there should be somewhere a little bit far down that says Flat Earth AMA.
Yeah, and the room is hopping.
So just click it and it says tick. And then what do I do once it's ticked?
I think if you tick the boxes, if there's 2 of them for Flat Earth AMA or whatever, and then you can go back to the main channel section, and it should be there for you.
Sorry about my background noise. I did all that noise.
I've ticked them both. If there's something I have to press them.
As soon as Nathan goes into the room, says voice room will open up.
What a scam. There is no room.
I think there's a join button right
I'm
next
in it.
to. There should be a join button right next to Flat Earth AMA, Nathan, right below the hashtag Flat Earth AMA.
Yeah, click that.
I posted the link in the chat, and you guys could have clicked on it.
Join.
Can you post it again?
Has it joined me in? I don't know where I am, but I think I'm somewhere. Am I still in the same room?
Yep,
Yeah,
still here.
You are.
Yeah.
I click join.
Yeah. It's not letting me join either. So
No, I can't join.
There we go. Flat Earth AMA.
Someone.
Got us. Stages. Did it let me in? Channel locked. No one is currently speaking. Yeah, but am I in there?
I don't think you're in there. I
You're
still
not
hear
in
you.
there because it's locked still.
Okay, so we just need someone to unlock that room.
Yep.
Yep.
Well, at
The
least
chat is unlocked. We're all in the chat right now looking.
Indeed. I guess we just carry on chatting until they let us in, right?
Yeah.
No worries.
I'm sorry for getting a little upset earlier, but for somebody to sit there and act like they know so much about logic and then turn around and use a composition fallacy so blatantly as a justification, that irked me really, really bad.
That's that MO.
One more time.
I said that's Brenda's MO.
Well, it's all of their MO. We discussed it literally before it happened. The whole discussion prior to that was about science and how they hijack it.
And she came right in and validated how they try to hijack. Well, they do hijack it. Let's be real, they hijack it.
Second.
Shawnee B, you got a hot mic, brother.
Yeah, and whatever's vibrating in the background we can hear.
Yeah, it just that she was so brazen about it, I think is what, and the way she justified it at the end is what like really feathers is. How are you going to sit there and talk about logic this, logic that, and then defend yourself with the fallacious argument that you have to know is fallacious if you understand logic? That's irritating.
Nathan had her nailed against the wall. You could tell she was just waffling. Once anybody says, okay, show me, it's over.
But the most important bit of that is pointing out what John pointed out at the end. Down requires a horizontal plane of reference.
Agreed.
You need a flat Earth for this.
Mr. IM.
Yes.
Mr. IM, are you unlocking the room?
Yeah, we're gonna start in like 15 minutes, I think it was.
Okay. Aurora just asked us to move into there and not to do anything here.
Yeah, she requested that we kind of stop the AMA here and just hold off for 15 minutes, maybe have a little break. I mean, I
Well, I
don't
will
think
say Nathan normally has a pre-show as well, so I think this is part of his pre-show, but I don't think this is really.
No, I think it's okay. I don't think there's a problem with the pre-show. We can talk now for a little bit. There's no show at all.
Yeah, Brenda was the fluffer.
Brendan, yeah, that was a good tease. A good starter.
Brenda.
Brenda was a
It's not Brendan. It's Brenda.
So, good evening, Righteous Force. How are you, sir? Good to see you. If he's
Righteous
listening. Yeah, he is.
Oh, Righteous. Do you have any ability to read what's coming in? Do the things that I should probably do?
Well, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm not on my computer and I'm kind of on a tablet, so I'm kind of need to do all this stuff myself. So,
we got this.
Yeah, thank you, AJ, and hello, AJ.
We got I am.
What's up?
I am's going to be running stuff.
Yeah, me and a good friend Gremlin, we're going to be trying to control this, and hopefully it goes all well.
I think you'll have an easy job going by how it's gone so far.
Yeah, it's mostly going to revolve around you. Obviously, the questions will be asked to you, and if you'd like, we'd bring people on, and you can discuss it with them. But it should be fairly simple and smooth. We've got a few questions coming so far, so it should be pretty interesting.
Well, I'm ready whenever you are.
Yes, sir.
But talking about how science gets hijacked is always good fun to warm up with. Pointing out that you're going to need a flat Earth for that. I assume Brenda isn't the only glober in here, right? There's plenty of people who want to defend a globe in here, I would assume.
Yeah, there's going to be a bunch of people. I think everyone's just waiting for the spotlight. Plus, people like the one-on-ones. People are afraid to speak in a crowd right now. They think they'll be turned away. But I think once we have a stage going, we give people the opportunity to try and explain their ideas, we'd have better responses. But I would say at least half the people here are Globers.
Good.
Yeah, the text is hopping in the other room. Both rooms.
It
actually.
is.
Actually, all three rooms, but the other room is not on the server.
Yes, indeed.
So yeah, for the people watching, about 15 minutes, and then we'll be doing the Q&A.
I'm hyped that we just brought up the quote of the hole in a donut is space-time yesterday, and today we got to hear it again live. I'm just hyped off.
I've got my cup of coffee here. Has anybody seen those space-time donuts? I'm hungry.
Can we not do this? Can we not do this?
It's allowed on this channel.
Yeah, right. Brenda's lost the discussion in the moment. We don't have to keep digging up old quotes of stuff that she said in the past that's silly. There's just no need.
Yeah, that was just my point. She said it today.
Yeah, let's focus
I
on
was
that.
going to leave it at that. I'm done.
Hopefully there'll be lots of opportunities to point out things that the opposing side, who believe they're on a globe, utilise and require a flat plane in the first instance. Hopefully we'll get a few questions out of those segues that we can utilise. We will see.
But aren't all planes flat?
One more time.
All planes are flat.
Yeah, and all globe claims require a plane at some stage.
Yeah, but all planes are flat. It's adding extra stuff.
Yeah, all
just
planes...
for, I don't know, artistic.
Yeah, all planes are flat.
Nathan, if we aren't supposed to discuss things that were said in the past and that are stupid, then you wouldn't be able to say anything in the first place.
Well, the all planes are flat. The term flat there, if you're talking about its surface in relation to itself, all planes are flat. If you're talking about the plane in relation to the orientation you experience, not all planes are necessarily flat because they can be sloped, vertical. So there's a variance. The context changes, just so people understand that. You got to, how it's used in the sentence matters.
Plane is a flat two-dimensional surfaces that prolongs infinitely far. What other planes are you talking about?
Yes, exactly. Plane is a geometric concept, and geometry is specifically defined using specific terms. So there's really no other way to use it in the discussion.
Well, planes don't necessarily have to extend infinitely far. Now, you can give it shape by... Go ahead.
No, they have from definition. If you give it a dimensions, then it isn't longer a plane. It's a shape, a 2D shape.
Right. That's what I was about to say. But that the top of that shape can still be described as a planar surface.
It would be, you could say that it is placed on a plane. All of the points on that shape are stationed on the same plane, but the shape itself wouldn't be a plane no longer, because a plane then has infinite dimensions.
Well,
how you can say that something has how you can say that something has infinite thing?
I'm a bit
Do
lost.
you understand that? Do you understand that is that absurd to say that something is going infinite?
Yes, we're talking about maths in the first place. Remember that, and maths it's an abstract language. So
But how you can say for the plane it's going infinite? For infinite, you must know what is infinite, but you cannot know what is infinite.
Because we're talking about maths. I'm not talking about concepts that exist in reality.
Is it plain math?
He's answered you.
He's not talking about concepts based in reality.
No,
I thought that you were talking about plane.
When we talk about
Yes, and the
planes, we
plane
are
is a
talking about
mathematical
concepts.
concept.
Right, he's answered you 3 times. I don't understand what the objection to his answer is.
He's saying that if plane is infinite.
As a concept, yeah. What's wrong with that?
You cannot have that concept.
In physical reality, we can, but we're just talking about it as a concept.
Just John. Let's just hear John's response. Go ahead, John.
In physical reality, it cannot be infinite. But as a concept, that's fine. We're just, as long as we make the distinction, is what my point was to say about flat. Right? Like when you're talking about.
Unless we're actually referencing the ground as the plane of reference, which is obviously in reference to the ground. But if you just, as the guy explained like 3 times, I'm just describing this in mathematics. To say it's infinite is perfectly reasonable as a concept. Nothing wrong with that. And he did say that. He said, I'm just saying it in maths.
I think he was trying to reify his concept into reality, though. That was the issue when he started the discussion with you. Yes.
Okay.
No, I wasn't.
I didn't pick up on that.
No, sort of. Okay. I might be completely wrong.
Yeah, you're smelling blood where there isn't any. Yeah, ultimately, when it comes to things that reference the ground, and often they're sphere Earth claims that are going to suggest that they're talking about the ground, and then taking a concept that will require measurement of a plane in physical reality.
See, the way I understood it, he was asking you, what plane are you talking about? What plane are you using? Because this plane goes on forever. And then we ended up establishing that it was his concept of this plane going on forever. That's where I felt that he was trying to pull it into reality there.
Maybe he didn't. He certainly didn't link them together. But maybe you are smelling blood that is there. I don't know. He just didn't get a chance. He got shut down by Slasher.
Is that what you're saying, Refracto?
I was just speaking about the concept of a plane in general.
Yeah, we got that.
Right. You know, there's a difference between the conceptual unit and applying the conceptual unit to a reference in reality. So we can talk about the concept without ever addressing the measurement. That happens a lot.
Yeah, waffle on about the concept without ever actually dealing with the physical measurement that you're taking in reality. Just don't link the two because one's going to require a flat Earth. Or start with the measurement already and talk about how it works on a sphere.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Nathan, you said something earlier. I didn't get a chance to ask because it was I was in a loud area, but it sounded really interesting when you were talking about gravity with them, and you were talking about the old theory of gravity before the space-time thing, where it used to be mass attracting mass, and you said that it was debunked by gas behavior, and I was just curious. Could you give like the full explanation of it?
Yeah. Newtonian gravity is the notion of mass attracting mass. Are you familiar?
Yeah.
Gas doesn't do that.
Yeah, that's what I don't like. What does that mean? I'm just curious.
That's the end of the explanation. So
Okay.
Newton says, it's not Newton, it's actually C.V. Boys, Reverend John Michell and Cavendish. But nevertheless, in name only, Newton's gravity would imply that mass attracts mass. Well, gas has elastic collisions. It unequivocally does not do that. It debunks that notion because it's got mass in their vocabulary of what mass is in a Newtonian context, and it isn't attracting other masses of gas. You could even say it's repelling them.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
It bounces off. It's
So the
elastic.
way, right? I get what you're saying. Thanks.
Hence the need for a pseudo-Riemannian forced space-time bending, so you can have bent geodesics in space-time to confuse people, and then just say, "Here we got 1G."
That's also interesting. I was kind of hoping that you were making a reference to the whole idea of like having gas pressure next to a vacuum, but I guess that's a separate argument.
Yeah, so the whole convoluted nonsense of 4D space-time is to assert that we're in a position where we have a force acting on us that's not a force, but you can think of it as a force because it's a bent geodesic in a 4D space-time, which gives you 1G when you're doing nothing. Well, therefore, according to that nonsense, gas go down, go boom, boom. Gas is coming down to the centre of the Earth in the bent geodesic in space-time at a rate of 1G. No, it isn't. It's expanding in all directions, all vectors. Therefore, it's not an overcome for the idea that you can have gas pressure without any containment around a sphere Earth that's been reified into existence after measuring a flat plane.
Well, I think you and I can really agree that there's something wrong with the space-time theory. That doesn't really make sense to me. But do you believe? I mean, would you make the argument that to have gas pressure next to a vacuum? Is that part of your?
Well, would I make the argument that you can have gas pressure next to a vacuum? That's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah, that's really what I was asking. And like, would you say that's analogous? You know, when I was at university, we had a vacuum pump that would it wasn't like very high quality, so it couldn't really go that low pressure. But I know it would go down to at least like a third of standard pressure. And then when you open the chamber, when you open the valve, the air would obviously rush in. Is that kind of analogous to having high pressure next to a vacuum?
Literally, yes.
Makes sense. That's basically
Behaving like gas, right, Chocolate?
That's just gas doing gas things.
Gas doing gas.
But even with gas behavior, if you want to try to link it to anything heliocentric, you'd have to try to hijack down and turn gravity, which is a claim of an inward vector, into a downward vector, which is relative to a flat plane.
Oh dear. Not again, John.
Oh look, I've fallen inwards and I can't get up.
I fell in.
Oh, that's what it is, right? You don't
It's
have
true,
it
right?
down.
You don't say I fell down. You don't say I fell in. You say I fell down. Because we're on a flat earth. You're on a ball. We say I fell in. Help me up.
Colleagues hurt by aliens or people?
There are no little green men from outer space. If the sky was a vacuum, then the gas we breathe would fill said space where the aliens are supposed to come from. To have aliens come from a sky vacuum would violate the second law of thermodynamics. The gas we breathe would fill the space.
Then I remove this partition and I wait a little bit.
Then why does
I
pressure
know
go down with altitude?
Gas fills up.
Spontaneously, right? The gas is going to
fill the available volume. Fill the available.
If you have gas, it would expand into the vacuum, absolutely.
Talking about an ideal gas expanding against a vacuum.
So how do you have gas pressure without a container? Nothing? Danny Faulkner, PhD astrophysics.
They cite the second law of thermodynamics as to why there can't be an atmosphere next to a vacuum.
In the other, I have a vacuum. And if I open the tap between these two, you will see spontaneously the bromine rush from one to the other.
Colleagues hurt by aliens or people?
There are. There you go. A whole bunch of universities. One was Yale, one was MIT, and the other one I don't know because it was a student talking to his professor. But 3 universities all saying the same thing. Gas expands into a vacuum. It's a law of nature.
Why does it not expand into the upper atmosphere?
Because we don't have an atmosphere. It's an oxymoron. Sphere-shaped air. Atmo means air. Sphere is a shape.
Okay, but you agree that
my bad, I'm answering your question. My bad, middle of answering your question. My bad. Shall I try again for a second time? Did that trigger you? Did my answer require you to talk straight through the middle of the answer? I'll try a second time.
It was a tangent. You want a tangent.
You asked me about atmosphere. How is me directly addressing? Are you just going to continually talk so I don't get to answer again? You've already interrupted the answer once. Now I'm still on the same answer. You said it's a tangent. No, you said atmosphere. I'm going to address the word you said. Quote, atmosphere. That's an oxymoron. Air, that's atmo, a mixture of gases, doesn't arbitrarily take the shape of a sphere. Gases don't do that. Gases expand in all directions to fill the availability of volume that they have. It's a law of nature. Atmosphere is an oxymoron. Hope you understand. Thank you for letting me get to the end of my explanation for a rebuttal directly, not a tangent, to the word you specifically said and I quoted back to you. That'd be atmosphere and oxymoron. Thank you.
So does altitude go down with pressure or not?
So did you want to rescind your nonsense about atmosphere? Your question revolved around atmosphere. I've taken apart your notion.
That's what matters, right? The pressure goes down with altitude or not?
Pressure go down with altitude. That's a delta of gas pressure. So you're saying a gas pressure gradient. Right. So delta, that's me answering your question. I'll repeat your question so we all know that I'm answering your question because I'm going to repeat it back to you. Does it change as you go up?
I mean, it's a yes or no thing, right? Does pressure change, go down with altitude? The answer is yes, right?
The answer is it's a delta of gas pressure, which is to say that gas pressure gradients require there to be containment to first form gas pressure to then have a gas pressure gradient. So your question doesn't address your question doesn't address how we would have oxymoron, sphere-shaped air without containment, because gas pressure gradients are a delta of gas pressure. First, you need to have gas pressing on something to form pressure, and then, and only then, can you achieve a gas pressure, that's it, pressing on something, gradient that you seem to want to take me on a tangent with when your oxymoron sphere-shaped air has no containment to not fill a vacuum, making the vacuum fake, false, a violation of natural law. So I'd rather you don't appeal to delta X when your oxymoron sphere-shaped air doesn't exist and violates a natural law. Delta X isn't going to change that as a question to me.
Also, as you go up is relative to a flat plane. So, yeah, don't use that word. Use out if you believe you live on a ball.
In terms of going up in terms of the difference in gradiated pressure, you'd have to quantify and qualify that with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. So this proves a flat Earth. Your question about delta X, space is still fake. You can't have gas pressure without a container. It's a law of nature. Meanwhile, your question revolves around having a flat plane of reference to describe how high. Earth is flat with your example, and delta X segue.
Nathan, why is there a gradient? How could the gradient exist if pressure always equalizes? How is that possible?
We have
Nathan,
we couldn't have the gas.
Gradient?
Sorry, we couldn't have the gas pressure in the first place unless we had containment. You haven't addressed
I
that.
didn't talk about the containment at all.
I
Right?
did.
Maybe I'll agree with you that there is a containment, but
Then
why
space is
is
fake.
there a gradient? How could there be a gradient?
You agree there must
How
be a
could there be
container?
less pressure next to more pressure without it equalizing?
Okay.
Are you addressing my question, or are you keep talking about containment? I don't care about whether it's contained or not, right? Maybe it's contained,
You're
as
the
you
one
say.
who keeps bringing
But how
in
could there be a
containment every
gradient?
time you say pressure, buddy.
Yeah. You see, the
You
thing is,
get
the
that?
containment,
Nope.
the
I
containment
did
that you
not.
say we shouldn't
Did not
focus
bring
on.
it up at
I'm
all.
addressing you. Do you need to waffle straight through my address? I'll let you finish, and I heard what you said.
Are you?
I am
Please
addressing
do.
you. You just keep talking through the top of me while I am. I'll let you tucker yourself out, shall I?
I mean, if you were going to address my question, right? That's what I want. Please go
I
ahead.
will when you're done talking.
I'm done. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'll just wait till your light goes on mute, and then I'll know that you're not going to interrupt me mid-sentence.
He's done.
Okay, jolly good. So you say it's not important whether or not we have containment, yet the fundamental premise of a sky vacuum is that you can travel through the air pressure into the sky vacuum to go to the moon. There is no containment in a heliocentric model. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation, therefore fundamental to my argument. You, with a globe belief, cannot have a sky vacuum and gas pressure that we are breathing. It's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Your response: how can we have a gas pressure gradient? We would need containment, is my answer. To have a gas pressure gradient, you'd first need gas to be at pressure, and your heliocentric world does not permit that. Therefore, space is fake. The conclusion isn't to ask me about a delta of a gas that must have containment to form. The conclusion is outer space is fake. Can have gas pressure not filling a vacuum. To achieve the delta that you asked like it's a rebuttal, it isn't, would also require containment. And to answer your question, even though it's not necessary, is we have a dynamic system. Gas is produced at ground level, and where it is produced, there is a higher quantity of it, aka a higher pressure. It disperses in line with entropic law, the same law that debunks the sky vacuum. As it disperses, it thins out and then cycles. It's a cycle, like the water cycle. It's produced at ground level and then goes up, defying gravity and demonstrating beyond all certitude that we must have containment to have this dynamic system to achieve gas pressure, to then achieve a gas pressure gradient. Space is still fake, and I answered your unnecessary red herring question. I thank you.
Okay, to interrupt shortly, Nathan, if you want to join the stage, we're going to get started.
Perfect timing.
We'll just have a so we're just going to have a quick chat before everyone else starts joining. Can you join, or would you like me to move you in there?
Oh, move
Can
me,
I
that would
even
be
move you?
brilliant. Yes, please.
Beautiful.
Woohoo! Oh, isn't this nice to get ushered into where I'm supposed to be? Let's hope it works.
Okay, Nathan, if you can raise your hand so I can invite you here. It's one of the buttons should say request to speak or raise hand.
I don't know how to do that. Shall I just click on the room and go in? Will it let me in if I just click on it?
It should be like a waving emoji or something on the screen. It should say something of the sort, join the stage, wave hand, or request to speak.
I think I've waved my hand.
Okay, there it is. Invite.
Yay!
Okay, there we go.
And I'm in.
Nathan, you there?
I am.
Beautiful.
It's exciting.
Yes. It's more exciting for us than you, I'd imagine. We have a lot of people that have a lot of questions, and a lot of people that really hate the concept of flat Earth.
I don't know. I'm grinning from ear to ear. I'm really excited. Maybe you're more excited than me, but I doubt it.
Yeah, I mean, we spend a lot of time in the Flat Earth channel. I think it's one of our most popular channels, so it's very entertaining at the least.
Hello, Aurora. I've heard a lot about you. You've obviously worked very hard. Thank you to Politics Server in general and all the mod team and all the people who've put work in here. I am really grateful. I'm totally ignorant of what we're doing, and you've held my hand so far. Brilliant. Thank you so much.
Yeah. It's a good place to be. A lot of people here have a lot of questions. Most of them good, some not so great. So try filter through the bad ones. But everyone's here to learn ultimately, I suppose.
I think I'm going to be all right.
Aurora's driving right now, so she's sitting muted, but she can hear you.
I suspected as much. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank
she's
you.
muting somewhere.
So far, is the I am because you're William?
No, I am. My username used to be I am correct, which was like a pun intended. Now it's just I am something, right? Who knows what we
Fine.
are?
I am.
Yeah, you can call me Oliver if you like.
You've just witnessed about as aggressive as I'll hopefully get. Maybe only 10% higher than that at the most.
Yeah, no, I mean, we believe in no bad hold debates as well, as long as everyone's being somewhat respectful and not, as I said, advocating for any sort of violence, not telling anyone to do anything that's obviously against the TOS or the rules. Go at it, and you can discuss your heart's desires.
Indeed. Well, so far, I was testing the water just then to see, how you as a moderator specifically reacted to that. Like, no, too aggressive. Fine, I'll have to bite my tongue a little bit more.
Aggressive is good.
Yeah. Pre-game show was entertaining.
Now it's just a case of waiting for people to turn up, I guess. Hello, is it Gremlin?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not open for the people just yet, so it's just us discussing how it's going to be.
Yeah.
Is it open at R3?
Is there any requests that you have?
Hey, can I have a Lamborghini?
Yes, you.
Lamborghini?
I don't have
Yeah, one day. Once we stop wasting money on NASA exploration, we all have Lamborghinis. Multiple, in different colors.
Oh, you just maybe revealed some of your bias there. I am. What was that about, NASA?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of money is going somewhere, and I guess no one knows where.
Yeah, propagandizing the little kiddies.
Yeah, it's crazy to say that we could probably buy 5 Lamborghinis for each member of the server, and there's about 90,000 of them.
Or one much
So the
better
idea
Lamborghini,
is
just for me.
The idea is we're going to bring up a person at a time at some point. At first, we're probably just going to go through the questions. Once we run out of those pinned questions, then we'll start grabbing a volunteer from below. Bring them up one at a time and start a conversation with them. We'll drop back down.
I'm sorry to do this over the top of you in terms of what you're trying to achieve, but I also want to get your server out to my audience, if that makes sense, because there's a good 25,000 potential people that could be made aware of Politics server. So if I don't know how to do this. If one of my mods is around, is there any chance you can stick a link that the public can pick up in the live stream chat for Politics server, please?
Yeah. So the link would just be discord.gg/politics. That would be the easiest thing for people to get in.
I think I've got that.
Really quickly.
I just want to check I've got it.
So
because
really
I want
quickly, Nathan.
just before you do, is it the one that I click that just says join the Politics server? Because if that's the link, I can just stick that straight in the chat. If that was specific to me, then I don't want to. I'll stick that in my chat then. Okay, just for my chat, go and join the Politics server. Link's there.
Okay, so Nathan, have you seen the Flat Earth AMA channel, the place where people are texting?
No.
I'm going to ping you there just so you have an idea of what people are rambling on about.
You won't have to follow the chat. We're doing that for you.
Hooray.
Yep, so all I want you to be aware of is what we're pinning. The pin messages will be some of the questions we'll be asking. I'm going to introduce you to the people shortly.
So is that the voice text room that I see, or is that a different? Am I in the right place? Oh, I should really be in this Flat Earth AMA bit, shouldn't I?
It's further towards the top of the Discord.
I've got it. I think I'm in the right place.
Yes, there's a... Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I'm just going to wait a few more minutes before we introduce people.
Yeah, the chat's moving decently quick, but we're looking out for the specific questions and holding up.
Cool. Man, you guys are slick. I like it.
Keep it a little organized as best we can.
Do you get a lot of props from the Politics server, the owners and runners, or whoever's?
Yeah, they look after us. Everyone tries to do their best to have a community of people that discuss, and it all...
It's a very entertaining place.
I just get the vibe straight away from both of you that you know what you're doing and probably deserve more thanks than you get, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. So there's a lot of members here, right? And obviously a lot of people aren't always the best. So you kind of get the hang of how people usually should be, are, and how we can make it better, right?
I just know from my own server how hard my mods work, and they're very much underappreciated. So
is something wrong with my mic, Oliver?
No, you sound fine.
Okay. Somebody says I'm talking through a radio.
You do sound a little bit rough.
Slightly, but it's okay.
Holy. No, just check.
Gives your character. And it's not horrendous. We can hear what you're saying.
Good.
Yeah.
Could be my voice too.
You sound fine, Graham.
A shitty voice.
Yeah. So
plot twist. We're doing karaoke.
As we're going to get into it shortly. Yeah. And in case I get too caught up in the moment and forget to thank you after the fact, thank you for doing all this.
Our pleasure. We're gaining more by having you here. We're learning, and hopefully people actually contribute and learn instead of assuming things. But I mean, the whole idea is people that explain things and spread knowledge are people we want around here, right?
Hopefully.
Okay, just a few more seconds and we're going to get started.
Right, so while they're doing that, I've just muted myself in the server so they can't hear me do my call to action. So we're actually going to get properly rocking and rolling now in a few minutes. So for all of you in my live stream chat, please smash that share button. There's a good 100 people plus watching, but it'd be nice to get the numbers up. So
most people are here. People are joining up. We have about a good 100 people in the audience. For everyone listening, I'd like to introduce Nathan Oakley. He's a very prominent figure in flat Earth discourse. He advocates and has a very no-holds-barred approach to debating. And he's a critical thinker. He isn't really a person that's afraid to challenge status quo. He has a very popular YouTube channel and he has a lot of dynamic discussions. And he's open to discourse with anyone that has a question to ask, right? If you want to introduce yourself a bit more, Nathan.
You did a really good job. This is me, Nathan Oakley. I run Flat Earth Debate Monday through Friday, and there's after shows that are released through the weekend. So typically every day of the week, there's somebody running our Flat Earth Science versus Science Discord server, which you can join under the link to my live show, as I say, which runs weekdays live. Not a great deal else to tell you. You can find that on YouTube, Nathan Oakley 1980, if you want to actually watch the live streams, which is what we're doing now. This is typically the time that I would be going out live, and am now because it's a Friday. And yeah, hopefully we've got some good questions. Hopefully some of them are ones that we haven't heard before. If they are ones we've heard before, hopefully we get all the way through them in the most concise way possible.
Yeah, before we accept any questions, I want to ask you, tell me, how has your journey into Flat Earth, the theory around it, evolved, and how has that got you into content creation? Did you start your content revolving around Flat Earth, or did you create content before you discovered Flat Earth?
My main desire was to be a content creator. So I studied performing arts at college and wanted to be, back then when you were a kid, or when I was a kid, it was you wanted to be on TV, or you wanted to be on the stage, or you wanted to be in a movie. Whereas I think nowadays the sort of top job that the kids want to do is be on YouTube. So as it happens, when you fall into something that seems lesser, you end up with a desirable job through a want to be on YouTube. So I've always been making YouTube videos since YouTube has existed. I was making videos when it was really, really young. Back when you got star ratings and things. But nevertheless, back then when I was making videos, it wasn't for this subject matter. It was for electronics. So when I was working and earning a decent living, I was actually earning a pretty good living, driving around Europe and being a rep, I was making videos about the electronics that I was selling. So if I was out in Taiwan at a show, I'd film some massive set of speakers or whatever it is that they were selling, or if I was out in, I don't know, I can't think of any foreign places off the top of my head. I've been all over the world, but wherever I would be, there'd be something amazing to film, like a giant studio desk. And that's what I put on YouTube, along with the sites and general tourist stuff that people would be putting on YouTube back then. And then after that, I got a job as a pawnbroker, and some of the things I used to sell, I would put on YouTube because I could put a link to it on eBay. So I always kept my hand in doing videography. And then through a conspiratorial route that I now decry all of the people that are currently at this sort of level in terms of Flat Earth, along with the panel who are also here. So currently alongside me, I've got Adam, Chocolate Sayin, and Neil, my panel. Hello, lads. Just say a quick hello. Hello. They have to caught them off guard. Clearly, I've caught them all off guard because they're not.
It's a pleasure to have you, and it's a pleasure to have you and everyone around here. We hope it turns out pretty well.
Hello,
Yeah.
hello.
For everyone listening, hey buddy, how are you?
That was chocolate. So yeah, we're all
What's
good.
up,
I've just
guys?
got
How you doing?
that ruined the tempo completely, but it's all good.
If
But
everyone
yeah,
in the audience,
my road to flat Earth was very much through conspiracy. So I'll just round this out and keep it for a couple more minutes, and that's it. Basically, I now decry this path because coming to the path of conspiracy to get to flat Earth means that there's a lot of numpties in this subject talking rubbish and making conspiratorial claims that they can't back, which I'm very much opposed to. But I got here through subliminal messaging and psychopathy. Those were the two subjects that I was studying when YouTube, through autoplay, offered me up a Math Powerland video about Earth being flat and having travelled all over the world and asked questions that Globers would ask in terms of why I can't see curve from a commercial airliner, and I knew the answers as a Glober, but then had never at that point had never contemplated flat Earth. And when Math Powerland said the words, I was like, it's flat. I know it is already. And I went from there. 10 years later, here we are.
yeah. So I think everyone starts with being a spherical skeptics, and then as they research on, the things start to either fall apart or make more sense. And usually, when it falls apart, you discover other things that people start learning about.
Yeah, but like I say, I now decry that path. In terms of people coming to a skeptical route, I just call that running along the conspiracy paths of YouTube and Reddit or wherever it is you're looking. And that will mean that you're in a certain mindset when you come to flat Earth and appreciate that it's a conspiracy or that there's a crazy notion of the Earth being flat. And it simply isn't the case. That's how Earth's measured. That's how it's dealt with, built on, navigated. So there isn't really any conspiracy beyond the globe conspiracy to change those measurements into a spherical existence for the people who are in that religion. That would be heliocentrism.
Beautiful. We're going to get right into it. We're going to start off with a few questions. We're going to see if we can start with the simple ones and then get more into it as we go along. Someone asked, Deuce Contralus asked, how can the Earth be flat if we see a round shape about Earth's shadow during a lunar eclipse?
So the assertion that we see a shadow is begging the question, affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. If the Earth is a sphere and in an orbital motion, then the Earth will obscure the moon and it will create a shadow, aka the moon will turn red. But let's just brush over that. Moon shadow / turns red, therefore I affirm the consequent. Earth is a sphere in an orbital motion. So it begs the question that Earth's a sphere and then puts it into a logical fallacy form that declares something you do see connects to the affirming the consequent fallacy that you've declared in the first instance, that Earth is a sphere and will produce that effect. So if I take the same fallacy but take it slightly more into absurdity, I would say, if Earth's a sphere, then we will observe clouds. We observe clouds! Therefore Earth's a sphere. Yeah, we do observe lunar eclipses. That's the effect of the shadow of Earth. Well, if you want to beg the question that it is caused by that fallacy, then you could get into the fact that the claim to be shadow moves in the opposite direction to your orbital motion, or that it turns red. But there's no need. It's a begging the question, affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. It's right on its face. So I just point out that that's a fallacious way of reasoning. It doesn't connect that the moon turning red / what you call a shadow is caused by an orbital motion you've assumed. Pretty concise. We've had that
Beautiful.
a few times, as you can tell.
Yep. I just want to add on to that. If anyone has a follow-up question to the questions I asked, or if you want to ask your questions directly to Nathan Oakley, just ping me or Gremlin, raise your hand, or let you on stage, and you can have a quick discussion with Nathan Oakley himself. We'll move on to the next question. Refraction Enthusiast says, how does mechanical gyrocompass find the true north on a stationary Earth?
You have to point it to take. If you've got a mechanical gyro, you have to actually spin it up for quite a prolonged period, and then you just have to establish where north is and then point it in that direction. As far as I'm aware. I'm no gyro expert, but that's my understanding. It's very rigid in terms of its accuracy once set, but you still have to actually physically set it yourself. Why? Who cares? Why am I being asked that? What's that got to do with the nature of Earth? Gyroscopes, if you want to tie that to a flat Earth claim, require a horizontal plane of reference. That's how they operate. It proves a flat Earth. Gyros prove a flat Earth. They also debunk any notion that Earth's turning, because they'd change in orientation with respect to their cage if the Earth was moving around as you travelled around. When in reality, planes use these tools to establish that they're level and stay that way for the entire flight. So gyros prove a flat Earth if you want to use them in that way. In terms of the question, it doesn't really make sense that I'd be asked how north is established from a mechanical instrument that's a tool. I only vaguely know about the answer. Hope that's good enough. Don't really understand why I've been asked.
Good to me. Tell me, Nathan, how do you feel about conspiracy questions and questions regarding why do people lie to us? Are you okay with those type of questions?
You can ask whatever you like.
Beautiful. Okay, I'm going to let Citizen on the stage, and he wants to ask a question regarding why people do things.
Citizen, go ahead.
Citizen, you
Good to
there?
have you.
Yep. Hey, thanks. So, Nathan, I heard you say this isn't conspiratorial thinking, right? So I guess my thought is baked into the premise that the Earth is flat is the premise that every single scientist and government is lying to us and teachers, right? Just so many people are lying, right? Because the Earth is actually flat and they're telling you it's round. So I guess, what are they gaining from these lies and why are they doing it?
I can't answer that. I can't divine the motivation of someone that you would postulate is lying because you would concern yourself with the fact that you believe people would be lying based on what I have asserted, which is that Earth is measured flat. It's not a it's not a conspiratorial speculation. It's a measurement of the way that the ground is
the
dealt
Earth
with.
flat, or
My
you're
bad,
saying
I'm in the middle of
saying
answering your
the
question.
Earth is measured
My
flat?
bad, I was in the middle of answering your question. Do you want to carry on waffling through the middle of my answer? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead, sir.
Do you want to go ahead with your waffle? I'll wait till you tuck it out with your follow-up question that came through my answer. Go ahead. Get it all out, son. I know this troubles you, that you believe people would be lying to you, and this is of deep concern to you. I haven't postulated that in any way, shape, or form when I say Earth's measured flat, but that's your worry that you believe you need to project onto me, like it's my concern, or that I need to divine the motivations and thoughts of others to satisfy your fear. You worry that people would have had to lie to you. That's your problem. Go away and worry about how much people have lied to you because Earth's measured flat. I just tell people Earth's measured flat because it is. You can concern yourself with how much people have had to have lied to you.
It's your time to shine.
So what I got there was a lot of rhetoric, right, which is common with the flat Earth debaters, and no answer, right? So we don't know why physicists have lied, astrophysicists have lied. Right? They're telling us, hey, it's a globe, and we know that because we've done the calculations, we've put satellites in space, we've put spacecrafts in space, we've seen it, we've measured it, right? But they're all lying, right? Because it's actually measured flat.
Yeah, do you want to offer us up a measurement of a globe and we'll show you how it's measured flat? Further to that, you say that these people who I can call liars if they've claimed to be in a sky vacuum, that's outer space, because outer space is a second law of thermodynamics violation. That is to say that the gas we breathe requires containment to be at pressure. If the sky was a vacuum, that would be outer space to send satellites to, according to you, then the gas we are breathing would fill the area of volume you call space. We'd all be dead. We'd have never developed gas pressure in the first place. If there was an ability to traverse the gas pressure we are breathing, that would be to say that it's at pressure, and leave the area of pressure into an area of vacuum to put satellites in. Total nonsense and a complete lie if you're claiming to have put a satellite into an area of volume that gas is not filling in a violation of natural law called space. That's a lie. Further to that, astronauts who say they've been in space are definitely liars. Because you can't go to an area of volume that gas isn't filling. It's a violation of natural law. They are liars. And I did answer your question. You asked to divine the motivation of others. And I explained quite clearly as an answer that it is impossible for me to divine the motivation of anybody ever. That's an unreasonable question. How dare you tell me I didn't answer you? I did.
Okay, so I'll just say my last piece here will be, I would just like to note to the audience that one of the common tactics flat earthers use.
Anyways,
yeah, ad hominem, kick him out. No, don't tell me about my tactics.
A bit more respectful so to the rest of the room, please. We're going to keep this respectful. We're going to try and answer and ask questions only. We're going to avoid all ad hominems and personal attacks. It's not necessary, right? If you feel like he hasn't answered your question, feel free to request or ask another question in chat, and we'll see if we can get to it.
Can I just say, I love you. You're ace. I'm feeling my muscles relax into my chair because of you, I am. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, Nathan. It's always good to have you here. We're going to go to the next one. Kieran asks, how can you explain satellite imagery showing real up-to-date locations?
Show it me and I'll explain it. There is no satellite in inverted commas imagery for the explanation I just gave. If it's claimed to be satellite imagery in a sky vacuum, then there is no such beast. As for high altitude imagery, yeah, we can achieve that as the public. We can achieve real-time transmission of data. I saw some anti-flat earther stick a VR headset in a car on his head as he sent up a real-time camera up on a balloon. Wowee. But in terms of in-space satellites, no, that's just a complete lie, because they claim to be in an orbital motion that's derived from flat Earth measurements in an area of volume that gas isn't filling, in violation of the second law of thermodynamics. So there are no orbiting satellites giving us real-time data. As for what we do get, show it me and I'll have a look at it. I don't really understand how it proves anything. The assertion that would come alongside those satellites is orbital motion, and I can show how orbital motion starts with a measurement of a flat Earth to infer it. And who inferred it? The church, the priests, who took those measurements of a flat Earth and then put them into an orbital motion by turning a flat measurement of a radial value into a spherical value to explain why certain lights do certain things at certain times. That's all it's for. That reification has moved forward into a notion that we have items falling around a ball Earth measured with a flat plane in an area of volume that violates natural law, where gas isn't filling. It's an absurd question to answer because we don't have that area to answer the question about images coming from. There are no images from outer space, full stop.
Beautiful. I hope that answers your question. If you have a follow-up, please don't be shy to ask. Okay, let's move on to something I find interesting. So, Refresh Enthusiast requested, considering you don't think there's a valid map of the Earth, how do you explain the fact of navigation working for centuries on a daily basis with the great accuracy of describing the direction of time and travel?
It started off with an assertion that I didn't make. Just want to point that out. Do you want to just read the first bit again?
Yeah, so he said, considering you don't think there's a valid map of Earth.
When did I say that? When did I make that claim? I mean, if you can put it in quotes, then wonderful. I'll defend my quote with context. But that's like, here, have my straw man. Right? All maps are flat. Now, all maps are inaccurate currently because they've come from globe projections. What's that? You admit that they came from a globe? No, they didn't. The globe came from flat Earth measurements of the latitude and longitude grid, angle measurements to Polaris in the first instance, and the sun for a time denotation that's used with GMT. That's how our navigation system works. It's been measured off a flat Earth. So all of the maps are flat, and they're all flat so they can work with celestial navigation. Or on a map, be it the Mercator projection, if you're talking about GPS, that's right, GPS uses a flat plane also. A distorted square grid taken from a circular concentric system measured with angles off a flat plane to Polaris. So all maps are flat. There aren't any globe-shaped maps. The ones that you claim are globe projections come from a globe that's been made with flat Earth measurements. So, again, if you want to point out how Earth is actually navigated, it's on flat maps, so you can draw circles of equal elevation and take angle measurements to stars, if need be. Or utilise the existing global positioning system that references a Mercator projection. That's flat, with zero rate of change in terms of elevation, in terms of how the navigation system works. It is merely a flat plane.
Fantastic. We have a guest. His name is Lapizzle. He'd like to speak on stage and have a quick dialogue with you, Mr. Nathan. Lapizzle, you there?
Wonderful. Who is it?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, so Nathan, in the pre-show, I asked you about how about the pressure gradient, and your response, I thought it was pretty clever. You said the gas is produced at ground level and it expands upwards, so that's what causes the pressure gradient. So my follow-up question is pretty simple. It's just, if that is the case, how come we don't observe a continuous updraft caused by the expansion of that gas?
What, like wind?
No, it would.
No, not wind.
It would materialize as a
I'm just a bit
continuous
confused.
updraft from the ground level up.
We do have wind.
Well, we have wind in all directions.
That's right.
If what you're saying was the case, you would have a continuous updraft, and it would be more powerful than all other wind.
Would there be? Why did I say there would
Definitely.
be a continuous updraft? Do we experience a continuous updraft? Is this a straw man based on how the natural law of high pressure to low pressure gives us wind? Because it seems like you're asking me why we wouldn't have wind because you're saying wind is only upwards. No, wind goes in all directions. We definitely have high pressure to low pressure changes. We experience those high pressure to low pressure changes because we have existing gas pressure. Ergo, we definitely must be in a contained system to develop these high pressure to low pressure changes we experience as wind, not just an upward draft straw man that you assert that I would have to say. I don't. It wouldn't. We have wind.
Well, wind is caused by horizontal differences in pressure. So there you might have a high pressure front next to a low pressure front, and there's going to be wind from the high pressure to the low pressure. But what you're asserting is that there's high pressure at ground level, and the gas expands to, let's say, 30,000 feet, where the pressure is about a third of what it is at sea level.
No, I didn't assert that.
If that were the case, then you would have a continuous updraft. You did say that. You did say that, and it's on recording.
There's
You
a
said
higher
that the gas
pressure
is produced at ground
level.
You said that the gas is produced at ground level, and it expands upwards, and that's why there is a pressure gradient on Earth. And the difference is greater than, so the difference is 14.7 psi at ground level, and at 30,000 feet, it drops all the way down to 4.3 psi. So that's a significant difference. And if that was the case, and if the gas was expanding upwards and causing that gradient, then you would have a constant and strong updraft.
Sorry, it is. You've just described.
So you're saying there is a constant
Okay, you
updraft.
haven't finished.
Depends what you've done, buddy.
You took it out yet?
It's funny that you say that exact same line to every single person. I know.
It's because I tried to answer you and you started talking again.
Okay, let's give Nathan a chance to reply, please. Go on, Nathan.
Excellent. You don't have to put him on server mute. I don't mind if he interrupts me. If he finds something objectionable to what I say, I don't mind. Right. Yeah. We do have gas produced at ground level. That is a fact. And we do have lower pressure higher up in what we colloquially call the atmosphere oxymoron. However, that is still requiring containment. That's the end of my argument. That debunks outer space. To have any of these arguments that you're trying to claim some sort of victory over me when it comes to weather, yeah, we're going to have to be in containment to have that description be argued about, regardless of the validity of me in a very simplistic way describing gas being produced at ground level and dispersing through existing gas. It's not dispersing into a vacuum. And no, I didn't get hyper-specific when I gave my very generalised and concise answer originally, but it's dispersing into existing gas, not into a vacuum creating an updraft. That's an oversimplification you've decided to hold up as a straw man, regardless of the fact that this still debunks space. To be arguing about weather systems and complex systems that are secular in nature would require we accept unequivocally that outer space is fake, because none of this could be argued about unless we're in a contained system. And the claim of a heliocentric world has no containment. They claim we travel through that PSI at high altitude into an area 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum. Well, that's a violation of natural law. The gas would fill that space. Simple. So we don't know outer space. Beyond that, who cares?
So what I've noticed with that response is that you completely dodged the question. So you're acknowledging that there's a high pressure at ground level because the gas is produced there, and there's a low pressure at, say, 30,000 feet, and you're acknowledging that the gas is dispersing upwards, and yes, it's dispersing upwards into an existing gas. That is true. But if that was the case, again, the dispersion upwards would cause a constant updraft, and we don't observe that. So I'm just going to ask the question again because you didn't answer it. Why don't we observe that updraft?
We do have weather. Gas is dispersing into existing gases, and the differences in pressure that are created in the complex system that must have containment, debunking outer space and gravity, is the end of my argument. I don't need an advanced knowledge about weather systems and how gas, when I oversimplify how gas isn't going down in an argument about gravity, and how gas is in fact going up because it's produced at ground level, and there aren't any gas factories in the sky pouring gas, go down, go boom, boom with gravity. So yeah, it's an oversimplification that you can get into the wrangle-dangle of. But the wrangle-dangle of how gas behaves won't alter the fact that to be at pressure, you require containment. To have PSI of any value requires I, that's per inch of containment. So at the top of this gas pressure gradient, there must be a per inch of something to press on, not a sky vacuum. That's the end of my part of this argument. We don't have space. Space is fake. Who cares beyond that? Who cares what gas pressure does to create wind and why it doesn't create an updraft? To have a draft at all, we've got to have gas pressure, and that's got to be contained, therefore space is fake.
So you keep bringing up containment to try to dodge the question. But again, one more time, you're acknowledging that the gas is dispersing upwards. Why does that dispersion not cause an updraft? You have not answered the question.
Right. Is it weather debate or is it flat earth debate that we're having? Because in my mind, the heliocentric assertion is that we have a sky vacuum, and that's a positive assertion. I'm not making any assertions about weather because I don't care. It doesn't bother me. But the globers assert that there's a downward bias called gravity holding gas here, and gas does not behave that way. Gas disperses into space. So as you're seeking constant affirmation and acknowledgement from me, do you understand that this fact we have gas pressure to argue about debunks outer space and gravity? Do you understand by concession that by arguing about how we have gas pressure and what gas pressure will do means it's not pressing on a sky vacuum, it's got to be pressing on something, therefore outer space is fake. And gravity isn't applicable when gas isn't going down, it's produced at ground level and goes up.
So I'd be more than happy to move on to a separate issue like containment if you want to, but I feel like that would be me dominating the Q&A. It's not supposed to be a debate between me and you. It's supposed to be a Q&A. But again, I'd like to point out that you did not answer my question. You did not answer why the dispersion does not cause an updraft.
I said it was a straw man. I said it's a straw man.
And anyway,
it's irrelevant because to have...
calling it a straw man doesn't
Yeah, I'm still talking. You want to tuck yourself out again?
Go on, Nathan. Go on, Nathan.
To have a gas pressure gradient at all requires containment. That's the end of my part in this discussion because the positive assertion from the side that believes we're on a spinning water ball in a sky vacuum is violated by gas behaviour. Now, you just want to continually and perpetually argue about delta X, about how gas will behave once it's achieved pressure. Well, once it's achieved pressure, there's no more outer space. That's the end of my part in this discussion, but you want to hold me to task on how well I understand the weather? Because an oversimplification would infer, according to your straw man, there'd be an updraft. No, gas does get produced at ground level and is obviously at higher levels. You disclaimed it also. It's a known, understood principle of how gas behaves and how we experience gas. So for you to say, well, because of the way that gas is experienced, that's higher pressure at ground level where the gas is produced, fact, and lower pressure in the sky, therefore you say there's an updraft. No, that's a complete straw man. I don't want to hear it another time like I haven't answered it. I have.
Yeah, I think you answered the question quite fine. Let's move on. It got repetitive. You repeated himself 4 times, expecting a different answer. Okay. Guys, don't forget, if you want to discuss with Nathan, please raise your hands and I'll allow you guys on one at a time. The next question is from good friend Omnicron. He said, what's the explanation for stars rotating in opposite directions between the northern and southern hemisphere?
They don't. You're a clown.
Fantastic answer. So his second follow-up question was pretty much the same thing. He says the stars rotate in opposite directions between the hemispheres, as would seem expected on a global planet. What would be the flat Earth explanation?
The stars do not rotate in opposite directions. You are a clown.
Fantastic. Omnicron, if you want to dispute that, please raise your hand. We'll gladly let you on so you can try and prove that they do what they don't do.
Can I follow up to that? We had another guy called Planet Peterson who recently made that stupid, idiotic claim, and we laughed at him too.
He did ask a irrelevant follow-up. His other question was, I work in the space industry. Are there any explanations on how telemetry would work if the planet were flat?
It could only work if the planet, oxymoron, no, planets derived from a flat plane measurement. All telemetry is flat.
Fantastic.
Furthermore, there is no sky vacuum for telemetry in outer space because it would require a flat plane, and it would be very obvious if we looked at, for example, the moon landing telemetry data, because it would show our flat planes required, like NASA declare. Earth is a non-rotating stationary plane when you're aviating. So their telemetry data would absolutely prove Earth is being utilised flat, because it is.
Okay, we have a guest who wants to come on. Mr. Potato Head, I hope you're there.
Wonderful name.
Fantastic. You there, Mr. Potato Head?
Yes, I'm here.
Beautiful. Your question, please.
Yeah, so Mr. Oakley, I got a question. Recently, I was on a ship, so I thought this would probably be the most appropriate question for me to ask. When it comes to, let's say, right, the Earth's curvature, there being a global, globe Earth, if the Earth was flat, then why is it that if I look at ships or I look off into, let's say, right, into the ocean, why is there a natural cutoff for a curve when I look out there instead of it just being flat for miles and miles?
Okay, you don't. We've debunked that. We debunked it in 2020 with a logical consistency argument called modus tollens, labelled the blacks. What the hell?
Continue, please.
Every single guest so far has talked through my answer. Can I just point that out? I'm not moaning at you, I am. I'm just pointing out to my audience. Not a single answer has come so far from me that hasn't been interrupted. You can feel free if you want to take Mr. Potato Head off mute so we can demonstrate how many times he gets triggered by the answer.
Yeah, and just really quickly, you guys don't need to ask him to answer the question while he's talking. Obviously, he's answering the question, right? Please.
Yeah.
Feel free. Ask again. Ask again.
You said you have this study, this thing. Are you able to, let's say, explain it? You said there was this thing that was debunked in 2020. I've heard that, but can you explain how it's been debunked?
Yeah, I was. With the modus tollens argument that we called the black swan, that was about the point that you interrupted last time. Should we see if I can get any further this time? Yeah, I won't get any much further this time.
Mr. Potato Head, please, I request that you allow him to speak. I don't want to put you on mute while he speaks. You can control yourself, right?
Can you control yourself, Mr. Potato Head? For the answer, this is going to be the third attempt now. We don't want to serve and mute you. We just want you to be tolerable of a reasonable answer. I'll try again. We'll see how I get on. So, we have debunked the assertion that Earth has a physical hill getting in the way of boats and buildings, with a logical consistency argument that's very triggering, called the black swan. Karl Popper originated it. The idea that if you assert that all swans are white, you only need to show one black swan to debunk that as a claim. Now, in the case of our black swan, we showed that where you would assert boats and buildings get blocked by a hill in the way called Earth curve, we can show that the hill that's supposed to be in the way of a set of oil rigs isn't in the way of it. It's behind it. It's kind of like you walk up to a bridge and it's got a fire hydrant just beyond the crest of the bridge. You can't see the fire hydrant because the bridge is in the way. Like you say Earth curve is, blocking boats and buildings and stuff. Now, one day you come along to the exact same point that you get to every day and the fire hydrant's blocked by the bridge. And the bridge is behind the fire hydrant. Because that's what physical bridges that obscure fire hydrants do. Yeah, they don't do that. And likewise, an Earth curve that's physically blocking boats and buildings wouldn't move beyond the thing it's supposed to physically block. So based on that premise, demonstrated in the image we call the black swan, we form a logical consistency argument, modus tollens. If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to horizon measurement, as claimed by you to block boats and buildings, could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as laid down in the begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve calculations that you would use to make that claim. Meanwhile, in the black swan image, the horizon's behind the things that's supposed to be blocked by it. Ergo, Earth has no Earth curve edge horizon in the form of your claim, and the Earth is not a sphere. Demonstrably not blowing up to vast times bigger than you'd have to have, because physical hills don't do that. And if you're saying there's a physical hill blocking boats and buildings, we debunked it in 2020. I thank you.
Okay. Your whole answer, right? I was simply asking, can you explain it in depth of how you debunked? I'm not asking for an example. I'm asking for how you debunked it, not some example of how a bridge is obscuring some fire hydrant. If you want, there was this, I remember this photo of a flat earther who was talking about oil rigs, right? In the photo, it looks like there was supposed to be a car, but there wasn't. But if you look in the background, there's a horizon. So he debunked himself in the same photo he was talking about. I'm asking for an in-depth of how it was debunked, not of this is why and this is what.
You want more
clarity? Give an in-depth.
Gotcha. You want me to explain it further? Yeah?
Yeah, like a scientist would explain it, not how Joe Schmo would explain it.
I know. You see, that's a category error. I'll have to address that first if you can tolerate it. See, unfortunately, some people are ignorant. This, in this instance, is you, Mr. Potato Head. Because your ignorance has led you to believe that science can explain what is circumstance, like a photograph, concrete nouns and things of that nature, whereas science deals with cause and effect relationships. Nothing's happening in the black swan image that shows that the horizon's not Earth curve, because it's beyond the things it's supposed to block. So that's the bit I'll now focus on. Now we've explained that that's not a cause and effect relationship that would be dealt with by anything to do with science. So having a scientist explain it means you don't understand what science is, because that's a category error. This isn't a cause and effect relationship. It's just a horizon beyond oil rigs that you claim would be blocked by them by a hill called Earth curve, that you've now asked me to explain how that Earth curve you say blocks things works. It doesn't block things. We can show it's not blocking these oil rigs, it's behind them. Therefore not Earth curve. Do I need to dumb it down one step more, or do you understand now? Earth curve not blocking oil rigs, like maths says it will.
I don't think you understand what I'm trying to say. I'm asking you.
I absolutely do understand. Just kick him out for ad homing me. I understand implicitly what you've understood. I explained it back to you.
Yeah, Mr. Potato, I think he answered the question quite fairly. If you don't understand it, please ask your question again in the chat, and I'll try to repeat it on your behalf, and maybe we'll get a better answer to your understanding.
Yeah, great. I don't have to get really angry at him when he tells me I don't understand, which I absolutely do, because I paraphrased back his question to him, took it apart with logical consistency, and provided evidence that anybody can look up in the form of the black swan image. Feel free to check it out. Earth isn't blocking Jack. There is no Earth curve blocking anything. We don't have Earth curve. It's debunked. He just didn't like it, so he told me as an ad hominem he didn't understand, did he? Yeah, I did. You don't have Earth curve. We debunked it in 2020. Black swan.
Beautiful. Has this guy raised his hand? Let's an hour ago. He has not. Okay. A question from someone called Let's an hour ago. He asks, how do you explain night and day cycles on a flat Earth while accounting for solar eclipses?
Wow, that's a bit of a loaded question. Solar eclipses is begging the question fallacy that we dealt with at the beginning of the AMA. To assert that you've got a formal logical fallacy, affirming the consequent, if the Earth's a sphere, then we'll have eclipses. We have eclipses, therefore Earth's a sphere. So that deals with that. What was the other half of the question? Night and day cycles.
How do you explain day and night cycles?
I don't have to. I'm not making any claims that revolve around my heliocentric begging the question fallacy that would infer that a rotating surface that we're standing on causes night and day. I don't make any assertions about night and day. I don't have any positive claims to make about it. If I was to be pushed to task about something that I must make a positive claim about when it comes to the sun, I'd point out that we measure it off a flat plane to give us our navigation system. That system, measured on a flat plane with the sun, is how our entire world has been plotted out on maps. Without exception, the sun's being utilised to navigate the world as a flat plane. But you want to ask me about how night and day works? Well, we've got a really complex system that we use in maps that uses time. We all reference GMT as a 0 point so we can know where we are on the world when we measured it flat with the sun. What's how damn works? Well, yeah, rewind time to 2010. Maybe your question has some relevance as a straw man that some flat earther's going to offer a crap claim for as an answer with an azimuthal equidistant projection and some little lights floating around it. I don't do that. Your straw man fails when it comes to me because I'm not making any claims about what the sun is or how it behaves or what it does beyond its useful nature for mapping the world flat, which is what we actually use it for. So when it comes to practical applications for the sun, we practically apply it for navigation on a flat Earth. Hope that answers your question.
Fantastic. My next question from Art something Lives. I'm not going to try to pronounce and butcher the first part of his name. It's an odd question because it assumes, and it comes with an assumption, if GPS signals come from towers instead of satellites. That would be the assumption. How are ships able to receive those signals in the middle of the sea, nowhere near any towers at all?
I don't know. I'm not a GPS expert. What I do know is it uses a Mercator projection, which is a globe projection that's been wrapped around flat Earth measurements taken from the stars, as detailed about 3 times so far. So GPS is assumed to be using a system of satellites in a sky vacuum. Again, we've already dealt with this in this AMA. There are no satellites in a sky vacuum to give you your GPS signals. As for me then making a positive claim about how you receive your signals on your GPS that uses a flat plane Mercator projection, that's a global projection, that's using latitude and longitude measured off a flat plane to wrap around a globe to roll out after projecting onto a tube flat, means nothing to me. It's a flat system. There is 0 elevation change in that navigation system. It's all done with respect to a flat grid called the Mercator projection. It's a flat Earth proof because there's no elevation changes. It's not wrapped around a ball. The only time it ever was wrapped around a ball was when you took flat Earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris, made circles out from that GP position directly below Polaris to give you that grid of latitude. Then you measure the sun to give you longitude. It makes a grid on a circle map. You can then take that circle and plop it on a ball, stretching out the bottom section, making it vastly inaccurate. You then take that ball and project the points back out onto a cylinder and then cut the cylinder down the center and roll it out flat. Voila, Mercator projection. That's the flat map used in GPS. And if you point out that it's a flat map, people go, oh, it's a globe projection. Just dealt with it. Globe projection that came from flat Earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris in the first instance. So it's a flat world, a flat system, a flat map, using the flat territory that's been charted flat from the first day it was ever charted, in every single respect, a flat Earth proof. What's that? What if they don't come from ground towers? Who cares? The whole system's proving a flat Earth. Hope that answers your question.
Okay, fantastic. Guys, please keep in mind, if I already asked a question, please don't ask the same question again. There's really no point in doing that. Let's skip that question. Seems a bit ridiculous to me.
Let's have it anyway.
It's just another conspiracy question. Sorry, the question I was saying is ludicrous. Someone said, please show me a functioning flat Earth map. I think that is the most requested question I've ever
Brilliant
gotten.
question. Show me a functioning flat Earth map. All of them. All of them use a flat map. If you're going to be moving around the ground full stop, you will be doing it on a chart or on a map. And they're all flat. Why? Well, because if you're going to use them with the system that's been developed with flat Earth elevation angle measurements, then they have to be flat. If you're plotting out circles of equal elevation to find your position with the stars, then you're going to have to draw circles on a flat map, because that's how the system works. So in order for it to be functional for navigation, all of them must be flat, because that's how the world is referenced. Good question. I thank you.
Whoever asked that question, we appreciate it. Someone's asking a question about distances. He says, explain why there is such a huge difference in distance between South America in Australia, the distance between London to New York does not correspond to the distance between Sydney to Santiago. For example, Sydney to Santiago is a 12.5-hour flight. The flight between London to New York is only 8 hours. How do you explain the differentiation between these two?
Why? Why would I explain the differences between these two? When he says these distances are different. Okay, says you. I haven't made a claim about this. If you want my best guess why, I can read between the lines that he says that he's got two comparative maps he's not named, where the distances when measured out on the map by scale are different. I can only assume that that's what his question is. Number one, I'm not a cartographer. Number two, I didn't make a claim about this. Number three, I've just gone through the process of explaining how a fundamentalist religious globe belief has been inserted into our cartography system by taking flat Earth elevation angle measurements to the stars to plot on the ground, to then take that circular system and wrap it round a ball. And then taking that very distorted southern hemisphere wrapped around a ball, you then project it onto a cylinder and roll it out flat. That's going to cause problems. Why do we do it? Oh, well, because we've got a fundamentalist religious belief in the Western world that we're on a sphere, and heaven forbid anybody point out that we're mapping and charting and using the world flat with these flat maps. You need something in there to make you believe that it's a, quote, globe projection. Well, if you do that crap to affirm your sphere belief, you're going to have systems of navigation that differ vastly because of the way you've decided to distort the world to incorporate a globe belief into it. We work with a flat ground, and that is how it's mapped and charted. The fact that there are thousands of these maps, and many of them are used as defence by globe believers as, quote, globe projections, and it's because they're rolled out flat that they're distorted. So what, it's a defence for you when it doesn't match a globe, but I get put on the spot as a flat earther, non-cartography flat earther that I'm not claiming to be, for a distortion in the millions of flat maps that we use. Who cares? The grid system on all of them, if it's latitude and longitude, which it is flat. But you're going to moan about how you putting it onto a bloody ball and then putting it onto a cylinder by projection and then rolling it back out flat doesn't work when you compare two different maps that have been done in two different ways. Yeah, shocking, isn't it? Wouldn't it be useful if the world of cartography actually did give us an accurate map for the world? Yeah, we don't get that, though, do we? But well, that's my fault as a flat earther. Nah. All of the distortions that are in these maps that we use flat still work if you know the system of distortion that it's come from. Like Mercator projections with a square grid rather than a circular grid. Well, knowing how it works means you can see a bent line which would be straight when you plot out something on that map. So understanding the distortions is something that a navigator of a ship might have to concern himself with, and he can work around them if he knows how the map works. In other words, you can still find yourself from A to B on these flat maps with these flat systems of flat grids measured with stars on a flat Earth. They all still work. But what, it's my bad that they don't match? Go and speak to the Cartography Society. How dare you challenge me with this crap? All I prove is that the system itself came from flat Earth measurements. Beyond that, the inaccuracy of cartography is not my concern. Moan to them. Moan to the map makers, not me. When you do, recognise how flat you're using the world and how any elevation angle measurement made ever to develop these maps required Earth be flat. Because that's all I'll ever lean on, because it's all I concern myself with. A delta of the flat map and flat grid and flat measurements off a flat Earth is the inaccuracies of the distortions that you're going to put on my door. Bit like gas pressure gradients. Who cares? So long as we've got a flat system measured off a flat Earth, that's the end of my concern in this subject. Oh, all the maps are inaccurate. Yeah, well, it used to be that you globe believers told us that was because it was from the globe to make it flat that caused the distortion, that caused the inaccuracies. But now suddenly that's my bloody problem. No, it isn't. Earth's measured and navigated flat. That's all that matters for me as a flat earther, because it proves we're on a flat Earth.
Fantastic. Let's try to get through a few more people that want to have a direct interaction with Mr. Nathan Oakley. Someone wants to ask a question about gravity, my favorite subject. Let's have a look. XPT, are you there, my friend?
Huh?
It's your turn to shine. Explain gravity to us.
All right.
Well, I've got a follow-up question as well, actually. So when that person talks about flight hours, I'm going to try and ask that same question, but a bit differently. So if it's like from Alaska to Russia, right, the two borders, that probably takes a couple hours. But if it was from the UK to New York, it would take an extra load of hours. What is under the flat Earth? So, you know, you've got the whole globe, right? What is under that? Since it's flat, there's got to be something under that. What is that?
What the hell? So it
What is under
sounded like
the
you're
flat
asking.
Earth?
Yeah, I heard your question. And I went, what the hell? Under flat Earth? What, like underneath the topsoil? Maybe rocks?
Yep.
Maybe rocks and stuff?
Rocks.
Is that what you wanted?
Right. So
I don't know why you're asking
if there's
me.
rocks,
Yeah,
if there's
yeah,
rocks, how
under the
can you have
soil.
a short flight to Russia to Alaska? If it's just rocks, because you can see the sea.
What's your question?
From Russia to Alaska, right? You know where Alaska is?
Yeah, why are you asking me this? Have I made a claim about this?
I'm asking you because if it's just rocks, then how can nobody see rocks and we can actually see everything on the graph?
You've asked me what's under flat Earth, and I've said what, under the topsoil, like the rocks under the topsoil. Is that what you're asking? You're like, yeah.
No. Okay. So you got a flat Earth, right? You got America, Russia. You got all these different countries, right?
Yeah.
And what is under that?
Under the countries.
Yep.
I have no idea.
The other side of the flat Earth is what I'm asking.
Other side? I don't know what you're talking about. There is no other side.
You've got a flat Earth, right?
Maybe repeat it the
You got a
same
flat Earth,
again.
yeah?
Maybe if you repeat it again, I'll understand it. Expand on what you're asking me. What's under the flat Earth? That makes no sense to me as a question.
It does make sense.
Can you
You've got
repeat it in
all
a
the
different
countries,
way?
right, on
Because
one
I'm
side.
just confused.
What's on the other side?
Other side, like on the flip side of a coin, like antipodal to what we experience. Is that what you mean? Is there something antipodal? I don't claim that, so... You claim antipodal positioning system as a globe. That's your claim. You're trying to ask me by way of burden of proof reversal fallacy how to describe something that you have as a begging the question fallacy. That's antipodal positioning. In your mind, when you stand at the North Pole and then traverse the globe Earth in your begging the question fallacy, you will reach the South Pole and the feet of your original position would be underneath your feet, like you'd be dangling where the other person's standing upright. Antipodal positioning is a globe claim, not my claim. But you're asking me to explain antipodal positioning system by assumption, by a burden of proof reversal. I don't make this claim. It's a globe claim.
All right, Nathan. I think I overwhelmed you a bit. I'll go to my main question. So, with gravity, right?
Hold
Everything.
on, XPC. You're gonna have to, if you're gonna say you overwhelmed him, you're gonna have to explain how. Because I think we're all just as confused as he is, right?
Not sure about that one.
Your question made no sense.
So,
brother.
my main. What?
Did your question made no sense? Your question made no sense because you've taken a
I thought you
concept.
yelled at everyone about interrupting and you just did it to me.
You asked what he said. Somebody said the question made no sense, so I was just repeating it for you.
My main question, right? This one's a bit more simpler. You've got gravity, right? And everything pulls on each other in space. And that's how the tide works with the moon. That's how we are round. So how does the tide work and all of these different things work with gravity if the Earth is flat?
I gotcha. Yeah, there is no gravity. It's not a force. And your ideas that mass attracts mass are incorrect. So when you observe how gas behaves, mass isn't attracting mass. Quite the contrary, in fact. You know, when gas
I'm not talking
particles,
about gas.
that'll be the consistency of every single guest that's asked me a question to date, interrupting before the answers come to the conclusion. So your idea and your question about how gravity would work, because gravity is definitely real based on your question, I'm saying, gravity isn't real, and people who've gone through higher education understand that it's not a force. I'll give you a few quotes. Professor Brian Cox, quote, "There isn't really a force of gravity at all. End quote, Professor Brian Cox. Or maybe the editor of Scientific American, George Musa. Quote, gravity is not a force. So your question, based around the idea, ignorance, let's just call it, that there is this force of gravity on a globe that I somehow need to be explaining on a flat Earth, is purely based in your ignorance of there being a force of gravity, which there isn't. So before I need to answer the rest of your question, based on the premise that you postulated to me in the affirmative, that there is definitely a force of gravity that I'm assuming in your question, there isn't. That eradicates any need to answer anything else about how a non-force force that you may think of as a force of gravity would work on a flat Earth. Meanwhile, the fact there is no force of gravity means there is no force holding gas to a ball in a sky vacuum. You see, outer space is fake. There is no area of volume above your head to travel to the moon through or to travel to Mars through. That sky vacuum is the only real necessity to have this begging the question notion you put to me that there is a force of gravity. There isn't. But also space is fake. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation. Gas we're breathing would fill that space if space was real.
So how does the the sea, how does that move and have tides and stuff?
Did I make a claim about it? Did I make a claim about how tides work to prove a flat Earth?
It doesn't matter if you make a claim. You have to defend it, otherwise it's pointless.
I have to, do I? Prove unicorns aren't real. Go.
Have a whole
sorry, just make a little comparison for you.
You don't know anything about it.
Now you've asked your question, demanded that I answer a question. No. Prove unicorns aren't real. Go. I demand it, like you've just done. Go. Prove they're not real. Go.
Once again, guys, no demands. This is a AMA, right? We ask questions, we receive answers. If we don't get the answers we like, we don't start attacking people, right? We either reword the way we ask, or we just accept the answer and move on. Or you can just re-ask it in chat, and I'll see if I can rephrase it for you.
Sure. I was trying to compare and contrast. My bad.
That's okay. Usually, that was a child, apparently. Let's go ahead. Okay, let's let a few more people up here and see what they have to say. Rob Noxious, let's see if you would like to speak. Mr. Rob Noxious, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Tell me, what would you like to ask Mr. Nathan Oakley?
I posed him a question, and I've done an experiment, and I want to know what he thinks about it. It requires 3 people and 2 boats. If I'm a person standing on the beach, and I take the other person, put him in a first boat, and send him far off to the horizon line, as far as I can see, so I can still see him. And then I take the next boat with the other person, and I drive it past that boat, and I go to his horizon line where the first boat can see him at his horizon line. If I shoot a laser from the beach to the first boat, and then I shoot a laser from the first boat to the second boat, I just proved the Earth is a globe. Sorry.
I didn't hear a question.
The question is, how can you explain that I can't hit the second boat with the laser from the beach, but I can hit the first boat with the laser, and the laser from the first boat can be directed to the laser to the second boat, proving that you're going over the curvature of the Earth. Checkmate.
Okay, do you want to show us that then? Let's have a look. We'll study it.
Well, welcome to the globe Earth, Nathan.
So, my response: can you show me that, please, so I can study how that methodology played out in real time and study the person who did it and the effects they got and the results they got and the distances that they said they were between horizons? Can you give me all that data so I can have a really good look at it?
Yeah, I can forward that to you. Actually, I can forward it to you. But do you agree? Do you agree at face value that would be not a good thing? I mean, how are you going to argue that? I mean,
Do I agree at face value that would be a good thing? I'll answer that. Nah, it's total garbage. You see, the notion that the horizon is a physical geometric sphere edge was debunked in 2020 And the assertion of having a physical geometric sphere edge for a horizon isn't based on some clown called Rob Noxious. It's based on begging the question proof of nothing physical geometric assertions in Earth curve maths, with 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Earth curve obstruction, aka hill, getting in the way of boats and buildings and stuff. That's how the globe Earth makes their assertion of physical geometry, as opposed to some random Joe with no name on the internet, claiming that in an idea in his head that he can send boats out to the horizon and then offer absolutely nothing in the moment to prove that that's what a methodology of proving Earth's sphericity. Nah, you've got Earth geometry laid down in Earth curve maths. You know, you're not going to topple Mick Mess with this garbage. But you can think it's great, and you can ask my opinion on what I think of it. I think it's absolutely laughable. But thank you.
No, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate the time. But like I said, I mean, it's nothing to do with anything with what you just said. You just overly explained something that's simple. The horizon line, whether you want to see it or believe it or not, or however far it is, I don't care how far it is. The bottom line is, if I'm on the beach and the boat goes to where you can barely see it, okay, it doesn't matter where it is. Distances do not matter here. We're proving shape
Rob,
here. The boat can go. The boat can go far as it can go. And if I can hit it with the laser beam, and I can't hit the second boat, that proves that is going, the surface is curved.
Well done. Well done. Well, bless you. Well, that's good for you. Go in peace. You've proved it's a sphere to your satisfaction. I'm really happy for you. You asked me what I thought about it, and I told you. But you can repeat it if you like. Maybe tell me that I was wrong.
Why'd you say if you could hit? Didn't you say you did this? So wouldn't you know if it hit or not?
Yeah, he's in the crowd now. We assume that anyone who claims they did an experiment with multiple boats and people,
Not an experiment.
we assume it's hypothetical, right? Yeah.
Oh, I see. Oh, so he was just lying when he said he would provide me the data of this being done. It was merely hypothetical. I see.
Yeah,
that's disappointing.
Well, we'd assume so, right? Yeah, because do we really expect someone on the internet to have multiple boats and multiple people to present such an experiment?
Not at all. I would expect that they understood implicitly that Earth's claim to be spherical by the Earth curve mathematics. I mean,
Plus, he said it was an experiment.
Was it not a question earlier on about, boats being obscured by a hill that I compared to a bridge? That's the Earth curve mathematics. The assertion that we have a sphere Earth for a horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's their claim. That's the maths. Now, he might say, no, it's my maths of going out on boats, and I'll laugh at him.
You just have to listen to what he said. I mean, he did say if. I mean, if he did this, why would he say if? He would know if it hit or not. You know what I mean?
Even if he did. Anyway, yep. Cool. Thank you, Rob.
So, on the same topic, someone asked, why does your black swan argument rely on an assumption that light travels in straight lines, which at the same time is debunked by the source video showing bendy crane?
No, it's not our claim. People love to think that it's us asserting this. No. 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as laid down in Modus Tollens, aka the black swan argument, is your globe Earth mathematics that says where the hill will be, not mine. So what you're saying, how dare you use the Earth curve mathematics to say where Earth curve will be, and say that straight lines will meet it at tangent points, as laid down in the begging the question, proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve mathematics? No, how dare you? Straw man. No, it's just your Earth curve maths. You don't have to like it. You can tell me that I'm assuming straight lines to tangent points that are laid down quite clearly in the Earth curve maths. You can tell me it's a straw man, but it's just your Earth curve maths that we've debunked. You don't have to like it. You can tell me that it's me and my straight lines in your Earth curve maths, but it isn't. It's yours. You require tangent points to geometry to make the Earth curve maths assertion. To tell me that you don't have straight lines is nonsensical for your own claim, because that's what your own claim says, when it lays down quite explicitly that Earth curves positioned in physical geometry at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, when you draw a tangent derived from a flat plane. That would be the differential between surface level in Earth curve maths. That's a straight line, by the way. It's not my straight line, it's yours. It's labelled surface level in Earth curve maths. It's the flat Earth that you need to make this claim of a tangent point. That's also a straight line, by the way. It's the tangent point marked the next labelled horizon in your Earth curve maths. That straight line, what How dare I say it's straight? Get on with you here, clown. You better learn your own claim. You need straight lines. For your claim of a tangent point Earth curve edge mark with an X and labelled horizon. How dare I say it's straight? No, Modus Tollens makes your claim explicit. We love it when you tell us your own claims as straw man, though. It really does amuse us. How dare we say there's straight lines in your maths? Yeah, how dare we?
Okay, Rob Noxious, I am aware that you want to come back, but I'll let you back on after a few more people. You are quite interesting. We have a user called Shadden Feud. Let's see what Shadden Feud has to ask.
Hey, okay. Hey.
Hey, buddy, how are you?
Good. So, Nathan, I was just wondering, when it comes to the flat Earth, why do you have such bad teeth and no friends?
It's just an ad hominem fallacy. So when you attack the person, the man, as opposed to the argument, it is to avoid the awful truth that Earth is measured flat, that the space that you think is above your head for little men to come from, little green men, aliens, and men to travel into space in little spaceships through a sky vacuum to the moon. When I point out that all that is garbage and you've all been lied to on a massive scale by astronauts going to a sky vacuum, or that Earth is measured, mapped, charted, and navigated flat, you can come back and tell me I've got bad teeth. It's called an ad hominem fallacy.
No, he's going to take
But thank you.
He's going to take a nice little break from the server. He'll be back in an hour or two.
But thank you for your question.
By the way, that's wrong because I'm Nathan's friend.
Okay, let's move on to the next person. Sebi would like to ask a question. Oh, that's not Sebi. This might be someone else. Oh, that is Sebi. Sebi, you there? Hey, Sebi, how are you?
Hiya.
So I just joined, so you might have answered this before. This is like a general question. Why do you think like the scientific community is like covering up like the truth? Like, what's the utility in doing that?
There is no scientific community. Science is a methodology of establishing cause and effect. So I'd ask you, why are you ignorant of what science is?
I don't have an answer to that. My bad. I was just wondering, like, why do you think like the consensus, I guess, in kind of the masses, is to push this narrative of the world being like a globe?
I see. So you're asking me to divine the motivation of the consensus masses. That's outside of my remit. I can't do that. I can't divine men's motivation. I can say that Earth is measured flat and mapped flat, and all of the claims that those men, however you treat them after you find this out, when they make their claim that Earth is spherical, they're utilising measurements of the Earth as a flat plane in order to make that claim. All globe claims originate, their genesis, if you will, is in measurements of the stars off a flat plane. They're called elevation angle measurements. So you may have heard of things like the latitude and longitude grid. Well, that's based on measurements of an Earth that's flat with a GP, that's ground position, below Polaris as a central point. Those measurements are what gives us all of the information about those stars that we use in mapping. And they're all measured flat. So based on measurements of the world flat, you can infer that the Earth's a sphere. Now, with that in mind, people can make those claims, but they're just not true. Earth is measured flat. How you, after the fact, decide to react to the possibility of men being liars really isn't my concern, and nor do I concern myself with whether or not they are indeed lying. I just know that Earth's measured flat. Their motivation, reasoning, is irrelevant to me. They're wrong if they say it's spherical, and I can point out how their claim of sphericity would come from flat Earth measurements, and that's all that I have really any responsibility to do. Their motivation doesn't concern me. It concerns you, though. Maybe I don't know if this is allowed in this Q&A. Maybe I could ask why you would concern yourself with the lies of the men around you when you presumably at this point didn't know that Earth was flat. But why would you worry about whether or not they're lying when you find out Earth's measured flat? Who cares?
Okay. Yeah, thanks for the answer, Nathan. Thanks for the time.
No worries. You won't your answer. That's fine. Thank you for your question.
Okay, I'm going to bring up someone called Refraction Enthusiast, who seems to have a whole bunch of questions. We'll start off with one, though, Refraction, if that's possible.
Hello, Nathan. How are you doing?
Very well. Good to have you.
Okay, nice. So, as the previous person said, yes, I have a couple of questions. To not overwhelm you, I can state one of them, which is the most important one to me. So, the most prominent argument that is supposed to be at the back of the globe is supposed to be the black swan. So, how would you address the common global objection that it ignores the atmospheric refraction?
Not part of the claim. The claim is about the horizon. Do you understand the argument?
Yes.
Could you give me a rendition of the argument back to me so I understand that you're asking a question about it, which is fair, but it becomes very unfair if you don't understand the black swan argument to then go forth asking questions about it. So if you could possibly give me a rendition of the argument, and we'll see where refraction fits into that argument, if you don't mind.
I would also say that it's unfair that you're making presuppositions about me without knowing my position, my amount of knowledge.
I'm
Because I
asking
have
if you
the entire argument memorized.
Yeah, if you're responding to that argument with an objection, I'd really hope that you understood the argument to have an objection to it. And I'm trying to establish if your objection that you have raised, I already will now state explicitly, means that you don't understand the argument, and therefore I'm going to assume that that's why you can't give me a rendition of it. Therefore, I'm going to call your objection void, because it has nothing to do with the argument. The argument, which I will now give you a rendition of, is as follows. If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to horizon measurement can be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, precisely as laid down in your own maths. And we show that the distance to horizon measurement in the black swan is beyond the geometry laid down in your maths. Ergo, the horizon's not a physical geometric hill, because it's beyond where the geometry says it would be. So given that we're arguing about a measurement of a geometric position claimed to be an Earth curve hill, how does that have anything to do with refraction when we're talking about measuring a physical geometric sphere edge in its geometric location as asserted by your geometric maths? Where's refraction even come into that? I'm confused. It's because it's a stupid question that has no bearing on the argument. Just so we're clear. You didn't understand the argument. I'm going to continue explaining that you did not understand the argument. Therefore, your stupid question was irrelevant. I hope I pointed out and made it clear that making measurements to geometric positions asserted in your own maths, they've got nothing to do with refraction. That was idiotic on your part. I hope you understand that.
So that's a lot to unpack, but my contention to that argument is that when you have the part that P implies Q at the beginning, I would say that if refraction is true, then that wouldn't follow, because the P wouldn't wait a moment.
What's
the Q
the P?
Wouldn't be.
What's P?
The P is the Earth being a sphere with the given radius. And the Q is the fact that every horizon distance should be that value.
Every horizon distance measurement. Sorry, do we measure distance to refraction?
No, we measure distance to the horizon.
No, we don't. No, we don't measure distances to refraction. It's a geometric assertion in your Earth curve maths. Do you understand now how stupid your question was? I'm talking. Do you understand now, given that we don't measure distances to refraction, how stupid your question was as an objection? Do you understand?
No, I don't understand. I think.
Well, then go away and consider it. I'm done with you. Thank you for your time. Your question was stupid, and you didn't understand the argument. That would be every distance to horizon measurement can be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as dictated by your maths. What's that, refraction? What, in the maths of the geometry of Earth curve hills getting in the way, and the measurement to them? No, that's not refraction, that's a geometric measurement. You have a category error confusion. You think that refraction has something to do with geometric positions in your own maths. Clearly, you didn't understand the modus tollens argument and felt you had an objection to it when you didn't understand it. Now, toddle along and see if you can understand what I've replied to you with. Don't have to repeat it 5 times. There's a moderation team here who won't tolerate that. Unless you've got another question.
Perfect. Anyways, we're going to try and limit multiple questions from individuals for now. We're going to let another person on. His name is Mr. Master. Welcome to the stage. Oh, okay. Mr. Master, would you like to come on?
Mr. Master? Mr. Master?
He
Mr.
put his hand
Master?
down as soon as it's calling, or okay. Oh, there he is. Mr. Master, how are you?
I'm alright, thanks. How are you?
Mr. Master, I'm going to give you a chance, please.
Yeah, can you hear me? Is my mic working?
Beautifully.
It's working perfectly fine.
Hey, what's going on, Nathan? Yeah, my last name's Masta. You can call me Mr. Masta. That's my real last name on my profile. Nathan knows me as my older name. How's it going, Mr. Oakley?
Sounds like Pillbox.
That's right. That's right. So we go back for how many years? 8 years. I haven't been able to get on your channel. Haven't been able to get on your channel. What's going on, Chocolate?
What up, bro?
I was blocked from your channel by your mods or something, Nathan, so I haven't been able to get on for maybe half a year now. So is it possible that I could get back on there? That's my first question.
You'd have to speak to the mods. When you say my channel, do you mean Discord? Because that's not mine. I don't run that. That's not mine.
Right. So you're not. That's what I figured. I figured that you're not in control of your Discord because they don't want me to talk to you. Yeah, they don't want me to talk to you. They're scared to death because I have new information. Obviously, I'm not a flat earther. Don't let that disappoint you. But there's levels to everything, and the Bible shows us a completely different level, Nathan. And that's water, Ma'im being the Hebrew word. Are you willing to talk to me on your channel for some extensive information? Since I've given you things in the past, Nathan, we have a history. Is it possible that we could have a conversation in the near future?
Yeah, of course. Get in touch on Skype, and I'll hand you out the link that the G Plus. We go back, and as far maybe I'll just put a caveat in. Maybe my moderation team will go, "Oh, don't talk to Pillbox. He's done this," and I'll go, "Oh, maybe I'll have to rescind my invite."
That's right.
But I doubt it. We go way back. But yeah, just get in touch if you need Skype. Have you got Skype?
I don't have Skype, but I'll try to get it. Is my mic working, by the way? I think I lagged out.
It's a bit rubbish, but yeah, get Skype. We'll go from there. Email me, NathanOakley1980 at AOL.com, and I'll give you my Skype information. Obviously, I don't want to give out my Skype information. My public email, no worries. But yeah.
Not a problem. Right. Can I give you my email?
No, don't do that here. But yeah, take a note of mine, NathanOakley1980 at AOL.com.
No, it's a secured email.
Okay, really.
You're giving me yours. Let me give you mine. It's okay. I just want to give you an emaal real quick. It's GTM1945 RAM
Stuff
at gmail.com. It's okay.
We'd rather maybe not do that. There's a lot of people listening. And yeah. Would you have a question for Oakley, Mr. Master?
Exactly. Have you got a question, Pillbox, or whatever, Mr. Master?
That's my last name is Masta, so thank you for calling me by my last name. I'm curious. Are you open to any information that's beyond flat Earth that I can show you that actually no, Earth isn't flat; it's something else?
Yeah, the whole point of the show that I run daily is to offer up, opinions and claims about the nature of Earth. If you've got a claim about the nature of Earth, I obviously want to hear it.
Hey, Baruch Hashem. Well, I'm impressed. I figured that there was an issue there. Yeah, I knew that I wasn't being able to get through. But yeah, for some reason, a lot of flat earthers are scared to death of this information, Nathan. So I'll let you guys go. Baruch Hashem, thanks for having me, and I'll see you later. Have a good one.
Shalom.
Beautiful.
What is he, a Bevite?
I don't know what he is. I don't care. Whatever, great.
Why doesn't he just give the information out?
Because it's very important and secretive. That's why, Brian.
It's scary information that we're not allowed to hear, I suppose.
He may have had a belief. So his belief brought him back to the ball.
Did you say he'd gone back to the ball? I don't think you did say that.
No, I'm just assuming. Or he's a Bevite.
I might end up regretting this, but we're going to give it a chance. R4R. I'm going to let you on the stage. I guess we're not going to let him on the stage. He's muted for a reason, probably. Okay, Cayenne the Seal. Let's put you up on the stage. See what you have to say. Cleander, are you there?
Oh yeah, hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I just wanted to ask one specific question, which would be, how is it that in 2024 people still not realize that the very premise of the foundation is that we need to see a radius of roughly 4,000 miles to prove that there is any foundation for any other story based upon that foundation to be in any way, shape, or form to be entertained by us, so-called flat earthers. Why should I entertain anything about the sky, anything regarding the heliocentric model, if the very foundation of a radius of roughly 4,000 miles, bendy ground, 360 degrees in every direction, has yet to be proven? Nathan, why is that?
It's a bloody good point. I can't really disagree with you. The only thing that I would say off the back of the radius claim that they haven't proven, and you're absolutely right about, is that they do get a measurement of it and it's off a flat Earth. So it's quite useful for me in 2024, moving forward with my audience, telling them, just tell people that the Earth's measured flat. And then if you end up with opposition from a globe believer asserting their, in this instance, radial value at roughly 4,000 miles or 3,959 miles, then you say, where did you get the measurement? And their measurement in that instance is the minimum elevation angle measurement to Polaris. The other alternative that they blag is the made-up story of Al-Biruni doing dip correction. That's differential from eye level to surface level when measuring the height of a mountain off a flat plane. Well, both instances require a flat plane to measure said radial value. So it's quite useful for me to just spin back into how your belief in a radial value spherical in nature has actually come from a measurement of a flat Earth. So it's only useful to spin. But your sentiment is spot on. I cannot disagree with you in any way, shape. What are we doing here? Prove your positive claim. You say it's curving?
Exactly.
What an outrageous and extraordinary claim. Can you prove that? What's that? You can't? So big it's flat? What are we doing?
Exactly,
I agree.
That's the point. It's like we entertain a card house that has already collapsed because the foundation was never given in the first place.
Yep, totally agree.
And I'm actually tired of entertaining it, because why should I entertain fairy tales and vain fantasies of adults most of the time if the very premise, the very foundation is just not there? It's kind of ridiculous, actually, also on our side, that we constantly entertain vain assumptions based upon a foundation that is not given. So, anyways, it is crazy, and I wish that people would realize that we actually did the world a favor, because if you look at celestial navigation, for example, and what they need to assume mathematically, which is a horizontal baseline, we have gone out into reality and we have looked for that horizontal baseline. We have proven that horizontal baseline, and people should actually go onto their knees and say, "Thank you, guys. We don't need to assume it anymore in mathematics. We can actually understand that it is what it is in reality."
Oh, I like
Amazing.
you. Your sentiment is what I've been
I like
pushing for
this
the last
guy.
month or so. Go ahead, Chocolate.
I was just saying, I like this guy.
Yeah, my attitude has now got a justification which you've offered up that's new. So what I've been saying in 2024 is just tell people it's flat. Just tell people that's how it's measured and used. But you're saying
Exactly.
further to that, because I'm not even adding it in, why would I even entertain your unproven claim as an add-on to my, my attitude is, why are we talking about globe when we can just say it's flat? We have a positive assertion that we can be making. If it's met with opposition, then so be it, we'll deal with it. That was my attitude. That's going to take a massive change thanks to you. I really appreciate it. Why would I even entertain your unproven claim, Earth is measured flat? So I don't need your unproven globe claim when I know how it's measured, and that's flat. Yeah, well done. I love it.
I mean, the only reason why I would say you can entertain it is if you want to get entertainment out of it, because you already know the answer. And it's probably just going to be fun to talk people that are obviously constantly confused. Anyways.
No, see, there is a tangent.
Yeah.
So there's an ulterior motive. You're effectively asking, why do you do what you do when there is an unproven claim that shouldn't even be entertained? That's kind of your slant on the question, right? Because it's to me. Am I right?
Well, yeah, I do it for entertainment sometimes, and I get entertainment out of people who think they talk from a seat of superior knowledge, right? They sit like in this throne of thinking, I know for certain that the Earth is a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying from never spinning void of darkness. But actually, the foundation is not there, has never been proven in the first place. And for me, it's just funny and entertaining to listen to somebody who talks about his fantasies. It's like equal to an adult talking about Santa Claus the whole day.
Well, you've given me a get
Well, that's
out,
where I
but
get my entertainment.
that's where perhaps I disagree, or maybe you're just being kind and giving me a get out in that regard, because obviously I've got a show. Well, no, the show's labelled as education, and since 2024, I've had to make kind of a concession from the entertainment standpoint, which is to say, there are two roads that you can take moving forward, or for my audience, this is specifically, but to address you. You can either go along the fantasy route of things like Antarctica and what could be out in the realms that are undiscovered, or what Antarctica is, full stop, as a speculative means to entice people in. That will offer you your quote-unquote entertainment value. Whereas I'm saying, actually, let's do something different. Take the maps and charted territories and show how they were expanded over time into what we now and still do call the New Worlds, utilising, as you've already described, flat baselines, elevation angle measurements, celestial navigation, show how it's been progressed where nobody could disagree, especially if they're currently living on what are the New Worlds. They'll understand implicitly. But it's not very exciting. Now, it's explicitly proving Earth is measured and has been charted flat. But there's no glitz, there's no glamour, there's no speculation, and there's no, oh, what about this moving forward then? Maybe there's more land. I'm not even given the opportunity to my audience in 2024 to speculate about such things. I'm saying, just prove it's flat with what you know to be true and can demonstrate beyond all doubt to anybody who's listening. Further to that, I've now got your little bit of rhetoric. Why would I even entertain your unproven claim? Yeah? Well, I don't want to entertain. That's not my ambition. And I've got to somehow wrangle more support financially out of an audience that will be less expansive for the lack of entertainment. I know that I've got counterparts in Flat Earth that will offer up all sorts of fantastical notions of upward rising Earth, ether, or indeed the expansion of the unknown currently plane with an infinite plane idea. Well, all of those things are fantastical and unprovable and speculative, and I'm literally decrying all of it, which is bad for entertainment. It's bad with my YouTube hat on. In fact, it makes me shrink into my seat because it's like, yeah, you won't hang around because there's nothing to entice you to stay. If you're like, yeah, okay, now I know it's measured flat. Well, what about the fantasy that I wanted? I've come from a conspiracy path. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The thing is, and I want to close it up and give the stage back to hopefully someone giving, something to support the spinning, wobbling tilted space ball. Anyways, the point to sum it up is, I wish that the whole community of us people who realize that the Earth is a topographical plane, and that it is indeed what it is, representing itself to be, that we focus on that very premise that they need to first prove that it's anything else but a topographical plane, which we all observe, and not already start creating replacement stories for things that are built upon that foundations, right? If some guy asks, yeah, but what about the stars? What about Antarctica? Why am I entitled to actually give you any replacement story if the very foundational premises has yet not been set in the first place?
Yeah, I freaking love this guy.
Why is it that there's this huge community?
You're getting talked over because everyone wants to tell you how much they love you. Just want to point that out.
Yeah, I'm just saying, why is it that we have fallen off the path, so to say, and are now at the point where a large majority of people, social media and whatnot, are entertaining these vain stories about a spinning, wobbling tilted space ball and try to create replacement stories for phenomena people just can't explain, period, instead of just focusing on the very point that is that the Earth represents itself to be a topographical plane. And that's it.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. You're brilliant, Ace.
This guy literally sounds just like me. I've literally said that whole statement before. I love it.
Anyways, Nathan, that's why I very much appreciate your work, that you try to stay focused on the very matter, which is about what reality represents self to be, and not try to, entertain people by giving them replacement stories about fairy tales in the first place, and that's what I appreciate, and yeah, very much like listening to these discussions. Anyways, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Perfect. Really quickly, Mr. Nathan, I had some experience with Brenda. Brenda has been on the back foot, waiting to speak. How do you feel about that?
Yeah. Anybody
We
you
done
want to
with her
bring on?
today.
Anybody you like? Any question? Don't mind.
Did someone say they're done with Brenda for today?
No. I mean, now we're in the Q&A. Feel free.
Sure, let's give Brenda a chance. Okay, Brenda, please stay respectful, and I wish you luck.
Oh, I'm always respectful. And good day, Nathan. I hope you're doing well.
Hello.
Yes, previously I refuted your black swan, and today I'm going to refute your container. I want to steelman your argument. Your argument is that container is a necessary antecedent to pressure. We have pressure, therefore there's a container. Is that correct?
That's an antecedent consequent relationship, yes.
Yeah, that's logically fallacious. That's affirming the consequent.
Okay. Can you show me gas pressure without a container, please?
Yeah, atmospheric pressure is pressure without a container.
Atmosphere is an oxymoron. You see, air is gases, and gases expand in all directions. Pressure is the force exerted on the walls of a container. So to say that air arbitrarily takes a sphere shape violates the law of gases in terms of second law of thermodynamics, because gases fill space. It's the V in PV equals nRT, volume. So to say arbitrarily is sphere-shaped is begging the question fallacy, the one you're trying to project onto me, because gases don't take a sphere shape arbitrarily. It's an oxymoron.
Yeah, there is no such law of gases that states that all gases must necessarily fill the container.
Second law of thermodynamics describes dispersion.
Just cite the law that supports your claim.
I did. Second law of thermodynamics. Entropic law. Dispersion in this instance. As described by...
No, that's not a gas law. That's not a gas law. Cite the gas law.
No, I said second law of thermodynamics applied to gas in this instance, if you want to be pedantic about how I phrased it. Calling second law of thermodynamics a gas law would be incorrect, if you want to have me on that. Doesn't change the outcome of what the gas law, that's a law of nature, describing how things occur always, in this case, entropy. The dispersion of gas would be applicable in that description, how it will disperse throughout the volume. You can't have an arbitrarily sphere-shaped air. Second time I've given you the rebuttal.
Yeah, the reason is because it takes energy for a gas particle to gain altitude when it's in the gravitational field of the Earth. It takes energy. And if that energy is not available, it will not expand into the vacuum.
I mean, that's just totally made up.
What gravitational field?
The Earth's gravitational field.
There's no
Earth. Forget that. The explanation, the entropic explanation that Brenda's just given is just totally made up and only of any use if you're trying to invoke that gas go down, go boom, boom with no support.
I gave the support. It takes energy to gain altitude.
No, that's not support.
It takes
That's just
energy
a statement of your fundamentalist belief that if gas has to go down, go boom, boom, it would require energy. Which type of energy are we talking that gravity is going to take away from the gas molecule, Brenda?
It takes energy to gain altitude. That's why you have to expand.
Which type of energy? Forget where it's going. Which type of energy is the gravity going to take away from the gas molecule?
Kinetic energy.
Kinetic. So gravity now is able to remove kinetic energy. How does that process work?
Because all things in the universe follow the principle of least action. That's why objects fall, because their geodesic path takes them to the surface of the Earth.
They're not falling, they're going up.
No, forget that. Did anybody listening think that was an explanation of the question I asked?
No.
No.
That's irrelevant whether or not you understood it. It's simply a fact that it takes energy
That's
to
not what
gain
I said,
altitude.
Brenda. Brenda, that's not what I said, and I didn't claim ignorance. I asked anybody else if they thought what you said was a correct answer to the question I asked. Not, I didn't understand it. I clearly understood it, which is why I'm pointing out to you, it's not actually addressing the question I put to you.
In order for any object within the Earth atmosphere to gain altitude, it requires an input of energy.
Why is that, Brenda? Why is that? Gas molecules don't require... Gas molecules, let me finish. Gas molecules move in all directions, don't they? So you're now saying when a gas molecule, after its last collision, if that direction is up, away from the surface, it's going to need additional energy for that path.
Yeah, there is no law of gases that states that all gases move in all directions.
Now you're going sideways again. Respond to what I just said. That gas molecule isn't going to lose energy if the direction of collision is sending it away from the surface. That gas molecule will continue to lose its kinetic energy, will it?
Yes, it will lose its kinetic energy as it gains altitude.
Can you demonstrate that?
Yes, the existence of the gradient demonstrates that.
No. Demonstrate it, not describe something that's got nothing to do with... No. Now, gradients aren't to do with the speed of the molecule, are they? Density gradients.
They absolutely are.
You're getting a little bit lost, Brenda. You're floundering a little bit. Just breathe. Yeah? But your explanations are incorrect.
Can I say something to Adam for a second?
Well, Adam is wrong. It takes energy to gain altitude on the Earth. In any gravitational field.
Or for a gas molecule, Brenda?
Anything with mass must expend energy. Anything with mass must expend energy to gain altitude. Math is the resistance to acceleration.
Inertia.
Yeah, it's a measure. It's a numerical measure of inertia. Yes.
This is not a thing, then. It's a measurement of something.
Yeah, mass.
It's
yeah,
not
mass is a fundamental property of particles.
Okay, so you're saying you've got a resistance to acceleration that decreases as you reach the upper atmosphere, begging the question oxymoron. Okay, so
no, that's false.
So for the gas to reach the Kármán line and then be retained within the high pressure system, it by that standard must lose all kinetic energy and then return back down again within the gravitational supposition that you proposed.
Yeah, gas has mass, and it takes energy for any object with mass to gain altitude.
Yeah, got that. Yeah, and therefore, when it reaches the Kármán line, it loses the energy and comes back down again, according to your rhetoric, with a gravitational pull and a kinetic energy that's being decreased as it raises in altitude. Therefore, when it reaches the Kármán line, it loses all kinetic energy and then returns from whence it came because of a gravitational force. That would mean that the gas that you're describing would have to reach absolute zero in order to fulfill that. That's not possible.
No, that's not the claim.
If the gas is reaching a kinetic loss because of a lack of energy, then it would have to reach absolute zero for it to have lost all energy and then come back down to Earth in the non-force of gravity.
No, it doesn't follow that it must lose all energy. It simply has an insufficient energy to escape the gravitational field of the Earth.
No, what Brenda is doing here, just so everyone is aware, I'm sorry, Adam, I shouldn't have stepped on you earlier, is Brenda is hijacking temperature. Because in reality, temperature does control gas, but temperature is only possible if you have a container, just like gas pressure and a vacuum are only possible if you have a container. What Brenda is doing is she's hijacking temperature, right, which does control gases in reality once you have a container, and then trying to add in afterwards. She's already tried to add in two different gravities: a claimed force of gravity and Einsteinian general relativity. So she's completely off the mark here.
Yeah, temperature doesn't control gas.
You can't hijack temperature, Brenda,
No,
without a container.
Brian, temperature doesn't exist. Temperature is just a statistical measure of the group kinetic energy of a gas or a substance.
Okay. So at the top, where we've got this contention, I've called it the Kármán line, right? You're saying the means of it coming back down to Earth to maintain pressure in the system next to a vacuum at the Kármán line. That point, what's the gas if it's not lost all kinetic energy, right? And therefore we understand that gas will continue in whatever vector it's travelling until it collides with something. Okay. So it hasn't lost all energy, hasn't reached absolute zero. You disagree with my synopsis of your non-claim because you haven't said it. Fine. In that case, if it hasn't lost all kinetic energy and it's travelling in the vector of away from a sphere Earth, what's it pressing on?
Saying that a container is necessary for pressure is logically fallacious. Your question presupposed that.
That's not what I asked.
Your question presupposes.
What's
your
the gas
question
particle?
Presupposes that.
I didn't presuppose anything. I asked you, the claimant, with a gas particle travelling up to a hypothetical Kármán line, what does it press on? Because at this point in your description, it's travelling in a direction. It has a vector already, and that vector isn't going to change unless it collides with something. So, does it collide with something? What happens? If it's not reaching absolute zero and coming back down, go boom, boom, go splash, splash, it's going to carry on in the same vector. So what's it pressing on, was my question, to come back down?
Yeah, your assumption is fallacious because as it gains altitude,
question.
Yes, you did. That vector will change as it gains altitude.
Because?
Because in a gravitational field, it takes energy. It will expend that energy as it gains altitude.
Gravity's not a force.
I didn't say it was a force.
Well, then how can it change anything's energy?
Right? Because it follows the principle of least action.
Regardless of how you describe this, it's not going to have any bearing on something that's travelling in a given vector at a given velocity. Now, if you're saying the temperature changes and it slows in velocity, fine. As long as it's not reaching absolute zero, it will continue in that vector indefinitely until it collides with something. Now, you're saying there's something going to affect that vector because of the energy. I say, okay, what's going to affect it? Gravity. Okay, no, because it's got no force to affect it with. You're saying, well, the action of least resistance. Well, that's just carrying on in the exact same vector because it's not going to collide with anything. So it's just going to dissipate into space, debunking outer space. Because if the sky was a vacuum, stop interrupting, I'm concluding. I've won.
I thought you were done. I apologize.
Well, I'm in the middle of the sentence. No, I'm concluding that space is fake. Because there's no description of a force that's going to kinetically affect the gas particles. Because there isn't a force of gravity. Quote, Brian Cox, there isn't really a force of gravity at all. End quote. Or George Musa, gravity is not a force. So it's not going to affect anything's kinetic energy. So even in your own description, the gas carries on into space. We'd all be dead. Because all of the gas would dissipate into the area of volume in line with entropic law. And your description, regardless of how poorly it was given in regards to the non-force of gravity, won't affect its vector. All gas would eventually dissipate into the area of volume and we'd all be dead. Outer space is fake.
Yeah, I'm not claiming a force. I'm claiming that...
Really quickly, Brenda, if I can interrupt for a second. Please, one more question, then we have to wrap it up and go to the next. I don't want to have this stage held up for half an hour of this, if you don't mind, Brenda.
Yeah, I hope Nathan recognizes that I've been polite and respectful the entire time. However, I'm not claiming a force. I'm claiming that
you claim the field,
gas particle.
Brenda.
I'm claiming that as a gas
gravitational field. There's no
Brian,
gravitational field in general relativity. You also hijack temperature and then denied it. You hijack temperature first, and then you hijack temperature as the control of the gas. Then you denied that temperature existed. And
temperature isn't a thing, Brian.
You claim the gravitational field, but there is no gravitational field in general relativity.
We can demonstrate gravitational fields.
There is no
temperature
gravitational field in general relativity.
Go around in circles again. Yeah,
well,
you're right.
I was
You're right, Brian. So
I am-
she's claiming a field which would affect this particle, but then she's saying I'm not claiming a force because I've given several citations in the form of quotes from people who make it explicitly clear that it's not a force. But she's trying to utilize it as a force when she says it's going to be affected by a field. What, a field that's going to affect the kinetic energy? That would be a force.
Yeah,
It isn't, though.
That's just an argument from authority. That's just an argument from authority. I'm saying that without anything else, in a gravitational field, a gas particle, as it gains altitude, will expend its kinetic energy.
So, therefore, space is fake. So the gas will fill the availability of volume as it expands its kinetic energy, otherwise described in the second law of thermodynamics as dispersion. That's right, gas disperses into the fake area above our heads that doesn't exist, called a sky vacuum. If we had one, it would disperse. Is that you being ultra polite?
Okay, beautiful. That took up a quick 30 minutes of our time. Feel free to add on, but I've sent Brenda back to the audience.
Fair enough.
Well, all right, I was going to add more.
Well, if you want to
Just
conclude, Brian, do you mind
for
if
the
Brian
audience,
just makes
if
a
you wouldn't mind.
conclusion, so we can round
Of
out
course,
that
go
little
ahead.
section with Brenda? Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, just so the audience know, within the heliocentric paradigm that Brenda was claiming, they lose a certain amount, let's say, what they would call tons, which is impossible because it's a gas, but they give away to it. I think there's 90 million tons of their air is lost to their sky vacuum every day. The first law of thermodynamics states that neither matter nor energy can be created nor destroyed by nature. So how is nature replenishing this gas that has disappeared into their sky vacuum? Because it's in violation. Their sky vacuum is in violation of that law. Or sorry, that process that they're claiming is in violation of the fourth law of thermodynamics. Thank you.
Beautiful, thank you. We have a question from Celtic Queen, Mrs. Patty. Go ahead.
Hi, I just had one question. Literally just hold on real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Is it of you guys' opinion, have we been to space? Sorry, have we been to space?
There is no space. It's a violation of a natural law. So you're breathing gas at high pressure, and it's claimed that the sky is a vacuum. Well, gas fills vacuums. There is no sky vacuum above our head to go to. It's equivalent to Narnia. Like we can't go through a wardrobe to a place where there's snow and talking lions. Well, there's no place where rockets go to Mars and the moon because that's claimed to be a vacuum. If rockets can go up into space, then all the gas we're breathing would also go into that space too. We'd all be dead. Like that scene in Total Recall, you know, when they're all on the surface of the planet and the gas just expands into the area of volume and they're all suffocating. That's what we'd be doing because the gas would fill the vacuum.
Okay, so the reason that I'm asking this is I think that fundamentally, I was just discussing this with some other people in the text chat. Fundamentally, in order for you to have the beliefs that you hold, you would have to either believe that space is fake, as you've just said, or that we've just never been to space in general. So there's a reasonable amount of skepticism there. I'm not denouncing you guys' beliefs as whether they're morally right or wrong. I'm just saying that in order to hold the beliefs that you hold, you have to have that prerequisite. That was all I was going to ask.
Okay, I got you.
You can send me back down.
No, it's okay. Can we carry on? Can we talk to you a little bit longer? Oh, she's gone already.
No, I'm eating Thai food, and I just wanted to ask that question.
Back. It'd be nice to just respond to what you've said, if that's okay with you.
No, you can. I just want to be sent back down because I was told that I have to be good, and if I'm up here longer, I'll turn into an asshole. So I promise to be good, and so I just want to be sent back down.
Okay,
I appreciate it. Thank you, buddy. You guys go ahead.
Just to respond to that, so no, it's not that we have to have a prerequisite belief in order to describe how gas behaves always. I cited a law of nature, and what I got back after citing said law of nature, that's the second law of thermodynamics, and gas behaviour, that's dispersion into a volume. I can easily demonstrate how gas fills vacuums. That's what gas does. It's just particles bouncing in all direction, and if there's an area of space that they can go into, so long as there's nothing stopping them from going into them, they'll go into them. And the area above my head that you're asking about whether or not we've been to is an area claimed to be 10 to the minus 17 Torr vacuum called outer space. an area that rockets travel into that you believe, because you're definitely not going to space, but there's men who've lied to you and say that they've been to an area of volume that all the gas we're breathing would definitely fill, in line with the law of nature describing dispersion. That's entropic law. Not some prerequisite belief when you didn't listen to a single word I said in rebuttal. No, definitely not a belief. I'll try again. Law of nature. That is to say, how we describe things which occur always, without exception. So without exception, gas fills space. So the sky's not a vacuum because it's claimed to be a space. Yeah, gas would fill it. So rockets can take off and go up through the gas we're all breathing at high pressure into the space, but the gas all just hangs around, just chills out and doesn't do what natural law dictates it would do, filling space. That's not a belief. You have a belief in little green men coming from areas of volume that gas isn't filling. You have a belief that you can trust the men who lied to you about going in little rockets to an area of pressureless space that gas isn't filling. Yeah, that's your belief. I don't have a belief about a sky vacuum. I unequivocally declare here for everybody, I don't know what the sky is. I wouldn't be so bold. But what's that? NASA told you they went in little spaceships? Why didn't the gas follow them? Does it go down, go boom, boom, go splash, splash because of a force of gravity that you believe in? Perhaps this might have been very irritating for a flat earther to quote gas behaviour in the form of natural laws of nature, after being told that he's got a belief that I need to hold as a prerequisite, because that's a really big word. No, not a prerequisite. You know, an interesting word that I could use would be an antecedent. For gas pressure, that's containment. You need containment for gas to press on, for it to be pressure. What's that? We got a sky vacuum for the gas pressure to press on. Is that your belief? Yeah, love, it is. Absolutely, without question. Your belief in a world that's round, that needs gravity holding gas in violation of natural law, so your men that you trusted can go to a space that doesn't exist, like Narnia. It's not a belief I hold. Just make that absolutely clear, as that's what I got in rebuttal. Just to shut that nonsense down from someone who didn't listen to the rebuttal, nay, understand the rebuttal. That, well, I need to sit down because I'll get angry with you taking apart my fundamentalist religious sphere belief about a sky vacuum in violation of natural law. No, it's just a belief you hold. No, it isn't. Yeah, sit down. Thank you for your question.
Can I add something on to the end of that, Nathan? And people, if
Is that okay? I am.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Just for that lady there. Essentially, no offense to the lady, but what you're claiming is that the laws of entropy, the effects that we term as entropy, are just beliefs. So what we detail and call entropy is not a belief. We don't have to just believe that. We can know that these things are constants. And these things happen, and happen all the time. We don't have to believe that. We don't have a belief about it. But when it comes to the heliocentric paradigm, you can only have a belief, because there is no demonstration possible. There's no way possible to demonstrate what's claimed within the heliocentric paradigm because of entropy. So you can either have a belief that that paradigm violates entropy, but have no demonstration or proof of that because it's not possible, or you can know that that paradigm is incorrect because of what we term as entropy, which is knowing about stuff, not believing. Thank you.
Fantastic. We have a follow-up question to Celtic Queen by Mr. Appo. If you'd like to go ahead, Appo.
You guys hear me? Hello?
Hi, Appo.
Yes, sir.
Hey, what's up? So with the whole rocket thing, right? Why do you think rockets exist?
Why do I think rockets exist? Is that your question?
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you mean? Why do rockets exist?
So the reason why you have a lot of fuel inside these vehicles, right, They're created to essentially break through that gravity that's pulling it down. You said
No, that's
that
incorrect.
gas would be released,
No,
right?
that's incorrect.
If okay.
This ain't gravity that pulls it down.
Yeah.
Are you aware of a guy called Brian Cox?
No.
What about a magazine called Scientific American? You're familiar with that?
No.
Have you ever heard of Scientific American as a magazine and editorial for scientific literature? Are you aware of such a
don't really read magazines now.
Okay. Well, me quoting men of quasi-science isn't going to help then when I describe how gravity is not a force. It hasn't been a force for 109 years.
Okay.
So gravity as a force is a Newtonian, in name only, concept that mass attracts mass. Yet, in reality, gas doesn't do that. Gas doesn't attract to gas. It moves in all directions, all vectors. You appreciate that?
No, the reason why I bring up rockets and why they exist, and I had a pinned message I wrote a lot out when it comes to military technology and why they exist. If what you were suggesting to Celtic were true, we wouldn't need rockets to put satellites up. Planes can just fly higher, right?
Right, you're asking
That's
about
my thing with it.
Yeah, I gotcha. You've got some concerns about why people might be doing things given that there is no area of volume that gas could fill above our heads to send what you think are rockets there. But that's not really my concern. That's you worrying about what the military might be developing when they say they're going to a place that doesn't exist. Now, let's say for a hypothetical scenario, there was an entire factory building these nanobot technology fur coats that enabled people to traverse the wardrobe to get to Narnia. And you ask me, well, what about the nanotechnology in the fur coats? I go, no, there's no Narnia. If the sky was a vacuum, a place for you to worry about whether or not military are building rockets to send to, then the gas we're breathing at high pressure would instantaneously fill that volume, explosively. Now, in reality, as a planet, in inverted commas, would have never developed gas pressure to breathe. Because if at the birth of the existence of the world that you believe, with Thea smashing into it at a glancing blow, depositing a big molten iron core in it to keep up with the timeline they're developed by the church, well then in that scenario, the first gas particle would come out of the ground and immediately bugger off into space, never to be seen again. And the second gas particle would come out of the ground into the sky vacuum and then travel in whatever vector it's traveling out into the sky vacuum to never, ever, ever return, ever.
Nathan,
So
I feel like you're misunderstanding.
I'm still
what
talking.
saying.
So in your ideas of what the sky is to send rockets to, you've got a narrative that would have violated the second law and first law of thermodynamics before it even came into existence. So we wouldn't have an area of volume above our heads with the gas pressure that we're breathing. Those two things can't coexist. Nature abhors a vacuum, and your sky for rockets to go to is claimed to be a vacuum. Nature abhors that. It would disperse the gas we're breathing, that is, into it. There is no sky vacuum. Space is fake and debunked by natural law. I'm done now.
Why aren't they understanding this?
Rockets would not exist in your worldview.
No, you're suggesting that. That's a claim that you now believe to be the truth. You're suggesting that rockets wouldn't exist because the sky's not a vacuum. No, that's preposterous, and your claim and what
Based off
you're
of
now
what?
worrying about, I'm replying to you. You would concern yourself that somehow miraculously rockets stop to exist because the sky's not a vacuum. No. Just having a second law of thermodynamics violation as a sky vacuum, in my humble opinion, is the reason that you've got rockets pretending to go there, so that people can believe that there is a sky vacuum, because we've got rockets, like you're justifying them. Now, because there isn't a sky vacuum doesn't mean the rockets you believe in cease to exist. That's fundamentally paradoxical and idiotic, and certainly not something I'm saying. Please don't project your pain that you would worry about, given that the sky is not a vacuum, onto me by saying that I'm saying rockets wouldn't exist by some straw man. That's garbage, and I'm not saying it. It's what you're worried about. I'm not
worried.
Well, why are you asking me and projecting it onto me then? I didn't say
Because
it.
I'm
Don't
asking
project
you,
it
why do
onto
you
me.
think they exist?
I didn't
Why
say
do you
it.
think they
I
exist?
didn't say it, so don't project it onto me.
Oh,
You
man,
said
there you
it.
go.
I'm suggesting you're concerned with it because you said it. You also projected it onto me like I'm saying rockets wouldn't exist. No, those words didn't cross my lips. They crossed yours. Therefore, unequivocally, you, sir, are concerned about it. Not me. But you'd like to project your pain that you worry about onto me by telling me what I'm saying when I'm not saying it. I didn't say rockets wouldn't exist. You have gone to La La Land and concern yourselves about the things that you have currently believed proved your sky vacuum. Now, rockets don't prove a sky vacuum, but you lent on them up until now and are telling me that they wouldn't exist because I'm saying that your sky vacuum, the rockets you think go to, doesn't exist. It can't exist. Gas fills space. It's a law of nature. Do I care what your concerns about military rockets are now? No, they are your concerns. Now that you have a painful, fundamental shift in your reality, you thought there was an area of volume that gas wasn't filling that rockets could go to. So the rockets go up in a vector upwards or outwards, depending on your ilk. And as they go up or out from the sphere Earth, they go through the yummy gas at high pressure that we're all breathing until some of the gas just hangs around at the Kármán line, stopping carrying on in its current vector. Yeah? No, that's not real. That's a violation of natural law that leaves you with no sky vacuum to believe in. Your concern about rockets is not mine. Hope that's clear. Don't project your pain onto me.
So then you don't believe in nuclear war, then? If that's the way. Like,
Or did I say that, Mr. I'm going to project
No, I'm
my
just saying,
pain about
these are
nuclear war?
ICBMs, these are
Did I
rockets,
say
right?
that, Mr.
So-
I will now project your further
saying.
pain about nuclear weapons? So you have a concern about nuclear weapons that you need to project on me, Mr. I've got a lot of concerns and pain that I need to project onto you. No, I didn't say that, did I? So don't project your pain for another issue that you've obviously got. You obviously have a lot to worry about now, don't you? Not me. I didn't say those things. Stop projecting your pain that you are experiencing now you realise that something you believe in, that's outer space, isn't real. That's not my pain about nuclear weapons or rockets, it's yours. Don't project your pain for a third time, if you don't mind.
Yeah, it does happen to be a flat Earth AMA, not a ballistic missile AMA. Anyways, let's try and move on to the next. Mr. You've been waiting for a while, haven't you? How do I say your name?
Before you
I don't know
move
how to
on,
say your name.
guys,
Yes.
that was a very, very, very interesting call. Well dealt with, Nathan. Yeah. That when we talk about conspiracy cats and the guys, what would happen if it was true? That last conversation was a great example of how the world falls apart for the baller when they realise certain inherent truths, to the point that panic setting so much that you need to clarify that maybe nuclear weapons aren't true as well. That's how much your paradigm's just been slapped up, mate, that you have to check back and hopefully have a pull back to your old ball world where at least nuclear weapons are real. If Nathan agrees to that, and at least my worldview's not destroyed that much, it's a really good example of baller thinking.
Yeah, your pain isn't my pain.
Beautiful. We're gonna have good old, once again, still don't know how to pronounce his name, but we'll bring him up here. Manufactotem, I suppose. You there?
Oh, hi.
Ah, you have a familiar voice, don't you?
Indeed. Can you hear me? Everyone
We
hear me
can
in the
hear
back?
you.
Cool.
Beautiful.
Well done on my name, by the way. Most people mispronounce it.
Thank you.
So, I was going to ask about your 2024 approach to this whole thing of it's measured flat. You need a flat Earth for that, and it seems clear from this so far that you do still stick to that, despite the pushback. So I'll jump to the quick. I'm curious because it's kind of important to my actual question. How do you define to measure?
To reference something in physical reality. So in terms of flat Earth, when we're dealing with the reference plane, we're referencing it. It's a plane. That would be what I'd qualify in this particular context for what I say in terms of measuring Earth flat. Hope that answers your question.
Kind of. So to reference, you would say is the same as to measure.
Part of measurement is to reference, but without using measurement in the definition of measurement, it's going to be a struggle unless I use something outside that word.
Okay. Because it seems to me that if I were on a tall building, say, and I'm taking a depression angle to a car, for instance, the reference that I've laid down from which I'm measuring wouldn't be the same reference as the Earth itself, right?
I don't follow.
So I establish a reference, right, a horizontal, but if I'm high above the Earth, like in a tall building, that reference isn't the Earth itself.
It depends what you've used to reference. So what you're saying is if you've got a laser level and you've drawn out a horizontal with that, then the plane of reference isn't the ground. Yeah, that's correct. However, when you do that, the reason you do that, if you're going to use the ground for anything, so if you're doing navigation, for instance, you appreciate that that line that you've drawn out with eye level or a laser level is parallel to the ground. Do you appreciate that?
Well, not necessarily.
Oh, really?
Like it doesn't follow.
Oh, does it not?
Not necessarily.
Don't laugh at him,
no. I mean,
Brian. Hold on, I've just got to I don't want this to become my panel mocking you. Please don't laugh at him, Brian. Let's try that without the laughter from my panel.
I
No,
apologize.
you're saying...
I've run into it so many times.
It's all right. Yeah, me too. So, not parallel with the ground, you say? Oh, I don't understand why you wouldn't think that all horizontals are parallel. I don't understand.
well, that's fine if you don't understand. My problem is that it's not been established. Like I could fathom different forms of the Earth, not necessarily spherical, could be anything, that wouldn't necessarily require that horizontal reference be parallel. And you would
Okay,
still
I
be able
see
to
your point. I got you. So you're saying at the point that you just establish horizontal in general, what does horizontal mean?
Not deviating from 90 degrees to a normal.
Not parallel with the horizon, then?
Not necessarily, but generally
that wouldn't be a
would
definition
mean
you'd accept, then?
Not definitionally. It results as more or less the same thing on either a flat or spherical
But it
Earth,
is defined that
not
way. But that is how it's defined, though. You wouldn't accept that because you don't accept it. Okay. So it's a hand wave dismissal in regards to how things are defined from your part.
Well, if we're going by definitions, that's going to get us into a whole bunch of other issues.
But that's what we do
Like,
when
I
we
don't think
debate
a
things.
definition
It's semantics. That's what the Socratic method would be. Words and their meanings and how they're defined. That's what we're doing. It's called the Socratic method. Are you familiar with the Socratic method?
I am. Yeah, I think in a
What's the
conversation
Socratic
like
method?
this, we
What
need
is
to
the Socratic method?
establish
Sorry,
our
what is the
definitions.
Socratic method?
Coming to a consensual conclusion on issues by testing beliefs.
No, by words and their meanings and their definitions.
Sure.
Yeah. So when you say it's going to be troublesome if we're going to have to stick to what definitions and words and their meanings and stuff, yeah, it is going to be, because that's how we go through this process of the Socratic method when we agree and debate on things. The problem is that when things fundamentally defy, for instance, horizontal being parallel with the ground, so it's useful for things like navigation, GP points, areas of equal elevation. If you've got a globe belief, you need to fundamentally deny that. And that would mean that you'd have to, find it problematic to, comport with definitions of words and stuff. Yeah, we know. Meanwhile, all horizontals run parallel with the ground. That's how we map and navigate. Did you not know that?
Okay, so I just have
and my
to
question,
ask then,
I'll ask again. Did you not know that that's how we navigate? Did you not know that? That all horizontals that you establish run parallel with the ground? Did you not know that that is how we navigate as a fact that I'm asking you to either accept that you don't understand or accept that you do, in contradiction to your garbage that you spewed earlier? So do you understand that all horizontals run parallel with the ground and that's how navigation functions, or not?
All horizontals? No.
Yeah, they do. That's how we navigate.
Okay, I can accept that, sure.
So when you said no, just kick him out. The guy's a deceitful crap. So when you said no, you mean actually I accept that as a principle that's correct then? So just deceitful.
No, I can accept that for this conversation.
No, it's a fact. That's how we navigate. Not for this conversation. You seem to want to deny celestial navigation because you think it's a claim I'm making for the purposes of conversation. No, I'll say it again. It's a fact that they all run, that's horizontals, parallel with the ground in navigation. That's not up for contention. It's not acceptable on the basis of this discussion. It's a process called celestial navigation that I'm asking you to concede how it actually functions based on the fact that you're saying no. Not all horizontals run parallel with the ground. Yes, it's called navigation and not just going to be conceded for the purposes of this discussion. Now we're all clear. Do you now understand that in navigation, all horizontals run parallel with the ground as you denied? Incorrectly. No, obviously they run parallel to spheres.
Yeah, I'm going to take a little break and let Gremlin take over. It's getting quite late for me. Thank you for your time. I'm going to be listening in with the crowd from now on. Pleasure,
You've been a
Oakley.
star.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
Did you want to just rattle through a few more questions? Or what do you want to do? I'm here as long as you want me to be.
I might just add something to the end of that, Nathan, just to fill up
Perfect.
a
If
little
you
bit
can
of
keep it to about a minute and a half, I'll grab a drink.
Yeah. Well, the problem is that you can't have a horizontal unless you've got a reference for that horizontal. In reality, we have the horizon. Now, you can't have a horizontal that's in reference to the horizon and the horizon not be horizontal. And you can't have two horizons that are at two different angles to each other because you don't even have a reference for those angles because you don't have a horizontal to reference those angles from. Horizontal is what all pitch and angles are referenced from. So your all pitch changes would be referenced from a horizontal. So if you don't have a reference for a horizontal, how can you reference an angle or a pitch change? You can't. That's the whole point. So if all horizontals are not parallel with the plane of the horizon, then horizontal doesn't exist. It's that simple. On a sphere, there can be no horizontals. There can be tangent planes and straight lines down to those tangent planes, but those tangent planes cannot be called, and none of them can be called a horizontal. Because if one of them is horizontal, then what are the rest of them? You can't be all horizontal, and you can't have any verticals then because you don't have a horizontal.
That's where I was going to go
on
next.
a sphere, there can be no horizontals and there can be no verticals. So what that man was trying to say there was, I don't know what I'm gathering, is that you can just have a horizontal. You can't, not without a constant reference, and a reference that does not change. Because if that reference changes in relation to, if the reference that someone in America is looking at when they're looking at the horizon, and the reference I'm looking at when I'm looking at the horizon, if they're at different pitches to each other or angles to each other, then the angles can't even be referenced because there's no horizontal to reference them from. You have to have a baseline. Without a baseline, there is no horizontal.
Well said, Brian. Well said.
It was.
Yeah, there's an ongoing thing, I think, with our opposition. Sorry, where they try to take things from reality and then try and deny them while simultaneously using them, like Brenda earlier with the temperature. Or
I'm just going to say that, like Brenda.
As a tangent.
Sorry.
Come on, Neil.
No, I was just going to say that's what Brenda was trying to do. Well, she's always tried to do that anyway.
Yeah, but this is the thing. It's like if you're going to reference something in reality, you can't then deny it afterwards. So you can't call the tangent plane a horizontal and then 1 point over, because the tangent is just tangent to 1 point on a sphere or a circle. Well, technically, it's just a circle. So the next point over, you can't, and you have another tangent plane, right? How can, which one of those tangents, which one of those two crossing tangents, which one of them is your horizontal? Do you know what I mean? You can't both be horizontal. That's like my name, who I am. I'm me, right? Someone else can't be me. I can't be someone else. Do you know what I mean? It's as ridiculous as that. It's like trying to duplicate yourself. It's ridiculous. There can only be one horizontal. and everything must be referenced to that. And all lines that are 90 degrees to that are verticals. It's that simple. You can't have different horizontals. That's just crazy. So if you're going to claim a sphere, then you can't claim horizontal, and you can't claim vertical, because they can't exist within that paradigm geometrically.
Perfect. We've had that several.
It's that simple.
We've had it. You've summarised it beautifully. Thank you, Brian. I don't know if is it Gremlin? More questions he wants to put to us, me, whatever. Oh, we're going to be rounding out soon. I don't know. How much more have we got to get through, Gremlin, if any? Oh, he's disappeared. This might be the end of the AMA. I've just put a link anyway. I'll do a quick call to action as I'm not hearing back from this Gremlin guy.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you were on mute.
It didn't show me muted, but I'm going to grab Pickle Brian, and then he's going to come up next, and then we'll go through the questions. There's more than enough for you guys to play around with for hours.
I'll stay as long as you like. I'll stay as long as you like. Perfect. I'll do a proper call to action then. Right, I've just put a link in the live stream chat if you're watching this live. You can join the Discord server. It's the politics server, and we're in an AMA in that particular server. But if you did want to become a politics server Discord member, there is a link going by in the live stream chat now. I haven't been paying close attention. If people have been sending super chats and stuff, then thank you. I haven't been looking, but yeah, if you haven't, then please smash the super chat. But we'll carry on with this AMA for as long as people have me in the politics server. Like I say, if you do have a question that you actually wanted to put in the moment, because we are live currently, then you can do so by joining the server and going through whatever actions you need to do to be a member of the politics server. In the meantime, like I say, if you're watching live, we'll go through a few more questions.
Brian stepped down, so I'll grab Zach. There's Zach.
Hey, Zach.
You can unmute when you're ready, Zach. Hey, there's Zach.
You got a question? No audio, my friend.
No audio. All right.
He's dropped and rejoined. You might. Maybe he'll try once more.
If he raises his hand, I'll grab him again.
Okay.
But we're not get through. I can't actually read this guy's name. What's his name? Get. There he is. Go ahead and unmute and have at her.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening, Nathan. Thank you for the privilege for talking to you guys. Mic check.
Sounds familiar.
Oh.
Do you have a question?
What's your question?
Well, questions, no. But yeah, I want to say that I agree with pretty much everything that Nathan said. And even with his art of arguing, he's so good at it. But still, QE is my favorite. But he's not the least.
That's it, get out.
No, Q is my mentor. I'm not going to take that as anything other than a compliment. I'm only as good as I am because I've been mentored by QE, who's your favourite, which is epic. He's my favourite too.
Yes, I follow him for many years in 24/7, and I always like the way he speaks. He's very correct scientifically, and that is very important for people to understand and realize. Because it helps you live lucid.
Yeah, totally agree. Shout out to QE. As he's come up in conversation, we're talking about a YouTuber called Quantum Eraser. That's the name of the YouTube channel. So be here or be sphere if you want more fantastic information on flat Earth and debunking the globe and various other subjects. So that's Quantum Eraser YouTube channel. He's also got a website which is called theglobeterminator.com. So check it out.
Yes, and your video on the theory of information That one went like olive oil straight to my heart. It's my favorite.
On the quantum eraser itself?
Yeah.
Yeah. There is a God.
Yes, of course, true. Undeniable and undebatable.
Yeah,
There's no debate about that.
Right, 4 hours-ish ago, I was saying there's very little skin in this race for a flat earther in terms of science. But when you get down to things like Big Bang and their assertion of how nature created everything, that's where we do have a little bit of skin in the race with scientific validity that is offered by the quantum eraser or the delayed choice quantum eraser or any of the offerings from that particular neck of the woods in science, which is actually science. And it leads you to an answer to the ontological primitives when you know that you can't have anything in physical existence without information. And to have information, you've got to have a knower. Therefore, the starting point for this all was knowledge and a knower, aka external creator, God, call it what you like. But you can offer scientific validity for that claim in answering the ontological primitives. Nature didn't create itself. It's a first law of thermodynamics violation. There must have been an external entity for us to have information in the first instance, proven by science.
Yeah. I want to say that you have my greatest good esteem for all of you guys in the FED server. I love you all. Be great and carry on doing the good job you do.
You're very sweet.
Have a nice evening. Thank you.
Right, so we're going to take a question from Loom. He isn't able to stand up and talk to you, but he wanted to know how you first deduced the Earth was flat, who were your influences, and why is it that the Earth is flat a significant or important fact of the matter? Finally, what are the consequences of Earth being flat that can't be achievable with a globe Earth?
All of the globe Earth claims, in reverse order to his questioning, require a flat Earth in the first instance. So to answer what wouldn't be possible as a result of the contrapositive claim that Earth is flat versus being a sphere, all sphere claims start with a flat Earth measurement. There's a good chance that will cause problems and issues and distortions in terms of navigation and so forth, but it's kind of nonsensical to say how will it be affected in the reverse situation when the globe claim came from flat Earth measurements anyway. In terms of my journey through knowing Earth is flat, that's a very cloudy and convoluted answer because it's only in the last couple of months or month even, or less than a month, that I've been postulating the idea of just making it categorically clear how Earth is measured flat and to be able to summarize a question like I just had in the answer I just gave, which is to say the globe claims come from flat Earth measurements. We weren't doing that previously. Now that has been challenged by some of my panel where I would make it very black and white and say prior to 2024, we just all believed it was flat. Now, 2024, we're saying it's measured flat and making every example focus on that with a laser sharpness that is obvious to an audience member. Now, it isn't as black and white as that. There are plenty of flat Earth proofs leading into 2024, but our attitude was to stand on the back foot and respond to globe claimants' positive assertions that used a flat Earth measurement that Earth was a sphere, and then unpack them. Whereas, like the guy earlier, who was epic, by the way, still he's going to stick right in my mind, why are we even entertaining these unproven positive assertions of sphericity when we measure Earth flat? Will be my new rhetoric thanks to him. And that is exactly how it has developed over the period of 10 years that I've been in the subject. Initially, I only found out the notion of Earth being flat from Math Powerland on an auto-played video that I wasn't really paying that much attention to. I couldn't even tell you which video it was because it was playing in the background while I was doing something else. And it auto-played after watching a video about psychopathy or maybe about subliminal messaging, one or the other. Those were the subjects I was looking at when that auto-played because YouTube wanted it pumped into the conspiratorial algorithm. So all people who came to the subject, including me, were of a certain type to be made fun of when they speculated. But in that process, I found out plenty of information about how the world behaves and indeed how the sphere doesn't work, enough for me to say I don't need to necessarily address any believers in a sphere although that's exactly what I've done here for the most part today. And that's a testament to why I've still got the subject matter show title as it is, Flat Earth Debate. Regardless of how the guy's sentiment is absolutely true, why are we even entertaining it? Well, because they're still brainwashing every single year of children into the notion that they live on a sphere and that there's a force of gravity holding gas here. So, regardless of how well we have debunked that claim, or indeed, as his sentiment suggests, how irrelevant it is when it's an unproven positive claim that I would assert has come from a flat Earth measurement in the first instance, because it has, then, you know, we're in a position where why would we have to debate it at all? Well, because everyone still thinks it. And until we reach a position where everyone understands implicitly that Earth's measured flat and that their globe belief came from that measurement, we'll still be arguing about it and having to point out, well, where do the rockets go? Well, my concern isn't that. That's your concern, first and foremost. I'm pointing out that the sky isn't a vacuum and that's what you call outer space for your rockets to go to. Beyond that, space is fake. You can concern yourself about what happens with rockets now you know space is fake, or why they'd be doing it, because it obviously deeply concerns you, and it doesn't deeply concern me in 2024, to summarise the end of this journey. The end of the journey through 10 years of flat Earth is Earth's measured flat. That was supposed to represent a full stop.
We'll go on to another question that I see a few people are asking. Do you believe all planets are flat or just the Earth itself?
So that's working outside of a reification fallacy that the globe is spherical when measured flat, and that the lights in the sky, which are only two-dimensional by our estimation of them anyway, we don't have binocular vision to these lights. We don't have any three-dimensionality to establish for them. But what am I suggesting they're flat? No, they are flat. You only have a two-dimensional aspect to view of them. So you, under your apprehensions of 3D sphericity, no. Do you not know how a telescope works? Do you think you're establishing their three-dimensionality that way? No. Far from it. So, am I saying they're flat? No, they are. Oh, shocking, isn't it? Flat Earther says that the stars are flat. Yeah, they are. You only have a two-dimensional view of them. Ever. All of us. Now, if you didn't know that and thought you had a little gotcha when you're asking me about, am I saying they're flat? Are you saying they're three-dimensional? Oh, well, beyond inference, how do you prove that? Oh, you can't? No, I know you can't. But you thought you had a little gotcha, didn't you? How amusing.
I'm going to go ahead and grab one of these guys that are standing up. If you're ready for one. See this flat Earth guy's here.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, we do.
Go ahead.
All right. So yeah. First off, hello.
Hello.
Secondly, I just want to challenge you on the claim that the planets in the solar system are actually just quote unquote lights in the sky. That doesn't make any sense based on the fact that we have not only photographic evidence of these planets, but also, like, if you get a telescope on the ground and you're able to look at them through space, you can very clearly see those planets. So I would just like you to explain how the planets in the sky are just actually lights.
Maybe we're in like a green room or something when I just answered that like 30 seconds ago. Did you not hear what I just said? Like literally 30 seconds ago.
No, I didn't.
That's
so
fine.
you should elaborate.
That's fine. I'll answer it with respect to your question. So the first part of your question is to say that I just say they're lights in the sky. No, they are just lights in the sky though, aren't they? Let's just get that cleared up first. Are you saying they're not lights in the sky?
Yeah.
You're saying then the twinkling lights in the sky that I call stars, they're not lights in the sky according to you?
Correct. They're planets.
That's what you describe the lights in the sky as. But you're fundamentally denying that they're lights in the sky first and foremost. You're saying that when I say, look at those lights in the sky,
correct,
you say, no, they're not lights in the sky.
Yes, there are planets in the sky, and you can look at them from the ground.
Regardless of what you arbitrarily ascribe to them in descriptive terms, they are lights, aren't they? What we look at
arbitrarily, that's what they are.
Yeah, but they are lights. They are producing light, aren't they?
Planets are lights now?
Well, I'm looking up at a starry night right now through my window. They're lights, literally. Why are you objecting to this? It seems absurd to have this as a discussion and debate with me. Do you want to move on or
so
not?
if a plant,
We just need to move on. You're denying that when I look up and go, hey, look at those lights. Hey, Eleanor, what would you call that? Would you call that a light in the sky? Yeah? My daughter's 7. She says, yeah, it's a light. What's your objection again? 7-year-old says, yes, definitely a light in the sky.
So do planets,
You say no.
So do planets produce light?
I'm looking at it. Well, do you want me to deny the evidence of my own eyes because you say no? This is
Yes,
so absurd.
I want you to.
This is stupid.
I want you to.
I'm talking. I'm talking.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, you don't need to tell me what you're doing while I'm telling you that I am looking at a light in the sky. I can say it's a planet. I'm looking at Mars, what you refer to as a planet, and it's a light in the sky. You say no. I say that's absurd. So we just need to move past that without it being an argumentative point that you deny that they're lights in the sky when they absolutely are, and even a 7-year-old can recognise that.
We moved Lights in the Sky Boy back down.
Just absurd. Why do I... Yeah, don't blame you.
I apologize for repeat questions. They should be listening. They have their hands raised. See what Jesse's got to say.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hooray.
Hey, so it seems that surveyors for hundreds of years, as well as some amateur globers and flat earthers, have found that when measuring angles from one mountaintop to another mountaintop, there's a drop over distance that amounts to around 7 inches per mile squared. How does flat Earth deal with that?
Hold on, just before we go on, how did you reference the drop? What was it with respect to? So you know there's an elevation drop by virtue of looking at things. To your perspective, let's just say. To your perspective, they drop at a rate, according to you. So that we know that we've got that measurement, does it have a plane of reference that you can give us the altitude difference from, perhaps? How do you know? What was it referenced with respect to, that drop that you described then? Do
You
know?
mean like zenith angle? Or
No,
elevation angle?
like with respect to sea level.
Well, no, if you're on one mountaintop shooting an angle to another mountaintop, you reference your level if you're shooting an elevation angle.
We reference our level. Yeah, so we're proving Earth's measured flat and we're referencing level in respect to how high these mountains are. And just so we're all clear about what's going on with the height of the mountains, you appreciate that the height of the mountains is with respect to sea level and therefore a height off a plane, a horizontal plane of reference averaged and known as sea level. So we're going to describe how high these mountains are off a flat Earth and how much a difference in perspective would be asserted to be a difference of a drop over distance with respect to a plane when detailing that elevation change. So it sounds like this question's quite loaded up with flat Earth proofs. How does this question have anything to do with a globe, may I ask?
Well, for example, no, this has to do with a flat Earth. And how do we make our real world observations fit a flat Earth? For example, I shot an angle to a mountain that was, 5,000 feet taller than the one I was standing on. So, simple trigonometry says it should have been at an upward slope of 0.5 degree. I measured it at a downward slope of 1/10 of a degree. So how in the flat Earth do we predict what the angle to a remote mountain should be?
Just answer him. Brian. Yeah. So the angle that you measured required a flat Earth to measure the difference in the angle with respect to a surface level that has established heights of mountains on it. So, I just want you to acknowledge that you understand that the heights of these mountains are with respect to a flat Earth, and that the angle you're describing, let's say it's a depression angle with respect to a horizontal plane, that the mountain's heights are referenced to. And it's a depression angle with respect to the ground level that all horizontals will be parallel with. So to describe this difference between eye level and surface level with a depression angle, you will require a flat Earth to measure and describe the angle and give us the heights of the mountains with respect to sea level. That would be, by my count, 3 flat Earth proofs in the form of 3 flat Earth measurements. Do you understand that before we go forward?
Absolutely.
Excellent. So we've proven Earth's measured flat then, with 3 examples that you've given me. What was your question again?
Well, my question is, so the problem is, the Globers, they come up with a formula. They can tell us, if you're on a mountain this high and you shoot an angle to a mountain that high, that far, here's the angle you'll get. And they're right. And that's embarrassing because the flat earthers, they can't tell us what angle to expect for a given set of mountain distances and heights. And
Nobody's doing this.
It's high time the flat earthers come up with a formula.
Why would we do
Nobody's
that?
doing this.
Why?
Sorry.
Brian,
Yeah,
is
why
this
would we
not
do
a
this?
Roofy stooge question?
It's
not taken from reality. This is one of Roofy's plant questions.
Yeah, nobody's doing what he's saying. For a start, surveyors don't go up to the top of one mountain and take the elevation of another mountain from the top of that mountain. That is not what surveyors do, number one. Number two, in surveying, right, what they use for all elevation changes is they use the process of rise over run. In rise over run, which is used throughout the whole world for all elevations everywhere, in relation to all other elevations everywhere, rise over run requires that all horizontals, which are all the distances between, are parallel to each other, and all verticals are parallel to each other. That's how surveying deals with elevation changes. Now, at the start of this man added in an 8-inch drop per mile square, 8 inches per mile square drop. Nobody has ever in the history of surveying ever measured that. Ever, anywhere. Nobody measured that. Nobody references it. Now, this other claim where we have this situation where someone's looking at the top of a mountain at another mountain and the other mountain is this from that, blah, blah, blah. I've dealt with that years ago. It's the effect of optical drop. I've shown this, I've demonstrated it, I've explained it, I've shown it in real life. No end. So if you want to make a claim of the opposite, then you've got to show it. Because I can show and demonstrate everything that you're saying, and it all requires a horizontal plane. Every bit of it.
Yeah, that's the bit I'd
So
focus
it
on.
looks like Jesse is sharing his screen. I don't know if you can see it, Nathan.
No.
Well,
do you have any way to view it or not?
with the mountain. Yeah, the 2 mountains on this
Jesse,
diagram.
go ahead and explain what you're doing.
Yeah, the 2 mountains on his diagram are on a flat plane.
Right. So we agree that the angle should be the arctangent of the rise over the run, right?
No, I didn't. Brian did, but I'm just you don't seem to be conceding to me. The diagram's depicting a flat Earth, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and that's how we measure it, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, that's it. Job's a good one.
So why is what I measure not...
Who cares? Do you not understand?
What?
I don't care.
About the truth?
Sorry, the truth is we've measured it flat. And you're asking about an example of how we're going to measure it flat and something that... Sorry, about the truth. Excuse me, does this have a practical application in the real world? How will this be practically applied to someone's life to better it? Give me 3 ways this will better someone's life in practical application. Go.
Well, in 1886, they measured the height of Mount Everest from 100 miles away using theodolites, and they got it pretty close to the modern elevation. So I guess that made it better for the people who later tried to climb it because they knew how high it was. They knew how much food to pack and how much oxygen to bring.
So, and do I strike you as the type of guy about to go up Everest? Is this going to be useful in practical application for me, or is it a very, very narrow and specific field of people that have this single benefit? Okay, fine, I'll accept it. So when we measure the heights of mountains, including Everest, off a flat Earth, proving Earth is measured flat, it's quite useful if you're one of the select few that might decide to go up Everest to know the exact height of the mountain. Not that it has any real bearing on you when you're climbing up it, you're just climbing up it and it is what it is. But knowing the height is useful in practical application. In fact, I decry that this is even useful. When you're climbing up Everest, how the hell is it useful to know how high it is?
Well, but surveying is used for lots
You
of
don't
other
answer.
things.
You don't seem to be answering my question. I asked you for a practical application where this was useful beyond me using it to prove Earth's flat, and you've said knowing the height of Everest. And I'm saying when you're climbing up it, and you've got a vague idea by looking at it how bloody massive it is, knowing the exact height measured with elevation changes from a flat Earth perspective, isn't that useful in practical application? I put it to you. So therefore, I'm getting irritated with you because you're saying that this is me hiding the truth if I don't answer it? What, the truth for bloody Everest navigators? Is that who I'm hiding the truth for, you stupid dick? No, I'm not. How dare you?
Well, Nathan, he did say that they measured the height of Everest from 100 miles away. That would be 100 miles of flat they would need as a horizontal and in parallel to meet sea level to measure that height. Go on, Adam.
Yeah, I'm proving out the question. I'm just sorry, Adam. I'm just going to say I'm proving that the question requires an Earth that's measured flat, which is all I'm here to do. Yeah, I'm accused of withholding truth because I won't answer some stupid trivia question that has no bearing in physical reality, isn't demonstrated to have actually taken place, and has no practical use to anybody ever, but yet I'm withholding the truth according to this guy. It's absolutely infuriating.
Are we ready for another one?
I just want to get his piece in. Yeah, go ahead. Just Adam wants to respond to it.
I'm sorry.
Supposedly demonstrating a ball.
Oh, hold on, Adam. There's two. Yes, Adam just wants to add his 2 pennyworth before we go on to the next person, if you don't mind. Is that okay?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Adam.
Just to reiterate Brian's point, I've just joined the server just to have a look at the images that are being shown. If you look at both of them, the flat Earth calculations, you appear to be taking perspective angles and then applying them orthographically. But again, you're applying it in an orthographic way to a flat baseline. Look at it. If that was in any way a globe calculation, then that baseline of 100 miles needs to curve at 8 inches per mile squared for you to plot it on, for it to be anything to do with the globe. At best, you're resolving for, as Brian described, optical drop. But fundamentally, your mathematical proof for a globe is done on a flat Earth.
Can someone grab the image from Discord and stick it into Skype so I can present to the audience what we were just discussing? And Adam's just summarised beautifully. Thank you for bearing with us, Gremlin.
Thanks, Adam.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, we're on to the next person, though, if you wish.
Yeah. Grab. I can't even pronounce his name. I'll call him just Zet. Zet, you're up. Go ahead and hit the button.
Hit the button.
2. Okay. Next. Bones.
Hello.
Hey.
Good evening.
All right, so hey, well, good morning. Well, actually, no, it's afternoon now. Ooh, my sense of time is all fucked. Anyways, I have a question for you. So, suppose you're in a empty room, and I'm going to put a box in this room. Now, you don't know the orientation of this room either, but that box is, for all intents and purposes, while time is stopped, sitting in the middle of that room, floating in air. And as for anything else, since I did say air, the air is constant pressure, constant density, everything. Without knowing anything else, what is down? And what direction is down in this case?
All right, I don't think I understand your question or the reason I'm being asked it.
Well, no, it's more of a thought experiment.
Why?
Actually, I should probably have prefaced this before. What's your view on gravity, and or do you believe that density is what causes objects to go up and down in a certain environment?
Okay, well, let's start there because that's something I can relate to. Which one?
Actually, go with the second one because that's more pertinent.
No, which gravity?
Not gravity. I'm talking density. Do you believe in the idea that density is what causes objects to either fall or rise relative to one another?
I don't know. Are you making that as a
even
claim?
Gases? No, I'm asking you that question.
Do I believe that density is the cause of anything? No, density is just a description.
Okay, do you have any model of gravity then?
Right, do I have a model of which gravity?
So it is the force that I'm describing that pulls objects towards one another. In this case, on the Earth, it's what goes. It's the kind of force that takes a ball. Okay.
I gotcha. Thank you. The force of gravity. I take it you didn't get to higher education.
No, I'm actually an undergrad in aerospace engineering.
Oh, really? So why would you be under the
Yes.
misapprehension that gravity is a force then?
Well, I'm asking you of your model.
Yeah, it's not
I'm
my
asking you
claim.
the
I don't
question
have a model. It's not.
No, no.
Okay, I understand.
Okay, so
I
then
understand.
what
I'll
is
just
your-
try and
so
respond.
then-
I'll just try and respond.
Okay.
I understand. What you want to do is reverse the burden of proof. You have a positive claim of a force of gravity, and you're asking me about my claim of the force. It's not my claim. Please don't reverse the burden of proof. It's not my claim. It's yours. And I asked you which gravity 3 times. Now, you've said that you're an undergraduate and appealed to some authority when I've asked you a specific question about your question to me by way of burden of proof reversal fallacy for a claim you have of gravity. Which of your gravities are you referring to, I ask? And I got an answer. The force, you told me. I respond. Why would you, as a aerospace undergraduate, feel the need to ascribe a force to gravity when that hasn't been the case for 109 years? It seems you are ignorant of what gravity is. Were you unaware that, quote, Professor Brian Cox, there isn't really a force of gravity at all, end quote. Professor Brian, are you a professor? No, Brian Cox is. There isn't a force of gravity. So now we've summarised, with a lot of interruptions, that you seem ignorant. There is no force of gravity. When I asked you which one, you said force. No, you were ignorant. There is no force. Do you understand?
So you didn't answer any of my questions, but I will answer yours.
Kick him out. Get rid of him. Dick, get rid of him. Yeah, I did answer your questions,
answer his
Dumbo. That's
question,
why the
Paul.
mod team will now remove you, because I absolutely answered your questions. But your burden of proof reversal fallacy asking me to define what gravity was failed, and I pointed out why. Because I'm not going to use your burden, and that's not mine. Yeah, I did answer you. Yeah, you just get kicked out when you try and attempt it for a second time and tell me I haven't answered you when I absolutely have. I also will now debunk gravity, because the non-force, where you were wrong and ignorant and stupid and told the audience that it was a force incorrectly, when I quoted Professor Brian Cox and explicitly stating it isn't one. You were wrong, Dumbo. And I did answer your question, which was incomprehensible, because you're describing forces for me to answer about when they're not. So yeah, I did answer you. But meanwhile, you've got a non-force of gravity which does not help you when gas expands in all directions, and there's claimed to be a sky vacuum in this rhetoric that has gravity. Not mine, yours. Failed burden of proof reversal using man. Fallacy. Meanwhile, sky vacuum is debunked by gas behaviour, unaffected by non-forces of gravity. You don't have a sky vacuum. Your astronaut little training that you're wasting your money on, they're lying to you if they're telling you there's a sky vacuum to go to, because the gas we breathe would fill that space. That would be natural law, as opposed to 109-year out-of-date gravity nonsense that is still taught to school kids and idiots that go to NASA like you. Probably not going to NASA, probably a complete liar. Because if you were in NASA, you would hope that he would understand that there's a pseudo-Riemannian force space-time given to him by Einstein, as opposed to coming on a flat Earth server and telling the person under a AMA that there's a force. Not for 109 years, Dumbo. Yeah, I did answer you. Now get lost.
Can I add something to that?
So I'm going to grab a
if
question
that's
from
okay.
the pins.
Can I add something to the end of that first?
It's not. I'll have to ask permission. Is that okay, Gremlin?
If you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Brian.
Floor's your guys.
Yeah, just to clarify something there. A lot of people don't understand that they think gravity is a force and it gives weight to things, that this gravity exists and it gives weight to things, and that this force of gravity creates buoyancy. No, that's incorrect. Buoyancy is 900 years prior to the birth of Isaac Newton. It's Archimedes' principle. Now, let me expand. Why am I bringing that into this? Very simple. The more buoyancy you have, the less weight you have. The less buoyancy you have, the more weight you have, which is why you weigh more in air than you do in water. But if you remove the air, you will weigh more again. So contrary to popular belief, A lot of people don't realize this, but you weigh more at high altitudes because there's less air, so less buoyancy. So all weight is an apparent effect of buoyancy. More buoyancy, less weight. Less buoyancy, more weight, which is why objects weigh more in a vacuum. If air had weight given to it by a force of gravity, then objects would have to weigh less in a vacuum, but they weigh more. You would have to weigh less at high altitudes, but you weigh more. Things weigh more at high altitudes because there's less air, less buoyancy. So what they did is they hijacked buoyancy, which is the very thing that debunks their gravity, their force of gravity claims, even though gravity is not officially not a force for 109 years, but people still think it is. But they hijacked the very thing. This is what they do. They hijack the very thing that debunks their claim of gravity, which is buoyancy. Isaac
What
Newton
an eloquent summary.
Yeah, Isaac Newton never tried to hijack buoyancy. People after him did. Thank you.
Okay, so I see a couple questions of similarity. There's a few in the audience that are curious on flight paths around the said flat Earth, missiles, flight paths, and as well as us using stars and the sun for navigation.
Yeah,
So
any of
if
them.
you're
Ask all of them. Any of them.
together.
I'm good with all of them. If they're ones that you have to read out, then I'll respond to you.
Yeah, we'll go with this one. So we'll go for Oppo. You explain military weapon systems and how they work, hypersonic missiles, cruise missiles, ground-based radar, air-based radar platforms.
Okay, all of those.
We're curious how they work and how flight paths are.
Okay, we'll start with that. Radar proves a flat Earth. The whole system's based on a flat Earth. So I don't really know what I'm being asked for. If you look into how radar works, it's using a flat plane. So
same with missiles.
Yep, same with missiles. In terms of weapon systems, look up the Type 2 Sea Sparrow. It's got a laser pencil beam that flies across a million miles. No, that's a bit of an exaggeration. Up to 30 miles disclaimed to the public, way beyond Earth curve, at the height that the boat's projecting out this laser to track a boat so you can put a missile into it. Well, they're describing how it would work and can only work if Earth is flat, because that's how it does work. When it comes to actually sinking boats, even NASA themselves describe how Earth's non-rotating and stationary when it comes to doing things in terms of aviation. When it comes to actually dealing with Earth, it's flat. So people throwing things at flat Earthers like radar, it's like this isn't 2014 anymore. All of these things prove a flat Earth. Like radar.
I was just going to say that. I feel like I'm back in 2014.
Yeah, radar.
Sorry, bud.
What about it? It's a flat Earth proof. Why am I being asked about radar? It's like a terrible question. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Look into radar.
NASA specifically states that that they are referencing a flat, stationary, non-rotating plane. That's what they claim.
Yeah, because that's how it's dealt with. Cool, good question.
Okay. You able to hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna grab Lupus for the next one. We'll grab a live one. Wait, didn't we just do Lupus? No, I don't think we did. Go ahead, Lupus, come on up.
Hey, so just to preface, I'm just pretty much like agnostic towards the shape of our realm. I just have like some questions.
Shoot.
So I remember a debate you had, or you explained how Eratosthenes proves the Earth is flat, or something like that.
Yeah, it's measuring angles off a flat plane.
Right, because of the shape of the shadows, the lines, right?
Well, yeah, well, you can only get an angle if one of the lines that's running along the ground is straight. If to call it an angle, it's got to be straight. So he's referencing a plane to get an angle. So he's measuring Earth flat. Yeah.
But one thing I've seen that I haven't heard talked about really is Foucault's pendulum. Foucault, am I pronouncing it correctly?
Yeah, Foucault pendulum.
Yeah. How would we explain how the movement of the pendulum would change over time?
How would we explain it? When you say we, as in how would flat earthers explain it? We don't have a positive claim that uses Foucault. It's their positive claim. Do you know how the globe uses Foucault as a positive claim?
The direction of the swinging is changing because the Earth is supposed to be tilted and rotating or something along its axis or something like that.
Close. It's a claimed demonstration of two reference frames. So the pendulum is doing what pendulums do. Do you understand in principle that pendulums do not deviate? They only go back and forth. Do you understand that, first and foremost?
Yeah, of course.
Right. So their claim is that the pendulum moves back and forth and only back and forth, but appears, that would be not actually doing what I'm about to describe, only appearing to do it. Yeah? It appears to rotate around and knock over the dominoes because Earth is claimed to rotate underneath as a non-inertial turning reference frame. So pendulum, inertial reference frame, moves back and forth and only back and forth. Back and forth and back and forth. And then the second reference frame, according to the globe Earth, is the ground underneath the pendulum, rotating underneath the fixed frame in the inertial reference frame for the pendulum. So you understand, it's an example according to the globe of two reference frames. There's more to this. Just need you to say yes if you understand.
That would be the claim, yeah.
Okay. So you understand that they are now claiming that there's a reference frame that the pendulum can be in, separate from a rotating, turning reference frame moving underneath the pendulum. We're all clear. Same question, but
yeah.
Good. Because that would mean Earth's turning underneath stuff, like aeroplanes, hot air balloons, helicopters, you if you jump up and down. That would mean that on the equator, if you jump up and down, Earth's rotating underneath you as a non-inertial turning reference frame, as exampled by the Foucault pendulum, where it shows Earth's turning underneath as a non-inertial turning reference frame with an angular velocity of 1,000 miles an hour on the equator. So you launch a drone and Earth would turn underneath the drone at a rate of 1,000 miles per hour on the equator. And the drone, which isn't really flying away from you 1,000 miles an hour, it's just you turning underneath as a non-inertial turning reference frame, like shown in the pendulum. Said nobody ever, because drones don't whiz away from you 1,000 miles an hour on the equator. Nothing does. We don't exhibit this effect. Earth is not a non-inertial turning reference frame, but it needs to be if you're going to assert that Earth's turning to cause the star movement. So you need some physical demonstration that says, yeah, of course the Earth's turning with respect to an inertial reference frame. Check out my pendulum. Pendulums only move back and forth, but because Earth's turning underneath them, and aeroplanes, helicopters, hot air balloons, and you if you jump up and down, and don't exhibit any effect of that, but we can show it in this pendulum. Or indeed, if you fire a bullet from a sniper's rifle, the Earth will turn underneath the bullet and you'll have to track the target ahead of where it is because Earth's going to turn underneath a bullet and an aeroplane and a hot air balloon and a helicopter. And if it did, then a flight from Charlotte, North Carolina to Los Angeles would only take an hour and a half because Earth would be turning underneath it like it turns underneath bullets and pendulums and footballs like Neil deGrasse Tyson told us. You know, Earth turns underneath the football, making it go through the goal, and it would turn under the hot air balloon and blimp that was filming the game at a rate of 1,000 miles an hour on the equator. We'd notice. They just don't have any real proof that Earth's turning to cause the star rotation in a physical example, so they blag you with pendulums, and they blag you with footballs, and they blag you with bullets. But those effects that they are categorically claiming Earth exhibits with things like pendulums would affect flight times. You'd have shortened flights when travelling west. We don't. Earth's not turning.
Right. I can see how the pendulum wouldn't be a proof for either side, but I think the people who argue for the globe would say, like, well, you know, everything, the atmosphere, the air, the gases, everything is all moving with the Earth spinning. The same way if a bus was going at like a high speed and you jump on the bus, like it's as if you're not moving at all because you're moving like with the bus.
I gotcha. So if you're claiming now that Earth and atmosphere move together, there wouldn't be any deviation in the pendulum, there wouldn't be any deviation in the football, and there wouldn't be any deviation in the stars. Because they're claiming, I'm nearly there, they're actually claiming there is a Coriolis effect. And having a Coriolis effect requires 2 reference frames. Now, when I show a globe-believing numpty idiot with a fundamentalist religious belief that Earth's turning, that there is no effect to observe, they'll then deny their own claim that Earth has a Coriolis effect and 2 reference frames. You see, the pendulum's demonstrating that we have 2 reference frames according to a globe believer. That would be Earth turning underneath the pendulum. But when I point out that Earth isn't turning underneath aeroplanes, suddenly it's all moving together. Yeah, that denies that the globe has a claimed Coriolis effect to begin with, doesn't it?
So no one can explain the movement of the pendulum, I suppose.
Well, no,
I
they
can-
do.
I can tell you all
Let's just
about
try
it.
it, Brian.
Very
Hard enough
simply.
as it is. No, they do claim the pendulum shows 2 reference frames. That's what they do claim. It isn't demonstrating 2 reference frames. I debunk it with an aeroplane. That doesn't suddenly mean the original claim that there is 2 reference frames isn't real. The globe still claims there's 2 reference frames. When an anti-flat earther who is prepared to deny his own claim says Earth and atmosphere move together, then there's no Coriolis effect, is there? So it's fundamentally flying in the face of the original claim. Not, oh, well, it doesn't prove anything for anybody. No, it's still claimed to prove 2 reference frames, the very reference frames that are denied by the same person who'll claim them when they say Earth and atmosphere move together. Yeah, that's denying the original claim because the claim is 2 reference frames. That sort of stupidity will lead idiots like Simon Dan to say things like, and I quote, you and your reference frames have been ruined, end quote, Simon Dan. Which reference frames would they be? The 2 reference frames used in the pendulum to claim Earth spinning, Dan? You complete moron. Yeah, as an anti-flat Earth numpty, Simon Dan feels it's okay to deny the very premise that the globe has as a claim in the form of 2 reference frames by telling me that they are ruined. What, Earth and atmosphere spin together, anti-flat Earth numpties? Denying the claim there's 2 reference frames? We'd go around in this circle forever, but for my exacerbation or exasperation, having to point out to a claimant that there's 2 reference frames, in this case with a pendulum, that claiming there's only 1, Earth and atmosphere move together, pisses in the face of the original claim. I hope that's clear.
All right, thanks.
I have something
Enjoy.
at the end of that, Nathan, if that's okay.
Yes, go ahead,
Just
Brian.
a bit of
Sorry to get
information
annoyed.
for the audience. The so-called pendulum, they, if you want, anyone wants to research this, if they're in a university and they're purely mechanical and there's no electromagnetic motor there is somebody assigned to make sure that that pendulum does what they want it to do. So if it starts going in the opposite way from what they want it to do, it's stopped and corrected to go in the way they want it to go in. If you go to places like the Los Angeles Observatory, I think it's the Griffith Observatory in Los Angeles, where they have one of these pendulums, they have an electromagnetic motor that makes sure that the pendulum does what they want it to do, right? But there's a greater, besides the fact that that completely takes away the whole claim about pendulums, and that doesn't take away from Nathan's point, but it takes away the claim that they're just doing this thing, because they're not. They're either doing it because an electromagnetic motor is making them do it, or there is a human being assigned to make sure that they keep doing what they want them to do in the direction they want them to do. And if they don't, they stop the thing and make it go in the direction they want it to go in. But all that doesn't matter, because the most important point on what I'm saying here is that they need to start that thing moving. You can stop any of these so-called pendulums and it won't start moving. It won't start doing its own thing. Unless a human gets it moving, makes it move, pulls it back and leaves it swing, or an electromagnetic motor does it. So if you don't have the motor doing it, you don't have a human doing it, what's the pendulum doing it? Doing nothing. It's a plumb bob. It's hanging there, stationary. If the earth was moving, and this is on an arm that's connected to the earth that's moving, then there is no way for that pendulum to not move. But it doesn't move, it sits stationary, just like a tower crane. Because the earth's not moving. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to
What
bring
about
up
gas behavior? Sorry, go ahead.
No, what'd you want?
I was just going to say, if Earth and atmosphere are moving as one, what about gas behavior? So all gases are moving in one direction? That's news to me.
Yeah, I don't like that argument. You can get into the wrangle-dangle of denying their own claim in Coriolis and going with it and going, oh, well, you'll need containment around the gas that's flying through space in million miles an hour velocities. But you're into begging their question and saying, how doesn't it work? But you're automatically working in the premise that we've got a heliocentric system that has gas wrapped around it, and it's just figuring out how it manages to do that in their system. No. The moment they deviate from their original claim that is 2 reference frames, as claimed to be proven by Foucault or a gyro or bullets or footballs, you go, okay, well, that's Earth turning underneath them, isn't it? Yeah. Well, that would shorten flight times. Oh, well, we've got one reference frame. No. 2 reference frames. Don't do a Simon Dan on me and tell me my reference frames are ruined. You've got 2. Now you're saying we've only got 1. Well, therefore your 2 reference frames claims debunked. End of story. Bye-bye, globe Earth turning claim to be proven by 2 reference frames. We don't have them. It's the end of the argument. Not, well, your 1 reference frame that defies Coriolis would need containment. Sod that. But I get your point.
Are you ready for Ariel?
Yeah.
The Little
Come on
Mermaid?
up, Ariel. I'm not sure.
Yeah, like the mermaid.
I do have to make a slight
yeah,
disclaimer before she asks a question, though. This is because we're over like 5 hours for me. Typically, this is where my family invade the house or invade my space that is my studio. It turns back into a non-studio. Therefore, my daughter's going to play Minecraft, and I've got a very temperamental computer. So this may very well be the end of my time here if this crashes the computer.
Okay.
Just so you know. Hopefully, it won't.
What's your question, Ariel?
Yeah, well, I just wanted to touch on a couple of things. The quicker one, I've heard this talking point, I guess I would call it, a lot recently within like flat Earth discussions. I've been, kind of following like a ton of people on it. You brought up the Sea Sparrow missile like a few minutes ago about how it's like laser guided and has like some very long range. The Sea Sparrow is, obviously a fairly old missile. It's been around for almost 50 years now. And to begin with, like laser designation wasn't even really a thing when it first came onto the scene.
Type 2. Type 2.
That's not true.
Yeah, sure. So and so with the Type 2, it's a more advanced system that the original one used, which is still like semi-active radar guiding. Right? It's very hard to paint a small.
That's not correct.
It was brought into service in like the 1970s. The version one.
Not the pencil beam. No.
Yeah, he did qualify this, Brian. He said, I just said Sea Sparrow, and he's right to critique me. I didn't say Type 2, did I? So he's right.
But the one that you're referencing, Nathan, I think was brought in 2000, and was it 1998 or 2002?
Yeah, the Type 2, but I didn't say that. That's his critique
No, I
thus
think
far.
Type 2 was replaced that recently.
I just want to eat humble pie and go, yeah, okay, I should have said Type 2.
No, you were talking about Type 1.
Then
that's my point. You're talking about Type 1. Type 2 is the newer one.
Yeah, Type 2 can be spotted from the non-ship. Type 1 actually is spotted from the deck of the ship that's firing it.
Oh, well, I don't take it back
it's not from 50 years ago. This man said it was from 50 years. It's not from 50 years ago.
Oh, okay. Well, you're right to
90s,
critique. I was conceding something I shouldn't have been conceding. I did mean Type 1, and that's why I didn't say Type 2, presumably, because it was Type 1, but you're saying that's 50 years ago, and the new Type 2 is air to ground, right? As opposed to Type 1, which is boat to boat, in essence.
No, but both of them were. Both of the. Sorry. Both of the.
They're surface to surface and surface to earth. Yeah, so they can aim for both. The difference is how you paint the target. Both require line of sight. However, Type 2 can have line of sight from the non-firing boat. Type 1 is line of sight from the boat that's firing the missile.
That's right. Pencil beam radar for Type 1. It wasn't 50 years ago. It was turned up in the late 90s, early 2000s.
I'm glad you're here. This guy was more than welcome to expose my ignorance. I called it a laser. It isn't. I said it was... No, it was Type 1. Anyway, let him get his question, Brian and Adam. Thank you for adding that. I'm very grateful. Go ahead.
Yeah, so And then as for like radar systems, which you also just brought up, why it kind of delves into 2 points then, I guess, to be more pedantic about it. Why would things like sea skimming missiles and sea skimming aircraft be a thing if I just have a really big and powerful big and powerful radar system, right? And I put it at the top of my ship, so it's not really going to get hit, interfered with the waves and stuff. Like, wouldn't that negate flying really low because I could just see for hundreds or thousands of miles with my radar?
I don't think you understand anti-ship cruise missiles. They're supposed to be.
Yeah.
They're for two different purposes. One is defense, one is attack. The Panther beam radar is a defense system. The anti-ship cruise missile is not a defense system; it's an attack system. And the reason that they want it to be low, they need to come in and fly low, and they fly low for at least 20 miles, hugging the water, often only 10 meters above the water, and lower before they hit the ship, because they want to hit the lower part of the ship to sink it.
Well, sure, but you could do that like dive bombing from a high altitude, right?
No
Like,
offense.
and then you come in at the last second.
Brian and the guy asking a question. I really wanted this to relate somehow to a claim about a globe or a claim about flat Earth or something along those lines. So far, I wish I hadn't answered the sea sparrow. Thank you, Brian. Thank you. I wish I hadn't answered because I obviously am not an expert in this, and it's one of those proofsies that I don't particularly like. But someone specifically asked about how military applications might be affected, so I did, and therefore my bad for not having details to answer you with. But is there a specific question about this that relates to how the nature of Earth might affect these operations or something like that? Can you tie it to a question?
Sure. So like the general the reason given why you have like sea skimming cruise missiles, or like why aircraft would fly really low to the ground or the water, is to avoid radar detection because of the Earth curvature, right? If the radar doesn't have a line of sight on me, I could be 20 miles away and it still doesn't see me because there's Earth in the way. That's the reason given. So my curiosity would then be, right, if the Earth is actually flat, first off, why do all of these countries and organizations do this if I would still be able to see them? And then secondly, why couldn't I see 500 miles, 1,000 miles away on my radar if I just have a really powerful one?
Okay, just the first
Why
question
doesn't everyone
first.
do that?
So you're suggesting that they would assert that if you hug the ground, you're essentially in the shadow of Earth curve, correct?
Yes.
Right, but that, number one, demonstrably is not the case, as shown with underground or underwater radar, when there is nothing to hide behind for submarines and so forth. But you're suggesting that is the case. So all I can do at that point is go, okay, do you have a citation that says that if you hug the ground, you'll be in the shadow of Earth's curvature? Do you have a citation for that?
Yeah, there was someone posting earlier a graphic from the U.S. military in one of the chats, which I don't know. I could send to someone, or I don't know if I might be able to stream it.
Your own claim is debunking your own claim. You brought up anti-ship cruise missiles. Anti-ship cruise missiles have an inertial navigation system on them, and which means that they have ringlays or gyros that hold three separate orientations for pitch, roll, and yaw, right? So the whole point of the anti-ship cruise missile is that it gets down low. It starts off high, then it gets down low and hugs the ocean, right, close to the ocean, to avoid, and comes in at such a speed. It's not that they can't detect them; it's that they're trying to get them in there at such a speed that they can shoot them out, stop them by shooting them before they hit the ship. That's what they do, and they'll come in officially. Often at least 20 miles beforehand. That's 20 miles. They're holding a horizontal, holding about 10 meters above 10 meters and down, sometimes less than 10 meters above the ocean. So how does that work?
Yeah, well, so my contention with that would be if you're saying that they're doing that for speed. Well, no, I'm just thinking about the physics involved, right? So if you're saying that the reason why they would come down early, 20 miles away, would be for speed, to get it in as fast as possible, that sounds kind of counterintuitive to me, because you can fly a lot faster when you go higher up, and there's less air pressure, so there's
The
less
anti-ship
gas
cruise
molecules in the
missiles
way.
fly at thousands of miles per hour. Thousands of miles per hour. If you look into the defense systems against them, what they need to have, right? What you were claiming is, why would they need to go down low if to avoid radar? It's not that they can't be detected. It's that the speed they're moving at is so fast they can't knock them out. They can't knock them before they hit the ship. So it's a game of there's the game of, can the cruise missile get to the ship first, or can the ship blast the cruise missile out of the air before it gets to the ship? But you were talking about our curve, whereas what they do, they fly out curve. That's the point. There can't be our
so again,
curve. There can't be a globe for anti-ship cruise missiles to exist.
So if the Earth is flat again, right, and it dives down 20 miles away, if I have a fairly powerful radar on my ship, why does it not detect the missile when it's 20 miles
It
away?
does.
That's surely enough time to send a missile at it.
You're not listening to me. It's not that they can't detect them. They do detect them. It's that they can't stop them because of the speed they're moving at. It's the reaction time to stop them.
I understand what you're saying. I'm saying that, like, if detection time is the limiting factor, right, then all I would have to do to increase my detection time is get a more powerful radar, right? Because if it's a very small missile.
No, you're ignoring him. He
You're
said
missing the
twice.
point.
Brian said twice. Detection isn't the issue. They do detect them. The issue is shooting them down as they're on their way to get them. And
I understand. I understand. I'm saying so.
Okay, sorry, Brian. Sorry, just one sec. Okay, but you have made a claim that the shadow of Earth's curvature prevents radar lock.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have a
I'm saying
citation for that?
that's what's claimed.
Yes.
Sure. Yeah. The U.S. military is like the biggest one.
Can you post it so I can read it? And
sure. Where would you like me to post it? I'm not sure. I will just put it in the chat for this thing, I guess.
Thank you.
This is a graphic made by the U.S. military showing, like, the detection range of different systems and how airborne systems can see on the curve a lot farther than ground-based systems, because the ground doesn't get in the way as quickly.
Hold on. So the citation. Hold on. So the citation is saying, "Oh yeah, we go up high and we can see better."
Yes.
Okay, but that isn't what you claimed. You said that the shadow of Earth was precluding stuff.
It is the
so that's why you go higher.
Doing this. Right, gentlemen, just 1 second. It is the ground that's doing it. But radar works by rebound, okay? So it's called ground clutter. And obviously, the closer something is to the ground, the harder it is to distinguish it from the ground. So if you're only 5 or 10 foot above it, irrespective of the distance, it's hard for the radar, unless they're doing Doppler stuff, to see whether that's the ground or whether it's something that's moving close to the ground. That's the issue. That's why you fly there, because it's hard to make that distinguishment because of the rebound from the surface.
But that doesn't infer Earth curvature as opposed to ground clutter, as you're now calling it, Adam.
No, well, that would make it impossible to see if there was a hill in the way, wouldn't it?
Well,
it would also make it very difficult to locate. I think I've been dipping in and out, but if I could refer people to Rob Durham's video on radar use, he's a guy that's known pilot, worked for the RAF, and he's done a fantastic one, just pointing out how one of the principles of radar, because we're just dealing with return signal, is to make sure we know that we're dealing with a flat surface. That's one of the assumptions in the calculations of when you get the rebound, that the surface you're navigating over is flat.
Well, one of the very first anti-ship cruise missiles that ever turned up was used in the Egypt-Israel war back in the 70s. It's the late 60s, early 70s. And they were officially called at the time over the horizon or past the horizon missiles. So Earth curve can't be getting in their way officially, because the whole point of them is that Earth curve is negated completely. They just ignore it. When they first, if you don't want to look, anyone wants to look into the history of it, when they first when they first gave it a go, they thought her curve would get in the way, and they just gave it a go, just in practice, not in battle, but just in practice, and they found out there wasn't a work curve getting in the way. And from then on, they from that it was the first time they were used was to sink I think it was an Israeli ship, some small Egyptian military boats sank an Israeli gunship, and that was the first time they were ever used. After that, they were basically expanded upon, and now they hug the ocean. Like I'm saying 20 miles, but I've seen where it's claimed that they hug the ocean from a lot further than that. But it doesn't matter. The point is that how they work is to completely ignore Earth curve. That's how they work. You know what I mean? They use a horizontal. And now they're moving at thousands of miles per hour. Go on, Adam.
It works with the flat Earth. I've just for the guys in. I've asked somebody in Master B if anybody's in Master B in Discord. I've put the link into Master B. If you could share it to the guys in Discord. It's called Bendy Radar by Rob Durham, and that should kind of address it really in terms of how radar works and the fundamental principles you have to assume in the calculation you're going to do to tell you where the thing is.
I'm just going to give you a reminder. We're coming on your timer where you want to leave. So we'll do a couple last remarks, and then we'll let Ariel go, and then you can do your closing discussion.
Sure.
Just keep you on a reminder.
I just put that Rob Durham link in your Flat Earth AMA chat if you're in the Discord server and you want to pick up.
Yep, I see that.
All right, yeah, I will watch that video. I'm curious what he has to say about it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your question. I'm sorry I didn't have a good answer and my panel had to answer. If I was on my own, I'd have had to declare ignorance and you'd have got a really good win off of that. But fortunately, I had my panel here and they gave really good answers. I was totally ignorant of everything that was just said to you. Your knowledge would have outweighed mine in this circumstance, in any other circumstance. Just so you know, you'd have got the win there if it wasn't for Adam and Brian being here.
Yeah. Oh, well. Have a good day, man.
You too.
Good day. Thanks, Ariel. All right. If you want to do your last
Nathan.
Just 1 second, Adam. Go ahead, Gremlin.
You want to do your last closing statement and then do your plugs, and then you're free to go.
Sure. If this is the end, got to be an end at some point, I suppose.
If you want to do more, we could do more, but that's up to you.
I don't mind. I don't mind at all. If you want to carry on for another hour, I don't mind. I mean, all the family are moving into the lounge, but that means it's just a bit of background noise.
Family was on your case.
If you do want to, you tell me. If you want to round out now, I'll do a close. I can rattle one off in no time at all. Or if you want to stay for another half an hour, I'll do that. I don't mind either way. Whatever your audience wants in the politics server. If they're all keen and I've got more questions, I'll stay and answer them. If not, I'll do a little round out. You tell me.
Whilst people are thinking, just to add to your arsenal, radar is another good example of how the Earth is measured flat.
Totally agree.
Yeah, because they're using angles all the time.
And that wasn't the Little Mermaid. Her voice changed.
Oh, what do you want?
Genuine disappointment from you there, Neil.
Yeah, I was expecting a nice, sweet Ariel voice.
All right. I just wanted to say horizontal lines are derived from the horizon, and the horizon has a slope of 0. That's how you would use the horizon as a tool to establish a plane of reference for the YouTube chat. Nice to see you guys.
Exactly.
Yeah, the voice.
Supermarket.
As I think Gremlin is hinting at us rounding this out now, or pretty much telling us, right? So what I'll do is if it's okay with you, Gremlin, I'll ask my panel who've been dutifully here the entire time, and as a result, literally in the last 10 minutes, they've saved my skin. So if it's okay by you, can they give a couple of remarks and then I'll do a little round out, maybe total 10 minutes tops? I'm going to go with yes. Go, Adam, Brian, Neil, or Chocolate. Feel free to add anything you want to add to round out this AMA.
You go first, Adam.
I've enjoyed it. I've been actually quite quiet. Nathan, been very civil. Hopefully, we functioned quite well through the one account. It's felt quite a healthy conversation with everybody as well, and even those that disagreed. I think we've managed to hold the conversation and get the points across from both sides. So I look forward to doing it again. Maybe Nathan might let us speak a little bit before the last 10 minutes next time.
I'm so glad you're here. Seriously. We were also joined by Quantum Eraser, whose voice hasn't been heard on the politics server in a few whiles. Hey, QE. You got a lot of admiration today.
I shan't be arsed. Politics server.
No swearing.
Politics server is not an entity to me. So you may continue. I will go on mute.
Jolly good. Neil, did you want anything adding, or Brian, or chocolate?
I just wanted to say, very good show. I'm glad. Now they can't say we don't leave our echo chamber. And it's getting out there. It's getting heard more than our flat earth debates. So continue on. Good job, Brian and Adam.
About echo chamber, they got far less leverage from the very strict moderation team. As soon as an ad hom came, boom, on mute, get lost. They made me very relaxed. That's why I've stayed here so long. Right, Brian?
If Chocolate wants to go before me, I'll go then before you're finished, Nathan. If Chocolate is there to speak.
Go ahead, Choc.
Real quick, I'll just add that this was fun. I didn't speak very much, but that's cool. I enjoyed that. We're in different servers. I don't get out to a whole lot of servers, so this was pretty dope. And shout out to the mod team, like y'all are on point, like crazy. So good stuff, man.
Right, Brian, you'll get the last word from the panel, and then I'll do a little round out and thank Politics Server for having us and such.
Yeah, okay, Nathan, I'll keep it somewhat concise. Thanks for having us over. I'm happy that it was a success. I came in late, and I'm probably happy I came in late because I can't shut up once I hear things that I disagree with. But I enjoyed being here, and the moderation was very good. And hopefully everyone is happy. From what I heard anyway, everyone got to make their point. Hopefully people are happy with that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll say my thank yous to the Politics Server, and then I'm going to stay live a little bit to thank my audience and to do a few calls to action and such like. But yeah, Aurora, Gremlin, and I Am have been exceptionally good moderation, and I'm sure there's many other people in the politics server that have been behind the scenes to make this AMA possible. So a massive thank you to all of you, named or unnamed. You've been absolute superstars, and this has been a joy. I'm not even joking. Every time you did your thing as a very slick team, I got to relax comfortably in my chair rather than arguing back and forth and in circles with the same person for 25 minutes, wasting time. So I am really grateful. And that's it. If you don't know who I am and you've come to this server and you don't know Nathan Oakley 1980 or what the panel is, Flat Earth Debate is the name of the show that we run daily on YouTube. If you want to check us out, go to the Nathan Oakley 1980 channel, or indeed my second channel, which is Nathan Oakley channel, and you can see both uncut and after shows and live streams just like this one, because everything that we've been doing here today's gone out live on that particular stream at the usual time, albeit extended by 3.5 hours. And that's it. Yeah, thank you very much for having me. Unless there's anything else you want to ask, I'll drop once you've acknowledged my thanks for being here, and then I'll say thanks to my audience and such like. Gremlin, that is. I don't know if you're around.
I don't think Gremlin's with us anymore.
He is there. He's just maybe doesn't realise he's on mute or something. But if I don't get a reply from Gremlin, I'm just going to bid the audience in Discord farewell on behalf of Gremlin, because I'm going to drop and say thanks to my audience with my kids screaming. Thank you for having me, Politics Server.
I picked it for you. Daddy,
We're not going to get a response, guys.
Daddy.
Hold on, Clover. I've got to say goodbye to a live audience.
Thanks for having us, guys. And we'll hopefully see him next week then, Nathan, yeah?
Yeah, well, I don't know when we'll be next back in Politics Server. I'm sure we'll arrange it with one of their moderators. Okay, right. I've dropped from the Politics Server, so if I can keep my kids' noise down just for 2 more minutes while I say thank you to my audience, Clover. Clover, for a minute. Right, guys. I've got a couple of super chatters that I want to say thank you to as well, so I'll do that now. Thank you very much to AB Judge. Is that right? I hope I've said that right. He just dropped 50 Ron, whatever Ron is. Thank you very much for the support. And then puts a super sticker with fan written on it. Really appreciate it. Also, Crockett. No, it's just flat, said the surveyor on the street to Bev Try Thinking. In quotes. No, it's just flat, said the surveyor to Bev on the street to Bev Try Thinking. Says Crockett via super chat. Thank you very much indeed for your support. Also, Jason Dean. I agree. Please have Brent. Oh, no, I did read that one out earlier. So thank you very much to all of you for smashing the super chat. There is a link to Coffee, which is a new one on me. It's just like Patreon or PayPal or any other means that I use for e-begging in the link below this video. But some people like it because you can use a credit card or a debit card as opposed to PayPal, which you've got to have PayPal. So there you go. It's another means of donating to me if you want to do so. And hopefully, with a bit of financial support from my audience, I'll do more of these 5-hour live streams. But yeah, we're not attached to the server anymore. So if you guys did want to have any comments, it's now that's the time, I suppose, at the end of this very, very long live stream.
Well, what did you think of it, Nathan? Were you happy with it?
I couldn't hear you for the screaming kids. I've just shut my door now. Go ahead, Brian. What was that?
I was just saying, what did you think of it? Were you happy with it? Because it's you that are at forefront of it. It's your show that's going there. You have to go through. Are you happy with the whole process? We take that as a yes. What about you, Adam?
It's different, isn't it?
I'm happy.
It's a very different format. We're not necessarily because of the moderation. Yeah, we're not having to moderate with an individual coming into us. It was actually done for us, so it was very civil. I found I was only dipping in and out, but I didn't hear anything. But I think you mentioned it. You weren't circle jerking for a long time. That was the refreshing thing to me. So yeah, I think it's quite a good thing. Something new.
What I liked about it, Adam, was that people were coming in with questions that were obviously based. So many of them questions, with the exception of a few I heard that were kind of based off of someone trying to get a gotcha on Nathan, but they were a lot of the questions were ignorance. They say this, so how do you explain that? This kind of thing. It's like, no, this is what they actually say, and this is the actual explanation of it that they don't tell you about. You know, so I think it was very good for the bit I heard for dispelling ignorance. So people will walk away going, "Wow, I didn't realize that." Do you know what I mean? So you're taking away ignorance. That's what I liked about it. That was the element I really liked.
I can see the super chats coming in, and I'm going to read them all out at once. So thank you if you're smashing the super chat. I'm not going to miss you. I will read them out like I just did with the other ones. Just I don't want to disturb the flow of my very appreciative panel who've stayed around for 5 hours. So I want them to get their moment, if you know what I mean. But I will read out super chats later. Please smash the super chat.
I can't keep trying to make
4 more hours.
I was really busy all afternoon, so it was really good listening for me. So I've only been interjecting since I've been able to, if you know what I mean. And I did where I felt appropriate. It was good.
I was on my best behavior.
Yeah, I know you couldn't help yourself still, could you, though? Hey, even best behavior. Yeah, it's entertaining. I think it's a really good format. And I think it's something we should do regularly. I think that's why I suggested it. You know, there's nothing wrong with it once a week. And I think it was really helpful. Like I said, the help of the mods, so that you're able just to be yourself, respond, and not have to respond and mod, which is a difficult thing. So I think it's quite good. And purposely, look at the numbers. There was 100 people in there, all able to access, and there was 100 odd people watching. There's still that close to that now. So I think it's good on variety, and also it seems to be promoting the show. We'll see, but can't be a bad thing. It's certainly not. It's not a negative, is it? So it's worth pursuing with, and just to see what it results in.
Well, what I thought was good was the way. I think maybe we should talk about this, our own system of dealing with it, the next time we do it. But what naturally seemed to happen, and I was kind of hoping it would go this way, and it did, is that when a question would come in, obviously question is going to be to Nathan. Nathan is the forefront. So the question comes in, Nathan answers the question and deals with the problem. And then at the end of it, me or you, Adam, or whoever, is tacking on some information that the audience may not be aware of. So that extra little bit that takes apart their claim. Do you know what I mean? It gives the audience something to Google. Something. Hang on, I didn't hear about this thing. Do you know what I mean?
We did that though, didn't we? Where it was appropriate, there was. So when we're getting actually into adding some technical detail that might help people, I've posted a link, etc., etc. But actually, a lot of it was addressing misunderstanding, as you said. Well, doesn't need me after Nathan's addressed the misunderstanding to then reiterate the point. I think I came in. I say, what have I been there? 2 hours odd. You know what I mean? And I came in where I thought I had a contribution to make, not necessarily just hearing my voice, if you know what I mean. I thought it worked really well, and that's what I heard. Because you got to accept a lot of it. It's fanboy Nathan. People don't want to talk to me and you, Brian. We're nobodies. Yeah,
it's not true. I want you here when I can't quite spot Brenda's angle, and Brian just steps in and insists that no, I know this angle, and I'll yield. Whereas it would have taken me 15 minutes to get there. I'd much rather you were here to do it in 2 than me to do it in 15.
Yeah, because she's speaking in riddles. You know what I mean? And she's telling truth and lies at the same time. You're acting away. So
see, I was at the shop when I jumped in there, and the first thing it's just like, gets my goat, because I just hear you're now lying to everybody. Yeah, that's a false statement you've just made to try and proceed with. But it's good to have Brenda back in it and not letting her get away with a little.
Yeah, the principle of least action is between her ears. On a separate note, hopefully there won't be any more questions on the Sea Sparrow. My God.
Hey, we did you proud there, didn't we, eh?
Yeah. Brian and Adam came in and saved the day. I thought that it was going to end in a total catastrophe, but somehow, through the over talking and from all sides, it got squared away. But hopefully that won't happen again.
I even disclaim that, right? You would have me over a barrel on this. I'm so poorly educated and ignorant about this. And as soon as I said it, when a guy asked about it, I'm trying to get a gotcha. And you know, when you do that, that's when you get your ass handed to you. And that was an example where, in any other circumstances, my ignorance would have been so on show there, wouldn't it? You know it, QE. You've just said it.
Yeah.
I'm happy to admit
that's why
that.
it's important.
Go on, Brian. Sorry.
It wasn't. You went straight to being humble and just said, no, this is past this. I don't know the detail. And that's the best thing to do. And then we stepped in with the detail. But you didn't go blah, 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 and try and bullshit. You instantly said nah, which was an open door for us.
Yeah.
And that's how it should. If I don't know something, I've got to say I don't know. It's the best answer because it's the truth.
Just embarrassing.
Humility and honesty.
Yeah.
Adam,
but you weren't saying I haven't got a clue. You were just saying if you want that detail, it's not on my tip of my tongue.
All I would say though, sorry, Adam.
Well, what was it? Whether it was the differential between the Type 1 and the Type 2? Oh dear.
Well, the guy was trying to
target from 50 miles away.
Yeah, but what the guy was trying to do was trying to say, well, that's old stuff, so that doesn't matter. Do you know what I mean? This was the first angle he took. Oh, well, that's 50 years ago.
Yeah, 50 years ago when the
Earth curve is the old stuff, man.
Yeah. So that was, exactly. Yeah, Adam. That was back when the Earth used to be flat, but it's a globe now. That's what he was.
When we had the Type 1 Sea Sparrow, the Earth was flat, obviously, because that's how it worked. But now we've got the Type 2, it could possibly be round, so therefore, it disproves it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But that was his angle, and he had his facts. And I don't know if he has his facts wrong or if he was adding to it. Or that's from back in the 70s, or whatever nonsense. But what I would say to you, Nathan, is it's little things like that. That's why it's important to have that little bit of information. Don't bring up something if you don't have those bits of information. Like you said, 30 miles. It's actually 50 miles because it's 60 nautical miles, so it's 50. Kind of around 50 statute miles.
And I know
like that.
And I know where you're linking that as well, because it's hard to get across an idea in a basic form without fundamentally undermining other concepts that should relate to it. For example, me saying we don't need to learn all about the globe. And I'm saying that from the perspective of an audience member who comes in a certain circumstance where he doesn't know anything about the subject, and the first thing he hears is about Earth being measured flat, rather than the globe don't work because look at this orbital motion that's been animated and look how it wouldn't work with blah, 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 right? You're saying, no, when you oversimplify it and say Earth's just measured flat, we don't need the detail. Yeah, you do need the detail because look, you just had your ass handed to you. Be humble. You didn't know your stuff. You should. Don't ever tell me again that I don't need to go into this detail and nitty gritty. That I know what you're saying. I can read between the lines, and I'll agree. If it wasn't for you being here, then that would have been the win that got trimmed out, and that would have been all that got referenced out of the 5 hours, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would have been. It would. I don't want to point a finger because you did the right thing. You were humble and honest. Right? You weren't trying to make stuff up. That was the right thing to do. But the guy had you because you didn't have the details. It's not that he had a win. He didn't have that. There was no proof. But it was good
that's
enough.
enough. That's enough. We said it last night, right, with John when we were talking about the North and South ice wall speculation or North Territory speculation. No, stick to what you know, because out of a 3-hour presentation, the only thing they will focus on is your speculation about an ice wall or Antarctica. That's all they need. So me not knowing the difference between a Type 1, Type 2, air-to-air, air-to-sea, sea-to-air, whatever it is that it's doing, 50 miles versus 30 miles to the public disclosure, if I don't know those details, that's all that gets trimmed out, showing how ignorant the flat earther is. And that's all that's needed. So you guys saved my ass today. And I told the guy that too. You'd have won. And a win it would have been because that's all they need.
Exactly, Nathan. Like, if you think about it, you flicked around at the front cover. That guy read about a quarter or maybe half of the book. But me and Adam read the rest of the book. And that's why we were able to bat him and everything. I knew exactly where he was going. And he tried to throw out a few different phrases. No, I think he caught on that this is something that you didn't have information on, general military stuff. And I knew what he was at, and Adam knew what he was at.
No.
Well, if Nathan would have gave you a second, you would have handled it, but he wouldn't give you the second. Let him
Nathan's
breathe,
already-
Nathan. They're trying to help you.
That's good research, what went off today. You got to credit the ballers where it's due. Right? They've bothered to listen to Nathan, and they've heard him this week talk about this bloody sea sparrow, how he wouldn't use it. And that's what they came in with.
Oh,
exactly.
Wow, I didn't even think of that.
That's what I was thinking. Because Nathan, you even said to the guy, "Well, I'm not a big fan of this." The only reason you're not a fan of it is because you haven't looked at the details. If you take in the details for what they mean.
He specifically said on air prior to this, I would not use it as a flat earth proof.
I know that. Yes, I know. You're correct, Adam. I agree. That was what the guy was at. I agree with that. 100%.
Wouldn't this all be besides the point, though? Because those weapon systems, they're on ships, right? But what are those ships doing at the port before they leave?
Well, at one time they would have to take their eye to eye.
Yeah.
They're still using flat out navigation.
Right.
That's the good thing that came out of this afternoon, actually. Adding radar to how the Earth is measured flat. It's not something I've thought of citing before, but it's totally measured flat with radar.
Yeah, and LiDAR.
Because that's what the globe has. Buzzwords, radar, GPS, satellites. That's what the globe has to offer.
LiDAR proves it's flat.
It's a lack of confidence. It's just confidence. When we were doing Isle of Man, we had a LiDAR scan of the entire area, and it was flat as a pancake. Now, we noted it, we saw it, and we compared it with Chris Monk's tutelage and guidance to the curved version that wouldn't fit on top of it. So we're in false dichotomy with something that is showing unequivocally the LiDAR scan as mapped a flat terrain. That's what it is. It is the scan. There's no earth curve in it. But back then,
So
all we thought that needed
flat,
all we did was
and we're
stack it.
asking. Sorry, man.
I was just going to say, all we did was stack it up in false dichotomy, with Chris leading the way to do exactly that. This is how these arguments need to be argued. You need to take this measurement of a flat Earth and stack it up against how the globe math says it should work, and show how it does or doesn't. As long as we're arguing within the confines of how the globe says it should or shouldn't work, and we're comparing flat Earth measurements to it, then we're all cushy. That's how this argument must take place. Now,
Hey, Nathan.
Now we just go, here's your LiDAR scan, Earth's measured flat. End of argument. Here's your radar, it's flat. End of argument.
I went back before Christmas to those old videos. Because I remember sitting there with Chris and that moment, and not realizing how profound it was when I said to him, so which bit of that flat plane, the LiDAR scan, have you aligned? And it's that front edge, the front coast, that he aligns with all the measurements that we then pontificate over because they're all placed on a ball. But most fundamentally, it's the front edge of the Isle of Man that is the point of tangency. Yeah. The rest of that LiDAR scan sits on top like a hat.
Yeah. None of it matched. It just didn't work. Why? Well, because it's not fundamentally falling away at 8 inches per mile squared. It isn't doing that. It is flat, and the LiDAR scan shows it. And so do the maps, and so do the radar, and so does everything else.
Yeah, because it is flat. I mean, this is the thing.
So we've been
Everything has to
literally
be.
sitting in front of everything that's been flat this whole time, and just more focusing on why isn't it spherical instead of just saying it's flat.
Exactly. That's what I asked the other day. What the heck? How come we didn't catch this earlier?
We did, Neil. That was my point. I have to say this. That was my point years ago concerning Kepler and other things prior to him. The reason that all this stuff works, the reason none of this stuff can work on a globe is because they have to reference a flat plane. They have to reference a flat plane. Kepler had to reference a flat plane. They did what they did. They had no way out of it.
But why did the less intelligent of us not do or recognise this prior to 2024? Because we're ignorant. And we're all just scattering around our own flat Earth belief trying to figure out why we believe it. Well, when things that get pointed out, in fact, for me, right at the beginning of the journey, in debate at least, the flat Earth debate, were shown measurements of a flat Earth and couldn't see the wood for the trees. Who's that on? Me. Could I blame Chris and say, look, he's constantly juxtaposing it in false dichotomy with a globe Earth? Yeah, he was. But that's still on me.
I'm sorry. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that I never showed ignorance because I've shown and I've kicked myself. Sorry, I just want to say this, Adam. I've kicked myself over and over again for just not looking further into something and going. If I just had looked into that, I got halfway through looking into something and then stopped looking into it back in 2016, and then like in 2022 or 2023, I'm looking into it going, oh that thing. Oh, this is the point I stopped at the last time. Do you know what I mean? If I just continued doing it, I wouldn't have stayed ignorant for all those years. So I'm not impervious to ignorance. I don't mean it that way. I'm just saying these things, they work because the Earth is flat. That's it. You know, it's not that how do they work on a flat Earth? It's that they can only work because it's flat. Do you know what I mean? It's a prerequisite.
Yes.
Maybe it's the mindset that, like when we got into this, maybe it was that we were looking for the globe proof, right? So that's what. So all the evidence that we got that it's flat and it's measured flat and it's obviously observably flat, we looked at that as though, well, it should be a globe, right? Isn't that the lie? Isn't that the thing we're after? It should be a globe. Now, obviously, we're intellectually honest enough to say we haven't found any evidence that it's a globe. It's just flat. But for so long, we were just like, where is this proof of globe?
When we saw evidence like that, chocolate, what we would say in response.
Oh God!
Yeah, when we saw evidence like that, chocolate, we wouldn't say, "Oh, well, that's proving Earth's measured flat." We would respond as follows: "Well, that doesn't prove it's a sphere, then, does it?"
Exactly.
Oh, you got that for? That's what you interrupted me for?
Yeah.
Well, let's just talk to this as a no point and disagree to disagree then.
Okay.
I agree to disagree to disagree.
let's move on to our feelings about the matter. How are you all feeling about it?
What I would suggest with the people that are coming and asking you questions, that every now and again, it doesn't have to be every time, is could you tell me, from make sure that it's a Glober asking you questions, because sometimes ex-flat earthers and flat earthers come in, but every now and again, would you ask them, can you give us any evidence of curvature? Just spitball it to give them a chance to go into the positive light.
I'm not going to do that. It's very anti-2024.
You would think they would just start off with that if they had that, right? Like,
Okay, I got it. So just stay on the lanes you're on. That's fine.
I just don't want to toss them a bone at all. It's Be Kind to Dumb Animal Week, as you would put it in that regard, isn't it?
Yeah. It would be fun to listen to them bumble and fumble and stumble with it, because your whole point is the Earth is measured flat. So, or Earth is measured as a horizontal plane. Yeah. But, got it. We're good.
Okay, I'm going to do a couple of quick super chat shout outs. So, shout out to, let's just bring it up on screen for the audience as well. Shout out to AB Judge, or Jude, sorry. It's got on my big screen now. There we go. Modern missiles use stealth technology, plus the hypersonic flight can wrap them into plasma. Therefore, radio waves are completely absorbed. I have no idea what any of that meant, AB Jude. But thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate the support. Also, shout out.
What he means.
Yeah, go ahead.
What he means is that there's not a return. There's no return signal. So he's talking about detection. He's talking about detection, where they stop themselves being detected with part of what he's saying. I don't know enough about it, about that part, so I can't claim it's true or not true. But what he's saying is based off of how they're stopping detection.
Also, shout out to Roger Ludwell, who says, nicely done. Thank you very much for the super chats. Feel free to smash the super chat. We will stay live as long as this is getting super chats, I suppose. Well, no, that's not the only reason. But yeah, be nice to get some more. I'll shout you out if we get them. Thank you again.
Hey, Nathan.
That's me. Yes. What? Go.
Don't hold that information back. As soon as Pillbox gives it to you, you got to come clean with it.
Oh, brother.
You missed that part, Kiwi?
Pillbox. Give me a break. What a clown.
Did you hear what he said, though? Or you weren't there?
I heard him.
What a joke. And the reason why he's banned is he's harassing half the people there that are Christian.
Is that why he's got banned? I don't know anything about this. Fill me in.
Yeah, he attacks Paula like crazy. Not just Paula, a few others too.
He sounded to me like an overconfident ignoramus.
He is.
People who are ignorant but they're overconfident. They're so confident or arrogant they don't realize.
Yeah, it's called Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah.
Pillbox is harmless.
The moron.
Did he say he was no longer a fatty? Did I hear that?
Yeah, that's
came
right.
On and then I had to.
Yeah, you should ask him where the black swan touched him.
Oh.
What I liked about today, as you're all keen to hear what I liked about it, was the fact that at the point that they project their pain with a question about what about nuclear weapons or rockets or trips to the moon, whatever it is that they have a sudden concern about, immediately gets projected onto us. And in years gone by, it would be suddenly we've got to justify why nuclear weapons are real because we've told them the sky isn't a vacuum, and we would have bitten, or I would have bitten, and got into the wrangle-dangle of his pain. Whereas today, when that happened, it was really nice to have the proceedings stop and go, this is his concern. Doesn't bother me that rockets do something or don't do something, or the military are claiming they're going, I don't care. But you do. But suddenly I've got to ask questions about what worries you. Nah, you go away and worry about that. Earth isn't a sphere, the sky isn't a vacuum, and that's it. My job's done. I'm not going to worry about what you worry about.
You're
Besides
denying
Brenda-
nuclear war?
Besides Brenda, that was the dumbest question I heard. I didn't listen to all of it. I'm going to have to go back and listen to it. When did you arrive in there? 8 o'clock? U.S. Central?
Yeah, I did a pre-show. Although when I went out live, I intentionally didn't do a pre-show knowing this would be a long affair. And if I'd already done an hour of pre-show, an hour of live show, and then gone in there for what would have been an extra half an hour, 2.5 hours in, I wouldn't have had my full, I wouldn't have been full of beans for the whole time. So instead I thought, well, I'll just go live, see how it goes, and then the chit-chat warm-up will be for the first hour of the live stream, which isn't the best of circumstances. But if it's going to be long, it's going to be long, right? People will appreciate fast forward a bit to get to the exciting bits.
Okay, so was there anything dumber than, are you denying rockets exist?
No, he also said he denies nuclear war. You're denying nuclear war, Nathan.
Temperature doesn't exist.
Oh, that was pretty
Yeah,
stupid.
that was good.
While I'm claiming temperature.
Yeah, while she's claiming temperature. Exactly. That was pretty stupid. I don't know if it outcast the rockets exist. Are you denying rockets exist?
You sound just like him, Huey. That was a good impersonation.
Like I say, I thought that was good because it made me have an opportunity to show how people project their pain onto us.
It wasn't really denying that rockets exist. He said that the reason that rockets exist
was what?
Maybe no. That's what he was saying. That's what he was asking Nathan about. So do you deny what the reason for rockets are, as opposed to do they exist? He didn't ask if they exist. We all know they exist. That would just be stupid.
Oh my God!
Did you hear him try to go into the
Whatever.
fuel that they carry? I thought I was talking to Neil deGrasse Tyson. He was going to go into the amount of fuel.
He's one of them. Rockets exist because it's a globe. If it wasn't a globe, rockets wouldn't exist. That's his evidence and proof.
Hang on a
you know
minute.
what I mean?
You've just debunked my affirming the consequent formological fallacy. Therefore, the thing I use that does exist to affirm the consequent doesn't exist anymore. You're nuts. You're an idiot.
They literally do that though. Sometimes they go that crazy. I don't know
Wasn't there
why.
someone? I thought you were finished. Wasn't there? Wasn't there someone who came in accusing you of, with the P and Q statement, accusing you of begging the question, and then went on to beg the question?
Yeah, we had that too.
Yeah.
That was good. They deny their own claim in the first instance. Well, it's unreasonable to say that we've got a straight line to a geometric physical sphere edge marked with the next labelled horizon. How dare you say it's a straight tangent point in our maths that you're not claiming?
By the way, QE, the Black Swan has been... Sorry, Chocolate. The Black Swan has been taken away from you, from Brenda.
Really want me to respond to that?
No.
Right.
And scientific method is just affirming the consequent. That was a good one.
Really? Wait, I missed that one. Was that earlier?
That was Brenda. Yeah, that was early on.
Oh, jeez.
She also reasserted that space-time is the hole in a donut.
No way.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
He also stopped somebody from rumpusing her to make clear air to say it. I kid you not.
She literally fixed the quote. Like somebody misquoted it. She was like, no. The hole in the donut is space time. Thanks.
She actually said she took the Black Swan away, and now she's going to take away that gas pressure needs containment. She's out of her mind.
Okay. Is that the end? Is this where we round out?
Hopefully.
Okay, I will then. In that case, a huge, massive, enormous thank you first and foremost to Discord Politics Server for hosting today's Q&A, and of course a massive thank you to my G+ panel for making today's live and after show possible. Although we're still live, this is strictly speaking just going to be one big long live stream, as both of them are going to have the same outro now. So a massive thank you to all of you who smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, hit me up on the new coffee link in the info box below the video, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!